Hello, everyone, and welcome to the first ever DSA Open Series. My name is Mikowski. Joining alongside me on the mic today is Revanite. Welcome to the stream, my man. How we feeling?
I'm feeling great. It's another beautiful Saturday morning, another great time to be casting some Halo tournaments, and I'm very excited to finally, after just passing by each other over and over and over again in these online tournaments, finally get to sit here on this desk with you, the GOATs. So I'm very happy to be here, very excited to get started.
I don't know if I go that far, but I do appreciate the compliments. Somebody that we should go far to put on a pedestal is the DSA group. These guys have been organizing and administrating tournaments for years and years and years now, and they've decided to jump into the ring and host their first ever DSA tournament. So we want to give a huge round of applause to the likes of Bittersweet, Frag Out, and the rest of the DSA crew. They have been the ones working behind the scenes so hard, and now they kind of get a little bit more in the frontal viewing side of the community where they get to host their own tournament. So if you guys aren't aware, DSA is a Canadian-based company that specializes in professional esports operations and event management. You already know that if you've been watching Halo throughout the years. They started in 2023, and wow, that is an incredible amount of progress in just 3 years. They have grown rapidly. They've worked with TELUS, Intel, Samsung, the Canadian National Exhibition, and much more. We know the heroes, Bittersweet and Frag Out, just absolute gems in the community. They're both long-term Halo lovers, and I don't think it's surprising that their first ever DSA tournament supports Halo. And it's not only supporting Halo, but it's also supporting the competitors. There's a raffle for each and every single one of these. So you might just have alluded to the fact that this isn't the first one, or excuse me, this isn't the only one. This is just the first one. We'll have 3 of these throughout the grassroots year of Halo Infinite. And if you compete throughout any of these tournaments, we're going to be giving away an AMD 9070 XT graphics card in every single one of these. So if you want to get involved, you want to have a fun day playing Halo and potentially walk away with an even better rig than you had before, sign up and compete. So big ups to the DSA group, big ups to AMD, our sponsor throughout this tournament series. And we are getting right into it. Oddball on Lattice. Here we go.
Oddball Lattice, took a little bit for players to get warmed up to this map, but I think after the map has been in rotation for such a while now, people finally are starting to appreciate Lattice as a map in general. But we're not going to stop on Lattice. We're also going to be having Game 2 on Livefire, a fantastic map, a staple in the community. And hopefully we go to the next map as well, Aquarius, CTF, and then if we get Games 4 and 5, we have Stronghold Recharge, and finally, Livefire Streets to round out this series. And honestly, great map pool, great maps to choose from here for both teams. And we have an Excelsis and Noobs. And I mean, I think, you and I have been around in the online scene for quite some time. Noobs, absolutely one of those teams that I love to watch. Leor, Rorsch, and the rest of the Mexican talent on that team. You're a fan of Mexico, you're probably a fan of News, but let's not forget about In Excelsis as we get this game going on Oddball Lattice.
All right, here we go. We are live, getting right into the action. Hopping on board here with Ashlyn Bot, one of the premier female competitors in this scene. Blood Reyna, another one of those just high mark competitors throughout the Women of Halo community. But off the start, it looks like Noobs has the oddball, and this is going to be a tough test for them. You kind of alluded to it, my man, but this Noob squad, the Mexican Halo community as a whole, has come about as long of a way since 2023 as DSA.
Enemy has the ball.
Detonate with a nice beat down onto Noble with this S7. I'm going to look over in top blue, a little bit of a down scope, but that Rorsch kill, amazing. Can't get the no scope onto Strikey, does end up backing away, but a great start for In Excelsis. But that nade coming out of Red Tower takes him down, and here comes the attack from News, Wildlight Coyote, last one to fall. Blood Reyna trying to live over in bottom mid, but she will not live for long. And just as soon as we were giving In Excelsis some flowers, Noobs are back on the attack.
Yeah, that was a great job because that was a nice little opening strike, backboard grenade toss, but Noobs was able to counter. Off the start, we thought Noobs was going to have the first bit of ball time, but it was Excelsis instead to score the first 10 seconds. But now that Noobs are back on the oddball in control, and they have a good look at it. You can see players for Excelsis still in the back of red. That should allude to more time for Noobs. as they look to rotate. Two have broken into the base. They're the last two players remaining. Oh, and the squad spawns occur right on top of the Oddball. But Lure has the back of Axelbot. She did not know he was there, and he's getting straight to work. 5 perfect shots, double kill. Takes down the third to low enough shields to get cleaned up, and now it's all up to Wile E. Coyote.
Wile E. Coyote, the last standing member for Inexcelsis, trying to get the kill on Rorsch, proving to be too tough of a kill to take down. Still at no shields, but a great teamwork from the rest of Noobs covering him as Ashlandbot was trying to seal the kill. And that will be another ball grab for Noobs as they're going to bring this once again into blue. So it's going to be up to Inexcelsis to try to break this defensive hold. 2 members spawning bottom red tower. Not what you want to see as both Ashlandbot and Blood Reyna get taken down. But here comes the attack from P2. Can Detonate get this kill on Strikey? No, he won't. The teamwork is just too strong, but the team nade will unfortunately seal the deal. But you know, it happens. But a great defense from Noob so far, and Inexcelsis trying to break out of this red tower. Rorsch will be the first to fall for Noob, but can they push across the 50-yard line for now? Strikey being a big thorn in their side.
Now we saw Rorsch there pushing out that line of scrimmage, making sure that Excelsis with these back red spawns, which have turned into their home in the last 60 seconds, do not get any room to breathe. Excelsis have been on their back foot for the last 60 seconds, and it's turned into 60 seconds on the scoreboard for the Noobs.
Enemy has the ball.
60 seconds, very tough, especially when we get to winners round 3, where the skill bracket is going to get closer and closer and closer. 2 kills once again, 3 dead for Inexcelsis, and they're just not finding any luck as Detonate gets another death from the perfect 5 of Noble. And once again, back to the drawing board go Inexcelsis. Blood Reyna gets first contact, taken down immediately by a perfect 5 from Strikey, and it's just difficult, very, very difficult to push out of this red tower. Finally getting a little bit of momentum, pushing across ice, but look out, here's Rorsch with a snipe, and he takes down the face of Wile E. Coyote. Blood Reyna almost taken down as well with a couple of no-scopes, but not going to be the one that falls this time around. But they do force the play ball. No bullets in the chamber for Leor. He gets taken down, but 3 go down for Noobs, and this could be the chance for Inexcelsis. Strikey bringing the ball all the way towards red tower, trying to get the spawns, but unfortunately Detonate already here. Perfect 5 onto Rorsch. 2 go down, maybe even 3 if they can kill Noble. They do. It takes a little bit of time. Leor last alive. Noobs go 4 down, and Inexcelsis finally gets some success.
Wow, that looked like a round that was spinning out of control for Excelsis, but they've now got a good hold, and they can gather themselves for a couple of pushes in a row, just like we saw from Noobs. They could bring this game right back despite the disparity. 90-25. Excelsis have a chance here, but Wile E. Coyote does go down. 3 go down, and that's the difference in what we've seen so far in round number 1. Noobs were able to roll off of their momentum. Excelsis were able to capture it momentarily, did not hold on to it for long enough.
Not quite enough time on the ball, unfortunately. 95 seconds. They just need to touch the ball for 5 more seconds, and this game is over. They do get the touch. Can he get out alive? Yes, he cannot. Actually, Rorsch gets taken down 99-25, but it's all basically just said and done at this moment. And Strikey, yes, with the final ball touch, is going to send us into round 2. Noobs go up 1-0 in this game 1.
I'd actually make an argument that it was rather impressive for Excelsis to have gotten to about 30 seconds on the board in round number 1, just because of how hot the Noobs were shooting off the start. Clearly had plenty of time to warm up as we get ready and rolling into round number 2 off the opening break. It's a 1-kill advantage for the Noobs, looking to take advantage of the numbers disparity as they do grab that oddball off the start. Noobs previously held it strong in the blue room. Now they're taking it to red.
Red looking like to be the optimal hold for Noobs for now in this opening moments of round 2. Almost winning that 1v1 fight down in P1. Doesn't quite get there. But 3 very quick kills for Noobs is going to send Inexcelsis back to the drawing board. Ashlandbot last alive, taking down Strikey. Standing strong over in Cargo. Will not stand strong for long. Oh, Rorsch getting a rare miss with the S7. Rare 2 misses with the S7. Wile E. Coyote going to get him taken down. But Noble in ice is going to instead trade out out that kill, but repulses right into the open arms of Ashlandbot, staying alive in P2 as much as he can, using the repulse as much as he can, but will finally get cleaned up.
What?
Not before he gets a stick, though, somehow, on Ashlandbot, taking her down. Detonate in red tower, though, will get the touch for InExcelsis as they look to try to get some time, but it was only a few seconds as Rourke rips off yet another phase. A nice no-scope. There's the Rourke that I know, and an easy cleanup for the triple kill in ice, and Rourke dominating with this at 7.
He's a maniac with the snipe. And I can only wish, for the sake of entertainment, he would have kept it rolling, but he goes down after a absolutely devastating triple kill. The double no-scope into the body shot on the weak opponent. Ashlandbot down in the tunnel, and look at the efficiency. Outside of that triple kill that we just witnessed from Rourke, the slaying prowess hasn't been as strong for Noobs here in round number 2, but the lead is even stronger than they had in round number 1. 47 to a rolling 10 for Excelsis. Can they get back in this one?
It's all going to come down to this team fight inside of red. So far, they're trading out as much as they can. Ashlandbot sees Rourke in this window, takes him down, but Leor is still alive and screens, takes her down as well. And it is a even 2 versus 3 as the fresh spawner comes up for News, but they do get the body spawn, and all of InExcelsis is going to spawn over in blue. They're trying to make a push out of cargo. It's just Leor standing as strong as he can for Noobs, but he gets to clean up onto Blood Reyna. Nobody there to clean him up instead, and Ashlandbot gets taken down with her, and Wile E. Coyote, he cannot make a push outside of cargo.
Geometrical grenade tosses, angular, very angular at that. Not enough to weaken their opponents, but impressive grenade placement nonetheless from the Noobs. They have the oddball once again. Had previously rotated it from no man's land back to red. They now take it back to no man's land, and they got nobody alive. Ashlandbot, in fact, is the only Spartan alive on the map momentarily, but a close spawn from Strikey allows him to potentially prevent that push from going back into blue. Ashlandbot now has it in her hands, and it's going to be Excelsis instead who has it. 74 to 20 here, so a similar situation we saw in round number 1, but Excelsis have made minor improvements.
Quite a bit of improvements, actually. Ashlandbot gets herself a couple of kills to try to keep things alive, but Noble with stealing the ball away, just a thief in the night. Blood Reyna trying to do her best inside of ice, not going to be able to do so, but does get traded out, fortunately for InExcelsis. But InExcelsis trying their best against Noobs in this round 2. So far, struggling to get some ball time, but at least in the slays, they're still trying to make things close.
Wile E. Coyote down to 1 HP, but his opponent is 2. Rourke with another no-scope with the snipe. We have seen some phenomenal S7 action from the Noobs. It's such a trolly name because you might as well change the team name. That is not even close to what I would use to describe them, as Rourke gets it ripping and rolling once again with the snipe. And they've done such a good job, Revenite. When we see Excelsis down to 2 or 3 shots, they aim center mass with the snipe, and they're almost 100% with those attempts. So very impressive sniper action off the start here from Noobs. It's a big reason why they're up big in round number 2.
Round number 2, 90 seconds left. 10 seconds are left, sorry, in this round 2. Leor gets a perfect, sorry, that was Blood Reyna with a perfect 5 onto Leor, but is not going to be enough as he's just going to stand into this corner. 2 seconds are left, but InExcelsis do get a nice push into back red, but Roar still staying alive. He's been a thorn in the side of this InExcelsis squad using the QT. Gets a blank melee, gets 2 blank melees as Wile E. Coyote's going to say, thank you very much, I'm going to take that, but here's the rest of the squad, and that will be another ball grab, and that's going to be round 2 in favor of Noobs.
Yeah, despite the double thwack with no damage done, Noobs is just a little handicap there for them. You know, we've seen your game. We understand how good you guys are. You guys don't need the melee damage to ultimately take game number 1 with a 2-0 sweep on Lattice Oddball, as we witnessed some of the highest level you could play that map and game mode combination at. Phenomenal performance from the Noobs. Just look at the stats. Sometimes they don't tell the whole story, but I think in this case they do.
Almost every single member hitting 20 kills per member. Everybody going positive. Just Noobs being very dominant in that game. Very well done by them. And the rest of InExcelsis, they're just going to take a little bit of time, I believe, to warm up. You know, the first game always gets some jitters, you know, like Maybe you've had a couple of easy games in the first couple of rounds. Remember, we are in round 3 of this tournament so far, so plenty of games have been played already to get us to this point. But I think the team is just going to, go to the drawing board, talk things over, try to figure out what went wrong in game number 1, and try to make things better in game 2.
Very impressive performance there from the Noobs. I'd say that Excelsis had some impressive moments as well, but Noobs were just able to stack and roll it together a little bit, right? Excelsis were able to match at times the efficiency and oddball time that we saw from Noobs, but they were able to roll off spawns. They were able to continually dominate and maintain possession with the snipe, and the sickest play of game 1 belonged to Rorge. The double would have been impressive enough, but make it a triple for good measure. Why not?
Big shout out to Callus, our producer, working behind the scenes to make sure we get all those highlight reels. He's so good at doing it, isn't he? So definitely shout out to him for making sure that we got to see that triple kill in the live feed. So we go into game number 2 on live fire, and we're going to start off with Detonate, who in my opinion was one of the stronger players on this Excelsis squad besides Ashlandbot.
Yeah, Detonate the top fragger in game number 1 for Excelsis, but off the start, losing 3 of his teammates as Strikey has that centering lined up. Actually dropped it a little low, but the micro adjustment lands into the face of Detonate, and that's important in the sense that Detonate was the top performer for Excelsis in game number 1, and he hasn't even gotten on the board yet in game number 2. 8-2 off the start. Strikey utilizing the sniper to grab the camo, and now he's got full control of the sandbox.
Maybe my eyes were deceiving there a little bit, Mikowski, but I don't think, outside of that first shot we saw, and that second one now, I don't think he missed a single snipe shot. Now getting a couple easy cleanups inside of A, and he's looking to continue to put on this pressure as he makes his way towards back green. Finds Wile Coyote, uses the repulse to get some distance. Doesn't need to go down just yet. He's the man with the camo. Finds Blood Reyna, tries to take her down with some help from friends, and they will take her down, and they're looking to keep this going.
Yeah, usually in Halo, you've got a pretty definitive Sniper 1 on the depth chart. But for Noobs, I feel like they're all 1A, 1B, 1C, 1D because all of them can rip a dome with the snipe, as Excelsis have been able to cut this lead down a little bit, but it's still a double-up advantage for the Noobs as Blood Reyna goes down in the back of A. 2 down for her team, just 1 for the Noobs. They'll push out with the numbers advantage. Even 2v2 fight here on the sandbags, and Lure makes sure it's a +1 net outcome. 18-10 now. Noobs still on top.
And Excelsis getting some moment of light. Blood Reyna getting spied by Leor, unfortunately. Noble taking down Wile Coyote off screen as well. But Rorge getting the 3rd kill does mean an Excelsis are going to be a little staggered. They're all forced to spawn back A. And here comes Leor already onto it. Wile Coyote takes down Rorge, but does get shot in the back by Leor. And it just keeps on going for this Excelsis squad. 3 dead, again 4 dead momentarily, and a killing frenzy for Leor.
I got a production note for Louis and Callus. I need to see the shots accuracy after this game. I feel like we are witnessing all 4 in the 70+ percentile. It's tough to do in competitive Halo, as this has been all Noobs all throughout the series. They're taking that game 1 momentum and maybe doing even more with it in game number 2.
Slowing things down a little bit. I think Excelsis are just trying to get some of the momentum away from Noobs. That's a good start by Wile Coyote. Trying to win this top mid fight. You do get a little bit of flank from Ashlandbot. Is she going to be there in time? Yes, she is. But Noble in back A already putting some pressure. Ashlandbot, no fear, charges straight in, but a punch gets delivered by Noble, taking her down 32-20. Not quite over for Excelsis. I think they have a great chance to get back into this game. They just need to slow down this momentum.
They need to grab a snipe and not let Rorge do what he's been doing all throughout the series. Down to 1 HP. Oh my God, and I had to hold my breath because that looked like a situation difficult at that, but one that he routinely seems to find a way out of. Does go down there, so the sniper left out in no man's land for now. I think Wile Coyote's staring at the ground trying to find it, but he'll go down as well. As Blood Reyna falls, Noble with another double kill, and it feels like every time we switch to one of these point of views, we're hearing Jeff Steitzer all out.
It's just very good performance from Noobs. You know, you said it earlier, their team name is a little bit of a, misnomer, right? They're not Noobs by any stretch of the means, but this kind of been their name for quite some time, as Roars once again with the S7 looking to make things happen. 8 more kills and this game will be over. Wile E. Coyote again trying to get something started for InExcelsis, but I mean, the speed of this game, Mikowski, has just not been in favor for InExcelsis.
I kind of like the chess match mind game of noobs, right? Because if you weren't aware who the team of 4 is, you probably should at this point. These guys have been on notice for quite a while. But if you saw it in the bracket, oh, hey, guys, we're playing noobs next. That's awesome. Great. We can beat noobs. No, you can't, because these are not noobs. These are some of the best 4 players in the world, and that is not a hyperbole.
Definitely the top Mexican squad on, I wouldn't even say on the amateur side. I would just say on this semi-pro / pro area of Halo. These guys have been around for quite some time. Leor and Rourge, they love playing together. They love playing with each other. One more kill, and that will be all she wrote for this game number 2. Can they kill Leor in mid? Yes, they can. It just takes a few of them to be able to do so, but they're collapsing on Rourge. These are good. This is good. But it's a little bit too late, unfortunately, as it will be noobs who take game 2.
Yeah, we really got to put some respect on Noob's name. If you look across the board at their roster, you've got free-for-all LAN champions. You've got top 8 global LAN placements for this squad. So I'd label them as not only professionals, but I'd say that they'd give the likes of Trippy and Suppressed and players like that in the upper echelon a run for their money. And that's what they've been doing. If you haven't been paying attention, the noobs are legit.
And you wanted to see that accuracy tab. Pretty dang close to 70%. Not a single one of them dropping below 50. And that's just kind of been the story of the game, hasn't it? Very accurate shots coming out of noobs and very quick, very fast pace of play. And unfortunately for InExcelsis to be on the receiving end of that one, it's a little bit disheartening, but you know, you still got one more game, one more chance to bring it all back, and it starts here on Aquarius.
Yeah, and while there is a little bit of a gap, if you will, between these two teams, I think we're witnessing noobs playing at their highest level, while Excelsis haven't quite reached it just yet. If you'll recall, Command Station, who another free-for-all LAN champion, the first women to ever claim a trophy on LAN. I'll never forget that LAN moment or memory in Halo. But when we talked to her, she said Ashlandbot, not herself. She's pretty humble. I don't think she would ever say she's the best, but she said Ashlandbot was the best female competitor in Halo. So I think that Excelsis, while they're having a tough go at it in this series, they're much better than what they're showing us so far.
I really think we haven't seen the peak of InExcelsis just yet. And yes, they're playing against a team like Noobs. It's going to be very, very difficult to try and hit that peak, but we're going to get things started in game number 3 on Aquarius. Capture the flag. And we were talking about her, we were gassing her up. We're going to start off with Ashlandbot.
All right, here we go. Ashland able to procure the camo off the start, down to half shields, just looking to stay alive with it. Nice decision to take that shot there. I think otherwise she would have held on to her rifle to maintain that camo, but because Rourge was one shot, she took it. And we're seeing a much better start, probably the best start throughout these 3 games for InExcelsis.
And as they are making this push into Yellow Gen, they need to clean up this last player in Shroom Steps. Ashlandbot does so. Rourge goes down, but not before her teammate Blood Raina gets taken down inside of Gen. Now having to stand up tall in this defense, and she does, taking down Leor. She sees Strikey, brings him down to no shields, but gets cleaned up by Noble, who was shooting her in the back from top mid. And unfortunately, InExcelsis not quite able to make the push into their base just yet.
The first time in this series, we're witnessing the noobs on the back foot of the back wall of their base. Strikey goes down. Numbers advantage. I think we did a quick math count of the slay category. I'd say more slays, higher KD ratio for Excelsis. But now they're tasked with the tough challenge of doing something with it, as having the same efficiency that we saw in round number 2 from the noobs. Unfortunately for Excelsis, they are not able to take advantage of the slays off the start. Rourge and the rest of noobs off the back wall now get to the back wall of the opponent's base. A great job on the defensive effort, now turning it into offense.
And turning it into offense very, very quickly, actually. They were spending most of this first part of the game 3 on their side of the map, and the first opportunity that they get to push things into InExcelsis side of the map, they immediately get a flag pull. They're already pulling it towards car side. They're already getting it into their base, actually. Ashlandbot unable to take him down, and that will be a first cap for noobs Can they do it again? We're going to find out in a few seconds.
And that's the composure you expect from professional Halo players. They might have a bad start. They might have a tough stretch of gameplay, but once they click, once they get it together, they're able to take advantage of the slays. Unlike what we saw from Excelsis, the noobs only needed one chance to strike, and they did just that, up 1-0.
4 go down for an Excelsis. Rorsch already eyeing the spawns in fridge. Strikey gets himself a camo, but Rorsch getting taken down by Blood Reyna on that respawn. Big, because that was going to be another flag pull for sure for News. But Blood Reyna wins against Strikey. That's a camo player down. Big plays by her. Gets herself a kill on Leor, and they will start to move across the 50-yard line, but gets called back almost immediately. No, she is going to get forward.
Yeah, I like that initial decision to just start pushing forward. You've got to support Ashlandbot here, and she's ready to roll. She's the bodyguard to this flag run, as Ashlandbot will cross the 50-yard line. An opportunity to tie it up at 1 here as the flag continues on its way. Blood Reyna setting up for the angle across the map. Ashlandbot just feet away, but she's got an opponent inches away, and the reset might come through. At the very least, they're going to need to reset their own. As 3 go down for Excelsis, just 2 for Noobs. Noble with that battle rifle. Perfect utilization of that weaponry. Cross-map shots with the battle rifle. That's the way you want to play.
Danger will run, but unfortunately for Ashlandbot, she does get taken down, but we are in a flag standoff, Mikowski. Both teams have the flag inside of their base. Noble getting taken down by Wile E. Coyote. They are making that push into Jen's side. Rorsch is onto it, though. He sees that grenade on the ground, takes a shot at it. Can Ashlandbot win this duel? No, she can't. Rorsch stays alive, and 3 go down for Inexcelsis. This could be a return and a cap.
Oh, one of my favorite sequences in Halo, when both flags are out in both opposing sides of the base, but Strikey gets the reset, turns it into 2, and might just get another here, as he will go down. Nice cross-map shot there from Wile E. Coyote, but Noobs do a good job to take him down shortly after, as they've built a 2-0 lead on this one. We're seeing much more fight from Excelsis, though, and they turn it into points. I'd say they need to score next, because a 3-0 deficit is much more daunting than 2-1.
Ashlandbot staying alive in bottom mid, but not for long. A killing spree for Rorsch. Strikey and Rorsch hitting 10 for their squads. Both of them combined for 20 kills. And that will be a 3rd flag pull, a 3rd flag cap potentially for Noobs, and it is. He seals the deal. 3-0, and a 4th already being grabbed by Noble.
Wow.
Noobs might have been asleep in the first part of this match, but I think they're waking up.
Well, it's fitting that they've got a member of the squad named Strikey, because that's kind of the takeaway for me in this game 3. When the opportunity presents itself, the Noobs strike with a vengeance. Up 3-0 now at about the halfway mark in this one, as Detonate scores another double kill. He's been routinely the top performer for Excelsis, as they've got another flag out, another opportunity to cross the 50-yard line. You've got 3-4 players here in the base still for Noobs. I think the timing stacks up to where the Excelsis crew can score here, and they do, making it 3-1. So bringing it back to within a 2-score differential. And if you watch a lot of hockey, you'll know the most dangerous lead is 2.
A good start for an Excelsis. This is what they need to get some momentum going in their favor. Blood Reyna with the camo, being very, very patient, doesn't want to reveal her position just yet. But 2 members are in Jen, and she's forced to fight. Gets taken down and gets cleaned up, but Rorsch with the flag already inside of their shroom steps, moving this very, very quickly. And the speed of this Noob squad. Ooh, but the goal line stand, not that it's going to matter, as they will get the cap, as Noble gets a perfect spawn in back base, taking down Ashlandbot for good measure as well. But 4-1 is your score. Noobs up by 3 once again.
Yeah, that was an impressive counter cap there from Noobs. It wasn't like Excelsis had to use all of their resources to get their first cap on the board. Noobs still able to counter and get back that 3-score lead.
And Excelsis, it's not quite over for them yet. 5 minutes still left to work with in this game. Rorsch sees the opportunity to pull the flag, grabs it, tosses it down. 2 go down. Leor last alive. 3 go down. 4 dead. That's 4 dead for Inexcelsis. They need to make some moves across the other side of the map. And who other than Detonate, the MVP for this Inexcelsis squad, who's already moving things across, but they got to watch out for these spawners.
Oh, super impressive. As soon as I saw all 4 go down for Noobs, that was an offensive 4 down. And usually when you take down all 4 in your own base, you don't see a cap or a run right afterwards. So a nice play there from Detonate to get this one deep into the base, but Rourke is back on the run, doing a little 2-for-1 action there, offense and defense, as he pushes that flag forward and gets the read.
Masterful play from Rourke, getting that return at the same time. Blood Raina getting taken down. That's 3 dead again, and this flag is going to go all the way across Carside and all the way into their base. The spawners, Wile E. Coyote, a lot of pressure on him, but the flag is already there, Mikowski. We might be seeing the end of the game.
Oh, and that will do it. You'll take the death if it means the death of your opponent in this series. A 3-0 sweep for the Noobs as they'll move on to the winner's quarter.
Tough game for Inexcelsis, but they did make it all the way to round 3. It's just really unfortunate that on the other side of that round 3 was going to be Noobs. As we take a look at the winners quarters bracket, as things start to get together, teams start to move forward into this quarterfinal round, we still got some exciting matches to play moving forward. But as we look at the scoreboard at the end of that game, I mean, it was just Noobs the entire time.
Yeah, it really did feel like it. Even when we saw some glimmers of hope, whether it was game 1 where we saw some nice holds from Excelsis or that previous score, counter after counter, every time the Noobs had an opportunity to, they took it. And outside of the counter punches they were throwing, it was all haymakers. And Excelsis got beat up a little bit in this one, but they'll live to fight another day as they'll drop into the lower bracket.
I don't think this is going to be the last that we've seen of Inexcelsis in that lower bracket. I think they could definitely make a lower bracket run. They just need to, Detonate just needs to get the rest of his team on the same page as him. Detonate, by far the MVP for Inexcelsis, for me at least. But, just tough when you have players like Leor and Rourke, Strikey as well, Noble on the 4th member of that squad. It's going to be tough the entire time. They're just at a different level. You said it multiple times. These guys have been in so many professional online tournaments, professional events as well. You just got to bring up your A game when you play against these guys.
No, absolutely. And I love how Noobs came into this with a very clear game plan. They were going to overwhelm Inexcelsis with a tremendous amount of flagpoles. Here's Rourke, 1 of 5 that he had in that previous game. And in a more defensive structured CTF on Aquarius, you might see 5 pulls in total for maybe the losing team or even the winning team if it's a 3-2 game or something like that. So for Rourke to get into the base 5 times with clean pulls, that was maybe the most impressive thing we saw in that game 3.
It was. So we're going to go to a break as we get the first quarterfinals match set up for you guys to watch here. Don't go anywhere. We got plenty more Halo. That was just the first one of the day that we were able to watch. We got plenty more left on the wings for you. So get some popcorn, get some water, make sure you guys use the bathroom. Don't forget to wash your hands. We'll see you guys in a little bit.
Reversal.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the DSA Open Series. We are into the winners quarterfinal, and before we get rolling, I just want to send a quick thank you to our cohorts across the pond, European Halo, rating with a party of 460 plus. Appreciate you guys as we get into this next matchup. Revenite, what are some of your expectations and high-level thoughts as we get this one kicked off?
We have two high-power teams going into this round. We have on the one side Usubeni, on the other Legion Gaming. Now Legion Gaming are the up-and-comers, whereas Usubenis, they are expected to be the top dogs in this match. But we're going to get started on live fire Strongholds, and things are already starting off pretty hot for Usubeni.
Oh, hot indeed. A team wipe off the start. This is a heavyweight matchup between two of the best in Halo. As Yaxin, top 3, the Halo World Championship, adds a frag to his name, taking down Little Gators. Still has 2 shots left to work with in the snipe. And he can find max value if he's able to get away with the camo, but Zuzi makes sure he does not.
Big play by Zuzi, forcing the trade on that death and making sure that they do not have the powerful combination of camo and snipe on the map for free. But things are very, very scrappy against these two teams, as we both kind of assumed that it would be. Neither team are going to let go of the throttle at any point, and Legion Gaming get 2 hills, which means they're going to start getting some points.
Piggy with 5 slays off the start. That's important to note because he's typically the role player. He's dealing out damage. You'd see 6 assists before you'd see 6 slays. So Piggy coming to play here today. Got no assists so far, but you'll take 6 and 3 as we hop on board here with the man himself, playing for Intel, crouching in the corner. And there's that patented assist we're used to seeing from Piggy. He's so good at gathering assists. Sometimes you don't even see him shoot anybody. He still gets it.
A very difficult player to take out of the map. Uzuzi is going to be one of the few who's able to do it, but he is being hunted down in green with the help of Common that will stay alive. But there's another player in the back, and he cannot win that duel. Breaking Shot going to get the reset, ensuring that Usubeni continue to get more and more points. Breaking Shot getting more and more kills, staying alive. Can he do so for much longer?
Phenomenal pop jump shot there. Turns 2 on the green corner of the map. Now Zuzi, unbeknownst to him, Breaking Shot was running amok from that exact same spot. Takes 3 kills in a radius of about 6 feet.
Multiple spawns from Turbine are going to force this hill on C. Both players from Legion Gaming are trying to force the issue here. They do get the trade as Common gets launched to the sky. I mean, he got some rocket boosters on those legs.
I was about to say, Team Rocket blasting off to space is the example I thought of when we saw Breaking Shot catapult towards the skybox. He would have went even further if that invisible barrier wasn't there. As Legion have been just about invisible in this game so far. Only 12 seconds to the 89 and rolling. And just look at the high slaying performances from 3 out of 4 players. Breaking Shot, Yaxin, and Piggy all between 7 and 8. Acid only with 3, but he's got the 5 assists. And now we're starting to see Piggy round into the form that we're used to seeing. He's got 4 assists to match the 7 slays. A phenomenal start here for Usubeni, but Legion Gaming now do have A-B control, and if they turn it into a trip cap here, that could get them right back in the fight, but instead, they'll go 3 down.
3 down and slowing things down just a little bit. Legion Gaming were getting some points, and they're chipping away at this lead that Usubeni had in the opening rounds of this game. Piggy going to be standing on top of this hill trying to flip it for Usubeni, and he will be able to do so because the rest of the team is a big fight over in C. Little Gators forcing the issue, does win the piv against Piggy, and he is going to flip this right on back to Legion Gaming.
There we go. Now we're witnessing a nice potential team wipe. I thought Acid was about to go down, but with the no-scope to the kneecap of Little Gators, he's staying alive, doing so even more so with the repulsor. Popping that one back, and Acid turns what should have been map control for Legion Gaming into a potential scoring situation for his team. He finally goes down. It's a 1v1. Piggy versus Gators, and Piggy, the veteran, teaches the Rooks something new.
Winning the rematch against Little Gators, and Piggy makes a statement with that 1v1 fight. Yaskin trying to stay alive inside of green as well, not able to get the hill flipped over. The reset comes in for Legion Gaming, but multiple hills going in the way of Usubeni does mean that they will be the ones getting all of the points. 109, 110 to 58.
Double up and then some lead for Usubeni as Acid has high ground control here on the snipe tower, anticipates the push from the cuts, but Little Gators previously lost that 1v1 to Piggy, but he was shooting straight as could be there on Acid, as they'll look to turn A. No, actually, they're going to give up A to gather control of B and C, but you got to be able to juggle a few plates at once. Rigo down for Usubeni. Piggy's the fourth to fall, and Legion Gaming are coming online.
A nice, perfect 5 from Zeusy, making sure that they get this hill. Camo's going to be up as well, and I think that will be a camo grab for Legion Gaming. We're not quite sure just yet. Yes, Gators trying to stay alive with the camo, but Zeusy getting taken down. The twins unable to do so. Little Gators just catches a grenade and gets sent to the death screen.
Oh, I thought that was such an impressive play in the moment for Uzi. He was all but sure to fall, had that in-air directional control to stay on top of A, but then chose to drop to the scoreboard. I think when he watches the VOD back, he'll want to maintain his high ground, as that could have just flipped things in Usubeni's favor. 3 go down for Legion Gaming, and would look like a chance for Legion to get into the 100s. Usubeni instead is going to maintain that double-up advantage.
Still very close. Both teams are trading out with each other very, very quickly, but unfortunately for Legion Gaming, they just cannot stay alive. And it's a triple cap for Usubeni, getting double points every single second. This lead has increased to over double of what Legion Gaming have had, 177 and counting to 74. And Legion Gaming, they're reeling. They're trying to get some momentum. They're trying to get onto the map, but Piggy getting the kill on C means that they are not going to be able to get the double cap that they were looking for. A double kill, couldn't make it a triple, gets caught out in cuts.
This has looked more like a team slayer than a Strongholds at this point. Routinely seeing 3 down on the top left or top right of your screen. We've even seen 3 down on each side at the same time when Piggy and Little Gators had that 1v1, but it's been all Usubeni so far, pairing that slaying prowess with efficiency to match. They're the first to cross into the 200s before Legion Gaming even get to 75.
Yeah, it's just been kind of the story for Legion Gaming. Unfortunately, most of this game, they're continuously finding themselves in some very scrappy fights, getting traded out over and over again, and sometimes not even getting those. As Piggy, with a little help from his friends, takes down Little Gators. Zuzi going to get taken down, but Uzi getting the trade, but it's 4 dead again for Legion Gaming, and Usubeni are still going to keep the pedal to the metal, foot on the gas. They're not letting up this pressure.
Yeah, our observer Callus cannot go wrong with who he chooses to watch, because routinely you'll see the camera point of view switch and you're getting action. No rotations, no flanks, no waiting outside of Zuzi here, but he goes down shortly after, and that will do it. A dominant performance from Usubeni in game 1, as they'll take it 250 to 74. Wow.
Very, very quick Strongholds game. Usually my Strongholds game, they're a lot more down to the wire, a lot closer. I don't know about you, Mac, but man, Usubeni coming in, flying into game number 1, taking them down and moving on to game number 2 with a 1-0 start. Very powerful statement from Usubeni and Legion Gaming. There were some flashes there, Mikowski, and I think it was still, at least as we look at the scoreboards here, very close in the Slay department. Of course, Usubeni being ahead, but I think game 2 is going to be just as fire as game 1.
And just look how the MX Halo community has permeated all throughout Halo. Usually you'll see the top MX players all play on the same squad, but now you've got Acid breaking out from that. And because Birmingham is an international affair, we've actually, for one of the first times I can recall in Halo Infinite, you got ANZ playing with EU, you got MX playing with NA. I kind of like the format, and it's opened up some new opportunities for players like Acid, who team with 3 of the best in NA. And I feel like throughout the day, we're going to see a lot of MX Halo on top.
That grenade. This is like, hello.
Did you have breakfast? No? Here you go. Eat your Wheaties. Boom.
Enemy team.
Gobbled right up, and Little Gators just, staring at death directly in the face. Feels bad, man, but we're going to move on to game number 2, and just like what you were saying, lots and lots of talent in both communities, on the Mexican side, on the EU side, and Acid repping the Mexican name, getting a double kill, gonna get a triple. Common flying out. Common, though, takes him down, and Yaskin with the camo tied up 3-3 in game 2.
Just really goes to show how confident Acid is, because that was a gunfight you might not routinely take, but if you're feeling as good as he is, you're gonna try to chow Common there and go for the triple. As off the start, it's a little bit slighter advantage for Usubeni in this one, 5-4. as Common has the backup breaking shot, but he's got no ammunition left to work with. Still gets the assist nonetheless. Much better performance here in game 2 from Legion as they're keeping it close.
And looking at the scoreboard from game number 1, I kind of expected this to be extremely close still. Of course, we have, yet to see how this game is going to play out. Games tend to slow down when you get to that 35, 40 kill mark, but at least in the opening rounds of this game, I am very, very happy to see Legion Gaming are not going to take that game 1 loss too hard, and they're going to get to game number 2 with all the confidence.
I'm really impressed with Legion Gaming's bounce back here. One of the key things I look at in a game 1 and a game 2 is, okay, well, we got destroyed in the OBJ, but we were matching and slaying. If not having more slays than the opposition, as Zuzi gets a nice double kill. There, though, in game number 1, Usubeni had way more slays than Legion Gaming, and despite that, Legion Gaming have found their form, up by 3.
Up by 3 and trading strong and getting some help as well from his friends. Common staying alive is big in front of Gold Steps and Long Haul. Zuzi as well staying alive in Pit, going to move across the map, sees the ping, spinning around looking for the next target, and all of these trades going in the favor of Legion Gaming. Legion Gaming are running away with it right now.
Growing on that lead of 3. Almost doubled up on it now. Up by 5, 21-16 here as Little Gators working alongside the pathway to the elevator, gets his head stuck on top. Still stay alive all the while for it, as he does. Yep, gets back up to full shields, gets back on top of A. Now he's going one-on-one against an Acid who's been hot, on fire, but he cools him off, shuts him down.
I love the sprint strafe tech from Little Gators. Definitely goes to show just how much work these guys have been putting in, making sure that they get all the tech, all the movement that they can. A perfect 5 onto Yaskin, but Little Piggy is going to be there, and he gets the camo for himself. 25-21. Usubeni are starting to come back a little.
Yeah, I didn't recognize that until you mentioned the potential animal rivalry we've got here between Little Piggy and Little Gators. As Piggy works out camo in his back pocket, activated and proc to perfection. 24-25 now, and you might see Usubeni regain control of the lead if Piggy can find some value with this camo.
Ooh, doesn't get the kill, but it will be finished off later on as Acid staying alive against Common. Little Gators training up Acid very quickly though, but Piggy staying alive with this camo. Not for long as Uzi gonna take him down, gets cleaned up by Yaskin, and it's just been a constant trade battle. It was looking great for Legion Gaming. They had a little bit of a buffer, but Usubeni have chipped away at that by now.
Oh, wow. I was not expecting Usubeni to tie this game up without at least one slay with that camo. Piggy found no value from it, but his teammates cleaned up the rest of the opportunity as they've tied this one up momentarily, and now back again at the 30s. And what do you know? Halo officially starts here at the 30s, and it's tied up. So we're essentially starting it back at 0-0 with 20 kills left.
I mean, looking at the kill feed, it's just constant. Every inch that Legion Gaming gets getting a double kill, it gets traded back immediately by Usubeni, who gets a double kill of their own. So we're going to see if they can stay alive. No, they can't. Oh, but the remote detonation is going to take down 2 members of Legion Gaming very quickly. And I thought it was going to be in their favor, but it's not. 33-34. We're still close.
You know, Pigs are actually much smarter than we give them credit for, and Piggy, with the angular remote detonation there, finds an important one, keeps it within 1. As Zuzi, chase grenade, takes him down to 1 HP. He's got some support with Little Gators, but across the map, it's breaking shot, and there's no one in position to prevent him from going down. Yaxon cleans up on Little G, as this one's still tied into the 40s, 37-all.
The left trigger aim being very strong cross map, but again, these trades keep going back and forth, 40-39. Mikowski, if this pressure, if this pace keeps on up, we're probably going to see a 49-50 scoreline, I think.
I mean, that was unbelievable. Now we see Usubeni kind of sprint out to a 5-kill lead out of nowhere into the high 30s. You saw 38-38, 39-39. It was simultaneous trades occurring in the feed, but Usubeni have reclaimed full control into the end game. They're now up by 6.
How is he alive? Breaking shot living in Long Haul was crucial. Gators doing all that he can, but he gets taken down 47-41. 3 more kills are left, but 2 go down for Usubeni, 42-47. They still only need 3, but Piggy with this camo, he is going to be the key factor in this game. Little Gators trying to find him out, trying to poke him out, gets backed off.
48-42. Just a quick swipe away are Usubeni from taking a 2-0 lead in this series. Piggy not needing to stress and press for Slays here, gathering intel instead, and he gets a lot of it. Now he strikes, but Zuzi takes him down. Uzi ultimately nets a trade out, and that will do it. What was a tied game all the way up to 40 ends up with a pretty favorable win condition and situation for Usu Benny as they take the game by 6.
I need to work on my predictions. I thought we were going to see that 49-49 scoreline for a little bit, turning into a 50-49, but instead we get 50-44 as that sweep in the later half of the game was all Usu Benny needed to close out this game number 2. And those last few moments, I was clenching a little bit because I saw 2 wide open, huge backs of Legion Gaming there for Piggy to beat down, but it was a little scrappy, but they got it done.
Yeah, think about that. That was 2 back-to-back situations where Piggy and Usu Benny did a great job to secure the camo. That's difficult enough to do. Didn't do anything with it, but the score somehow found a way to leap forward for him. And I think that's a really strong sign as to how well these players work with each other. They don't need all the win conditions. They don't need full sandbox control. They can turn lemons into lemonade.
Well, at least for the last 2 games, we've had an answer to which animal was better, the reptile or the mammal, the pig versus the gator, as Piggy and the squad continue to lead the series now 2-0 in this best of 5. But we still got one more game for Little Gators and the rest of the boys to make something happen. Legion Gaming definitely, I think, can bring this to at least a 2-1.
Yeah, this is the team that we know well, the Uzi Zuzi twins. Their story has been lamented and will forever be remembered throughout Halo history. Top 17th average placement all throughout Halo Infinite until the very final LAN Open tournament in Charlotte, where they broke through, got to top 16, got to the Halo World Championship, and now they're looking to take that next step, but they're down 0-2 in the series. They're going to have to do much more than what we've seen so far.
As we load into King of the Hill Lattice, I have to ask Mikowski, if you've ever had alligator meat, you know that it can, if seasoned well, be quite delicious.
Oh, it's incredible.
Everybody's favorite has got to be the pork, the bacon, the ham. You know what I'm talking about, the sausage, right? Like everybody loves and does a little bit of a pig, right? So we're going to see if we do get that game 4 or if Usu Benny is going to close out the deal in 3-0.
Yeah, on a side note, if you've never had fried gator before, yeah, go to Papado and get yourself a dish of that.
It's good.
As Gators, he's not on anyone's plate. He's serving up, dishing it out instead. 2 in quick succession, trying to take down Yaxon. Yaxon looking for the escape route. Oh, he did not see him behind the crystal, and Yaxon! Oh, a devious play, stays alive and gets the slay as well. 3 go down for Legion Gaming, where it should have been 3 down for Usu Benny instead.
Uzi using the sniper rifle to bring down a couple of shields, run into Yazkin, trying to stay alive in bottom mid, will do so. Common takes him down, but they need to take down this hill player, and they do with a little help from grenades and some bullets. And it's just breaking shots, all that left, but nobody knows where he is. He's gonna get the flank.
Oh, wow, and Uzi's in the hill. Yaxon calls bang, Steph Curry from deep, but Uzi, not sure if he anticipated the grenade tosser, went out for that 1v1 against Piggy. Piggy turns 2. And now Breaking Shot has the sniper, plenty of ammunition left to work with. As he goes for the no-scope melee, secures the trade, and this one is still close. A slight advantage, though, for Usu Benny, and they are in the hill, so this could all but wrap up Hill 1.
Great grenade spam from Usu Benny to take down cargo players. And honestly, when you're trying to play in cargo, it's very, very dangerous because so many grenades just get thrown in your direction, and it will be Usu Benny who take the first hill of this Lattice game.
Usu Benny have really controlled the beginning of the game, the mid game, and the end game, but here we see all 4 fall at a time where Legion Gaming could get the early rotation and take advantage of the 4 down. They do secure the early rotation, but aren't able to turn it into time. Acid is a thorn in the side as he is causing a lot of chaos. He's pulling all of the attention away. He times it to where he gets his shields back and earns the reversal on Common. Wow.
Watch out for Acid with the corrosive plays, breaking the knees of Legion Gaming and staying alive in Red Tower. Not even Uzi can take him down. And Acid definitely putting on a show for us to watch. Finding Little Gators as well. Can he take down Common? No, he can't, because Zuzi in the back is going to take him down. But that will be 3 dead for Usu Benny.
Normally, I'd tell a player like Acid, you got a little too much dip on that ship. He is quite routinely overextended, quote unquote, but he's been turning it into a positive for his teammates. The confidence and the level of play, I would say, in a lobby that includes 2 top 3 finishers from the Halo World Championship, I think Acid's been the top performer.
Showing out strong for the Mexican community, for the Mexican talent. Acid has always been, in my opinion, one of the players to watch in any online tournament. Little Gators trying to stay alive in bottom mid, gets taken down by Yaskin with the help from Acid, but again, Legion Gaming going 2 down, are trying to get onto this hill, but both members are dropped low in bottom mid and taken down.
Still close here on hill number 2, virtually tied, but it's Usubeni routinely pushing the ball forward as they claim red. Little Gators trying to break through. He's got to worry about that player on his left. All eyes on Piggy, but I imagine the shots from behind are going to come through from Acid. And the way he's been shooting so far, expect that slate. Uzi's able to cool him off for now, though, and Legion Gaming with a little bit of a setup now inside of blue. I'd like to see Uzi push up on top with that snipe. Rarely you see a player with the snipe in the hill turn it into a positive, and he does just that. Back smack potential. No, and the no-scope melee doesn't come through as well. Yaxon now has the snipe in his hands instead, and wow, what a flip of fortune. Legion Gaming had the setup, but it gets taken away.
Great job by Usubeni. They seem to have broke just a little bit in the defense, but as soon as they did, Legion Gaming were just not allowed to get a setup of their own, and it was instantly broken by Usubeni. They are taking an inch, and they're running away with a mile here so far in game 2. Or sorry, 3. We're 3 games in.
Jackson takes down Common. He's gonna take down Zuzi. There's no question about that. As 3 go down, and it's just really hard to work off your back foot. Legion Gaming have routinely had the numbers disadvantage, have routinely had 3, if not all 4 down, and time and space is the name of the game, and game modes like Strongholds and King of the Hill, and that's been 2 out of the 3 in this series, so I think that really points to why we're seeing Usubeni dominate a squad that we expected a much closer series from.
Still plenty of time left in the game, 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Still, doable, but that hill was very, very difficult. It's always going to be a challenging hill to take, but this Crystal Hill could potentially be the one that Legion Gaming needed to come back into this game to bring us to a 2-1 score in game 3, but we're going to see as Acid gets a double kill off the wings.
Uzi goes down, and there it is, another all 4 down like we had previously mentioned, and that's just going to be an easy 10+ seconds to hold for Usubeni. 2:39 left on the clock, and if it gets to 3, it's going to be all but over, and Acid is not giving him any room to breathe.
He really isn't. I mean, finding the cheeky spot in between both doors of red, he's immediately flanking anybody who pushes out of those doors and gets a perfect 5 onto Little Gators as well. This guy's been on a killing spree. He is 20 and 11, breaking through into that 20 score.
And breaking through in the Halo scene right now. I mean, this is now a guy that has been put on notice. My God. And now it makes sense. Great Halo players are always great indicators of talent. They're almost like player GMs, and I can see why now that Piggy and Yaxon, after a top 3 at the Halo World Championship, picked up a guy like Acid, who had really never even, I don't even think, been in a match to compete or place that high. You see why they picked him up. He has been on fire.
On fire and showing no signs of cooling down at all. Zeusy going to challenge Piggy, but he doesn't know there's another teammate over in ice. He gets taken down as breaking shot, making a push into cargo. Dancing, cannot stay alive. Gators takes him down, but Piggy with the cleanup is going to take him down instead. And Uzi, there we go, getting a nice headshot onto Yaskin.
There we go, a little snipe action. Good net. One of the first team wipes I can recall in this game, as he does ultimately earn the trade. But even after that 3 down for Usubeni, Legion Gaming, with the numbers advantage, somehow find a way to get wiped off the floor. This is one that they're probably not going to win, but I imagine there's going to be a lot of valuable VOD review from this because Legion Gaming just feel a little out of sorts.
Just a little bit, not quite on the same page, perhaps. Maybe both players or teams are trying to figure out just what to do and maybe disagreeing a little bit on strategy. However, it has all been Usubeni. Breaking shot getting launched into the ceiling almost, but another trade. 3 momentarily go down for Usubeni, but so far no hill time. Little Gators gets cleaned up, and here comes the attack. Acid getting shot in the back. Piggy as well gets cleaned up, and we will finally get a hill for Legion Gaming.
Enemy team score.
All right, there we go. Something to take home, something to put on the board, and an opportunity to rotate. They take 3 down for Usubeni, so the pathway is clear for them to take early time, but they're not taking advantage of it just yet, and it might just be another one of those situations where they previously earned a team wipe and come out with the numbers disadvantage somehow. Uzi's preventing that in the meantime, as he does stay alive with low shields, and he's pushing Piggy out. Oh, goes for the... Oh, what? Piggy's play right there. He showed like he was pushing back into the base and then doubled back. And now all 4 fall for Legion Gaming. What a heads-up play from Piggy. I think that is one of the greatest facets that you can take to your game at home. Show an opponent something and do the opposite. You could tell the opponent was not expecting what Piggy just did to them. That was filthy mentally.
Filthy mentally, and they're running out of time as well. If they wanted, they had to get 2 hills in about a minute, just a little over a minute. It's doable, but it's going to be very, very difficult because Usubeni have decided that they're just going to play time. 3 go down, so it's a good start for Legion Gaming, but they have to hold on to this.
Yeah, this is a tough, tough situation here for Legion, where Usubeni is playing a different game of Halo at this point. They're playing Team Slayer. They might drop in the hill, but I really, like you said, I do expect them to just play Slayer the rest of the way. And when the other team's gunning for your head exclusively, they've already been able to juggle both objective and slaying at the same time. What happens now when they're only playing for slays? All the while, though, Legion Gaming have done a good job to get back in this one. They're close at about 75%. If they can score before the 45-second mark, we got ourselves a game.
Team took the hill.
But they have to score in order to get there. Common staying alive, but here's a push coming out of Crystal. Piggy dropped down low. They do get the trade, though. And Breaking Shot trying to make something happen inside of Crystal, but seeing a couple of nades coming his way. Sees a teammate on the wings. Yaskin takes him down with a perfect 5. Gets cleaned up by Gator, but he has to get on top of the hill to stop this. Before they get it, they trade. They trade. He's got to get on hill right now, and they cap it.
Well, they get it. They get it. And they do it right before the 45-second threshold. 2 seconds of wiggle room left to work with. It's tight. But Legion Gaming are right back in this fight.
They have to get on hill here pretty soon, though. 40 seconds are left. Zeusy getting taken down in orange pipes. Little Gators trying to figure out where the attack is going to be coming from next. Here's a call out. Sees a couple in back red. Both players are very, very weak. They're dropped very low, but they can't finish him off.
3-2, and that clock has dwindled away like a boa constrictor, sucking the life out of Legion Gaming. And with 3 on the respawn screen for 10 seconds, 10 seconds left in this one, that is all but over. Usubeni going to play Team Slayer the rest of the way and likely take it.
3, 2, and 1. And just when things were looking good for Legion Gaming, the curtain closes, the black screen shows up, and Usubeni take game number 3, and they also take the series.
Man, what a dominant performance. That was, we talked about how at the start of the day, a little bit of a gap between the 2 teams we were witnessing in the first round that we got to cast together. This was about as evenly matched as you could ask for as a Halo fan, and it looked about the same as that opening round that we witnessed. So big ups to Usubeni. They really showed why they are one of the greatest threats to not only take down Shopify, but maybe claim themselves a championship.
Big shout out to Acid. KDA showing 11, 27-20 with 12 assists. I mean,
wow.
Huge props to Acid. He was definitely one of the top stars to watch in that series, for me at least. But as we get ready to go into our next match, Mikowski, any final thoughts on that game?
I just want to lean back into the comments we made about Acid and how he was fighting to get into that top 8 threshold, and now he's on a team where he could find his way into the grand final. So I love to watch players climb the ladder. That's one of the reasons I love watching LVT. You get to see who's next up or dominating in the present moment, and Acid is on notice. He has put the entire Halo world on notice. I'm sure there's people who thought, wow, Yaxon and Piggy not running it back with Luminosity. They're instead going to pick up Breaking Shot and Acid. 2 relative, not necessarily unknowns, but maybe below the threshold of the placements that we've mentioned from other players. But hey, man, just like Frosty and Royal 2 saw something in Last Shot and Cycle. Sometimes you go through the haystack and you find the needle, and maybe that's what we're seeing here. As we will descend to our next break. When we come back in about 5-10 minutes, we got more Halo on the other side.
Double kill. Double kill. Incoming. Incoming. Double kill. Enemy has the ball. Triple kill. Snipe. Double kill. Killing frenzy. Double kill. Double kill. Reversal. Perfect. Killing spree. 5 minutes remaining. Double kill. Double kill. Reversal. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill.
everyone, and welcome back to the DSA Open Series #1. We'll be doing 3 of these throughout year 5 of Halo Infinite, giving away AMD graphics cards all throughout. And again, we want to just give a huge shout out to the DSA group. They have been the men and women behind the scenes holding Halo together and lifting it up. And now they're hosting their own tournament. And you can see here, everyone who competes in these tournaments, which are open to compete in, is going to take a graphics card home, an AMD graphics card at that. So if you want to get involved, sign up for the next one and enjoy the rest of the show for now, because we've got Usu Benny versus Inconceivable. This is about to be a dogfight.
It will be brutal, it will be violent, and I hope it's going to be extremely close as these two teams fight tooth and nail for dominance in game #1. Going to King of the Hill vacancy for our first game of the series, and very complicated map, very new map, but I think the teams are starting to figure this one out very quickly.
Oh, wow, look at the 3 push down the right side of the map, and that works out in favor of Piggy as he takes down Suppressed, and the 3 push from Usu Benny turns into 3 down for Inconceivable. Usu Benny wins the opening break.
Taking a look at this Inconceivable squad, y'all might notice a random Shopify member in the form of Cycle is going to be on this team for this tournament. Very excited to see how they do together as a squad, but for right now, Usu Benny dominance so far in the kill feed.
Yeah, and that's sort of the, right, you can, okay, Cycle, world champion, MVP, but how does he fit into this roster? How does the composition work out for him? So just because you might think the power rankings lean into Inconceivable a little bit more, Usu Benny have had more time together, and they're putting more time on the board because of it.
More time and more work. Piggy getting cleaned up in bottom mid by both Cycle and Falcated. And that will be brief kill hold. Yaskin taking out Sab. Just a big fight for this jail red tower side of the map. Definitely one of the power positions in vacancy.
Falcated, with the help of Cycle, takes down Acid. He's been running hot all throughout the day. A pretty good start once again, though, at 3-3-2. Breaking shot, 1v1 with Suppressed, but he uses the curb slide tech to get out of dodge, play to live another day, and he grabs the big brother and now is setting up. Oh, I thought maybe a 2v1. There's the 2v1. There's the bait and switch. It came in a little late, but it comes in nonetheless. His breaking shot will go down.
Late, but definitely successful. As Usu Benny go down just for a moment, but look at this flank from Acid. A triple kill for the Mexican dog, and he will take them down, and he is going to get on top of the hill. And I think this is going to be an Usu Benny hill unless Suppress has something to say. No, he doesn't. He gets taken down.
Oh, great job by Acid. Offensive shots to earn the assist, defensive posturing to defend his throne as Usu Benny come out on top 1-0.
1-0. Usu Benny still using some of that momentum from the previous game in the semifinal match. 2 players in blue. Acid taking down Cycle. The world champion goes down. And Suppressed trading one back. But Falcated making a big push. Can't not beat him. Breaking shot goes down.
Falcated and Yaxon, the last 2 Spartans standing on the map as Falcated and Yaxon will meet. Yaxon had a little bit lower HP as Falcated easily cleans up with the 2-tap now. Anticipating a flank, but he hasn't spotted it out just yet. Going to pick up a carbine. Cross map shots at a high rate of fire. Takes down breaking shot off the rack. Down to low shields though, so he's got to play his cover. And you do not want to take Yaxon on long range, especially, Acid down long range, especially when Yaxon is pushing up close with the frag.
The teamwork of Yaxon and Acid more than enough to take down that blue tower player. And so far, very quiet on this second hill. Breaking shot getting a little bit of a scuffle inside a shroud. Does get himself a double kill. Nice job by the man. Yaxkin getting taken down by Suppressed. Suppressed just being very, very patient, but finds himself in a 2v1. Can he get taken down? Yes, he does. Piggy standing strong.
Piggy, shield, keeping. Staying alive. Sab takes a frag to the thigh. He'll go down to 1 shot, no shields, and that is enough time to push him back off the map. 2-0 lead for Usu Benny, and it goes back, Revenite, to that conversation we brought up off the start. Sure, you pick up Cycle as probably the premier substitute you could ask for, but teamwork, composition, chemistry, communication all matter more in Halo, and we're seeing why now as Usu Benny go up 2-0.
You know that saying, teamwork makes the dream work, and Usu Benny goes up 2-0 in this game #1. And Acid already top gunning the entire lobby. 12-5. Acid showing why he is the Mexican powerhouse. but he doesn't win that 1v1 duel against Cycle. Cannot quite beat the world champion that time around, but still putting in the work for his team.
Shock rifle on the map, and this is an important utility to have in your hands. Shock rifle really shines in close proximity, as that's about all the options you got here on this map. Very tight quarters. This breaking shot earns the double kill. Sab cleans him up with a back smack. The rare double-double on your screen. I don't know if I've seen that before. As 3 go down once again, suppressed and taking a 1v1, and they'll ultimately trade out. All 4 go down on each side. But it's all but over on hill number 3. Usubeni, he just a couple more seconds. Cycle is in the hill, though, so Usubeni going to have to earn the final 2.
Inconceivable off to a slow start against Usubeni 4 now, but Suppress getting a perfect 5 on Piggy off screen. Will also likely stay alive. Acid, unfortunately, couldn't take him down. Suppress finishing that off, and 3 go down for Usubeni. And Inconceivable still getting some valuable hill time.
This is exactly what they needed. They can afford to go down 3-0 in the sense that there's still 3+ minutes left on the map, but that's a reverse sweep, and that's tough to do in King of the Hill. That's Suppressed. Works his way into the blue hill. Great shots. Cleans up on Yaxon, but Usubeni clean up on the hill, so just as it looked like Inconceivable was going to bring this back, and what a swing that is. A +3 outcome for Usubeni when it could have been a 1-point game.
Could have been very close to a 1-point game, but Yaxon, just like you said, giving his life to make sure that Usubeni got that 3rd hill. And now the clock is on, the pressure is on for Inconceivable to make this a close game, or as close of a game as they can. 3 minutes on the dot is how much time that they have to work with. Very doable for this Inconceivable squad.
Tap stuck in a corner. Breaking shot goes down as well. Again, another 1v1 on the map. Jackson versus Falcated, and they trade out. We've seen that routinely all throughout. Still 3 down and on the respawn screen, and that's going to open up time and space for Piggy to claim the hill once again.
Piggy getting a lot of pressure, though, from Inconceivable as they flood inside of Tower. And this is going to be coming down to this big red fight. Usubeni staying alive. The trades are coming through, though. But what's going to come of this Slayer match? We're still playing King of the Hill, technically.
And it feels like a Slayer with what we've seen on the side of Usubeni. Acid with the high count of 15, but his duo breaking shot is right there behind him. Yaxon not too far behind, and Acid also has 10 assists, and so too does Acid. So the teamwork, again, going back to that conversation about having a substitute, regardless of how good he is, much better team shots, much better teamwork for Usubeni. That's why they're so dominant here in game number 1.
Acid staying alive, trying to get his shields back. Unfortunately, not allowed to do so, as Inconceivable still have yet to put in any real pressure on this hill. Usubeni have played the Slayer game of this strategy very, very well. We are down to a little less than 2 minutes left for them to get 2 or 3 hills, and they need 3 just to tie up the game.
Yeah, and this is still 2 minutes left in the match, but this is where it starts to get to that point in the game where the clock is like a 5th teammate for Usubeni as Yaxon comes down from the sky, beats down Cycle, and a little bit of extra measure. Some fisticuffs, a little bit of a bag. Yaxon's known for that, though. He's the antagonizer. He's going to get in your head, and the next time up off a spawn, Yaxon's going to try to use that to his advantage when he goes up against Cycle.
You may be a world champion, but that does not excuse you from receiving some very sportsmanlike conduct typical of the pro Halo community, getting some bags, getting some smacks, things like that. A double kill for Suppress. Maybe they'll be able to touch the hill, and they do. They decide to all flood the hill, try to get as many bodies on the hill as they can, but the spawners from Usubeni are putting on the pressure already.
Yeah, this is turning into an oddball-like scenario where you've got to play 3v4 in the sense that you've got to have one member in the hill if you're Inconceivable. You cannot afford to let that clock drop down anymore. And Yaxon, you thought he maybe had something out for Cycle. Everybody can get it. Sab too.
Enemy team took the hill.
Yaxon feeling very, very strong. Very proud of his Usubeni squad, letting everybody know just how outclassed he believes that they are in this game. As Breaking Shot trying to win that fight against Suppress, he doesn't win it. So Cycle turns around and offers his back for just a second, but does get the cleanup, but that will mean he gets cleaned up in return. So trusting your teammates is great, but you have to win those ones.
Yeah, and Acid's playing this really smart right here. He has the hill for free, but with 45 seconds left, up by 2. He's going to make sure that that clock continues to dwindle away. Lit up in neutral gray as Usubeni does get back in the hill, but I imagine that was just breaking shot passing through.
That's it. 22 and 15, tied with breaking shot, who just has 1 death but less assists. Usubeni just playing so well together as a team. 30 seconds are left, and this is definitely a very difficult hill to take in bottom mid.
Enemy team took the hill.
Yeah, this is going to be very tough for it's an inconceivable comeback, you can call it that, because there's just not much stacking up in their favor. And now Usubeni they haven't cranked down fully into a defensive measure, but they are slowing down the pace of play, taking what the game gives them. This breaking shot will go down. 3 go down for Usubeni, but again, with 23 seconds left on the clock, this is going to be very tough. You have to maintain hill possession, and you have to prevent this next push off a spawn for Usubeni. But it does look like they might bring it to within 1 with 23 seconds left. But just like was the case with 1 minute left, you have to maintain hill possession to keep that clock stopped at 23.
Looks like with that full team wipe, they will get this hill, but 23 seconds to get on top of the next hill. They cannot
Ready.
get stalled out by Usubeni at all if they want to have a chance. The clock is ticking right now, and they get on the hill. 19 seconds left in the game.
This would be a comeback for the ages, as Inconceivable have made it a game, and Inconceivable have wiped the floor for Usubeni, so they're going to 2 for 1 this in the sense that they're going to gain 10 seconds, and they're going to make sure that crucial time doesn't click down off the clock. 19 seconds left, 50% on the board. Inconceivable have a chance.
Cycle staying alive inside of towers is a very powerful position, especially when the hill is in the middle of the map. But Yaxin and Acid might get cleaned up inside the back red. If Falcon can hit this shot, but Yaxin playing in corner, he gets it. Triple kill and a killing spree, but he gets traded out. But this hill is almost done. But 11 seconds are left, 10 seconds are left, and Usubeni are not touching the hill at all. Piggy has to, just to survive. But 7 seconds are clocking down. 5 seconds are left. They need to get on hill right now. But Usubeni holds strong. An unbelievable defense from Usubeni, winning game 1.
Oh my goodness. I did not expect that we would have seen such a close match after Usubeni went up 3-0 with less than 2.5 left on the clock. There was not enough ultimately for Inconceivable, but they did about everything that they could with the time left. About 99.5 optimal efficiency. They needed 100, but that does set themselves up for a much better showing. I think for that one, you just gain yourself some confidence points with those final 2 hills.
A huge amount of confidence. I mean, Inconceivable almost made the dream comeback come true in those final moments of King of the Hill, but as we take a look at the scoreboards here, very, very close for both teams. Acid, again, putting down the damage for Usubeni, making sure that they did not go down in game number 1. But game number 2 is going to be Slayer, and this one is going to be lights out Halo in the next game.
Falcated here, gets the triple, but Yaxin afforded him. Look at this. The extra 2 seconds that Yaxin afforded himself right there with that strafe into the wall, not only was the 2 seconds that ultimately Inconceivable needed, but it was the 2 seconds that his team needed to clean up on Falcated. So really well played there from Yaxin. It just goes to show sometimes the best play you can make is just staying alive. Even if you ultimately go down, staying alive an extra second at this high level of competition, that's the difference.
It really is, and major props to Usubeni. You know, they didn't let those last 2 hills that Inconceivable captured get to them. They iced up, they clutched up, and they move up 1 game in the series so far. Solitude is going to be your map for game number 2. It's Slayer, 50 kills to win. And if you're Inconceivable, this is one of those games where you have to win to keep the series at least close.
All right, here we go. Hopping on board here with Yaxin off the start as he takes high ground positioning now, looks to reroute with his teammate Acid as he works through the bottom portion of the map. Tricky slay here on Falcated, but he ultimately gets it.
And now the fight for Camo can begin. Suppress and Sab trying to stay alive. The breaking shot taking down Suppress means Sab is going to have to retreat, but a grenade comes flying in from Cycle. But it will not matter because Camo gets burned by breaking shot as a great play from Inconceivable to make sure that Camo is not going to be in the pockets of Usubeni.
Falcated pushing in off the trucks. Got some support here, but up to add a little bit of no man's land. Going to rotate it to the hotel instead to have a little bit more cover and a little bit more team support. You can see the 3 push coming through into the cafe. as multiple players fall in the feed. Breaking shot goes down to one shot, but he takes down Cycle instead, and it's a +1 net outcome for Usu Benny.
Suppressed, forced to retreat, forced to flee, as multiple members of Usu Benny looking to try and clean him up. There's going to be a big fight down in pit, but Jackson wins it with the repulse, sending that player flying, but Cycle cleans him up very quickly. But Breaking Shot not getting the melee. He will get that one. He gains the other one as well. A nice double kill trade, 10-10.
Now Breaking Shot looks like he was in the boxing ring there, as he earns the double kill with no hope and no shield. Still turns it into, again, a +1 net outcome. Tied here, 12-12 as Breaking Shot works through to the loop. Back wall spawns here for Inconceivable, and they're not going to wait. They're going to push off of that. Sab with the opening break strike to push through.
Biggie getting a trade, making sure the rest of his team stays alive over in Cafe. But this big fight on truck, not going to go the way of Sab. Sab gets taken down, and Cycle found by Acid in back C, goes all the way up to the top of this tower, and he's looking to assert some dominance across the middle of the map, as Usu Benny are just waiting for the spawners of Inconceivable to come back.
Breaking Shot takes one extra shot before pushing into the base, and that one extra shot was what allowed Suppress to win that, stay alive, but he did a good job taking him down to 1 HP, and now Jackson takes down another with the melee. Really strong close proximity gameplay here for Usu Benny. See another trade come through in the feed, and the lead starting to grow for the blue team.
Acid looking to try and chase down Sab, but he gets a little help from Suppress, who's instead going to send Acid to the grave. Falcated takes down Breaking Shot. This could be a camel grab for Inconceivable. Major plays for Inconceivable as they look to try to break through this defense from Usu Benny.
Yeah, and you can see the intel grenades coming out from Usu Benny. They know that Falcated had picked up the camo, but he plays patiently, avoids that fragmentation damage, and picks up the triple kill. And not only brings Inconceivable right back, but now they're up by 3.
And he's not done yet. He's on a mission. Finds Jackson in the middle of the yard. Also Acid there to help, but 2 go down for Inconceivable as Usu Benny shout back.
Wow, that was great defense there inside of the yard for Usu Benny. They were down in the shield count, but still come out on top, and Acid still maintaining his life. And despite the 3-kill lead after the triple kill from Falcated, Usu Benny have tied it back up.
24-24. That's the score. 25-25. As soon as one kill goes down, the other gets traded, and that's been the name of the game so far. Breaking Shot getting cleaned up, but Jackson immediately trades one out, and then Suppress gets a kill on Jackson. 27-26, 28. Great shots from Suppress, taking down Acid, who was flying at him.
Difficult angle there for Suppress, looking up at the sky, at the ceiling at the very least here on Solitude, and he earns the headshot, earns the opportunity to fight once again with 5 more shots. Now just 4 after the headshot connects onto Acid, and now he's looking to collapse on these spawns.
Looking to collapse, looking to get one more shot with the shock rifle. Doesn't quite connect. Piggy and Breaking Shot clean him up. 29-30. Usu Benny down by 1. But not going to be for much longer if this game's pace is any indication.
Piggy, one last shot in that shock rifle. This is its mark. 31-29. It's still a very close game. Bait and switch comes through. Oh my God. Perfect execution. Both players hanging their life out on the line. They got each other's back. That was a perfectly executed bait and switch. And again, it lends itself towards the extra 1% of teamwork that we believe Usu Benny has in their back pocket.
Inconceivable may have some star power with a world champion Cycle in their ranks, playing with them this tournament. But it is Usu Benny who are taking the lead now, 36-31 with that kill from Piggy. Sab comes flying into LR, but doesn't beat down Acid. Acid gonna stand up tall, and Breaking Shot has the camo.
That really goes to show the confidence that Acid is playing with, and I feel like we've been saying that all day, but up by 5, you can play for the trade right there. You could play holding forward that left stick and eat the melee, net trade, but he is so confident in his gunplay that he just goes for the outright slay, and he gets it.
Very confident, Acid. We've been very impressed with him so far this tournament. But Breaking Shot with a great opportunity. Unfortunately, none able to capitalize on any of it. So many members from Inconceivable drop down low in yard, but Sab is the only one who dies for it, as Usu Benny just couldn't quite capitalize on that possible 3 or 3K.
36-41 now. What was once a tie game heading into the 30s Starting to see Usubeni run away with it right here. As breaking shot. Now just a 1 team wipe game. Back to 5 though, so inconceivable. Very important that they keep it within 1 possession. 1 team wipe here. They can, in 1 fell swoop, get back in this fight, but they're going to have to play perfect Halo to tie it back up.
7 kills is all that's needed for Usubeni to send us into a game 3 with a 2-0 score in their favor. But for now, Inconceivable slowing things down a little bit, but a big fight inside of Silo ends up with breaking shot falling and Suppress staying alive. The rest of his team giving him cover so that he can get his shields back. 3 kills, that's the difference. Acid spotted inside of the top tower, gets taken down by Suppress as well. But here's the shock rifle, and Yaxin takes him down. Falcated, jiggling, juking, diving, and he will also take down Yaxin.
You don't have to take 1 big bite out of the elephant. Sometimes you just got to get it 1 by 1, and now 2 by 2 as Falcated earns the double kill. It's just a 1 kill game as the push is coming through on the top side of Shock Rifle. Sab has the high ground support, has the shot to clean up on Acid, and in the end game, we're tied. 45 all.
45 all, and then instantly 45-6. Now 46 to 46, 47 to 46. This game is so close, they have to play perfectly. Falcated playing a little aggressively, finds Acid in LR, but gets taken down in a loop. 49 to 46, 1 more is left. They know where they are. They're pulling the trigger, they're flooding, but here comes a buddy spawn, but Suppress will be the last to fall, and Yaxin gets the final blow.
Wow. I really feel like we're seeing the breaking shot that we anticipated when he had that just feverish start in his Halo career. He was one of the top up-and-coming amateurs at the time, and now he's earned himself a place amongst the pro ranks, and he's earning his keep. 15 slays in that one, the top performer in the lobby, and that was a big game to have, a big game, because that got really close at the end, and that's something I'm noticing so far throughout this series. If you look at the final score, it's so close. 1 hill in game 1, 4 kills, just 1 team wipe in game 2, but it really feels like Usubeni have had more control than that. So while Inconceivable have had some nice stretch finishes, they haven't afforded themselves enough of a good start or mid-game neutral performance to ultimately take a game. I'm looking to see if they can start a little bit harder here in game 3 and give themselves the opportunity they need, because they're playing so well at the end. They're just a little too far out of it at that time.
Just a little bit, but honestly, still a very close series from both of these two teams. Honestly, it could be 2-0 in Inconceivable's side had things just gone a little bit differently for them. But as we go to game number 3, Inconceivable need to clean up some of these fights. They need to clean up some of these kills, you know, and that could be the difference that they need in order to take this game to a game 4. But Usubeni playing so well. It's the second time we've seen him so far today on stream, and they are definitely firing on all cylinders today.
Yeah, and in the mid game, it was Inconceivable performing better than Usubeni. Now let's see how they get off to on this start. They can gain some map control. Don't necessarily need to score a flag, but just to start putting some pressure on Usubeni, and that's not going to be the case. Like we've seen throughout the series, the opening break goes to Usubeni.
Usubeni with Acid and Yaxin leading the charge. Suppress getting sandwiched by both Yaxin and Piggy teammates. Former top 3 players on Team Envy. As 3 go down for Inconceivable, Acid with this camo looking to stop people from overextending. Finds Falcated, who's just sprinting across the map, gets cleaned up, and this will be a first cap for Usubeni.
Man, Acid has been just so impressive. Already off to a great start, like we've seen throughout not just the series, but the day. He hasn't died yet. He's working up a killing spree, and he's already afforded Usubeni the hot start that they've had all throughout, once again forcing Inconceivable to come from behind.
And that's kind of been the story of the series, right? They've been just so close, but still too far away. As Sab gets a touch on flag, but instantly backed down by Acid, who's just been a thorn in the side, and not only Inconceivable as 4 go down, but he's been a big standout player for the both of us so far this tournament.
Yeah, I like the way he played his process there. He threw that grenade out not to finish off his opponent, but to prevent a bait and switch push there from the clamber position, and then slid out and knew that he's good for 1. Gets the cleanup. But Usubeni, though, after that nice play from Acid, do go 4 down, so now it's Inconceivable's turn to strike next.
Acid and Yaxin spawning together inside of red base, getting the rest of their team to spawn with them. But this gen push is going to be pretty big, but Yaxin, unfortunately, goes down. but the grenades come flying in, going to stall the push just for a little bit. As Breaking Shot takes down Sab, gets traded out, but Acid getting the kill might stall this flagpole in the middle of the map.
Oh yeah, it definitely will. And yeah, it's just one slay from Acid, and he goes down shortly after, but it's the one slay that stops this flag run at about the 50-yard line as Sab looks to prevent the reset. He has taken a lot of damage, though. That's going to push him back and up, but Breaking Shot with the chase nade cleans him up.
And Breaking Shot trusting his teammate to get that kill. Does not get it, though. Has to turn around and look because the flag's being touched by Falcated. Move now towards the bottom mid. But it's going to get stalled out here once again as Inconceivable just trying to fight for this camo. They're dying for it, but the Piggy, he's in the wings.
And it just really feels like Inconceivable are trying to muscle their way through these flag runs, whereas Usubeni have a little bit better setup. It's almost like they're calling plays, and they probably are as a team of four that's went through bot review. They've went through opening strats, combative strats, counter strats. They seem to have the playbook that Inconceivable does not.
Falcated getting a nice stop in bottom mid, though. Finds Breaking Shot as well, takes him down, delivers to him a head full of brass, but suppressed. Trying to get the flag moving across the map will get taken down instead as the spawners for Usubeni in P2 were more than enough to stop this attack. And as the rest of them flood into Gen, this attack has stalled, collapsed, and perhaps been finalized and put to death.
Yeah, and Inconceivable have had more pressure throughout this one. You've seen Acid routinely playing on his side of the map, playing defense, but he's playing it so well, like a safety, watching over the top of the map. As Inconceivable will go 3 down, so too will Usubeni. Usubeni actually get wiped, and if Falcon can turn the corner, no, instead he's going to call for his teammate to grab that flag because of the shield situation, and it seems like Inconceivable are starting to put it together.
Nice play by Falcated, actually, baiting out Cycle, I believe, with not Cycle, I'm sorry, breaking out Usubeni with that ledge play. He thought he was just going to go towards bottom car, but instead he uses the grapple animation to get back up, and as he's switching weapons, takes him down as well, opening up the map, getting this flagpole. But now it is Usubeni who are going to be on the attack. Sab trying to stay alive in bottom mid won't be so for long.
Oh, wow. Surprised to see Yaxon go for that flag. I think it was the right play, though, still, because Piggy had the attention at P1. A great pickup, though, by Inconceivable to make sure Yaxon doesn't turn the corner. Turning that corner is almost like turning the corner on long haul in the pit. It's a very good win condition for your squad, and they stop it right at that mark. Piggy, though, gets right back on the mark and is running it towards all 3 of his teammates, so he's got the support to score again.
The support and the kills are coming in as well in the feed as Piggy gets himself 2, but has to fight for this 3rd one. Will stay alive with Acid coming in clutch, and the 2 of them working together are going to move this flag across the bottom of car side all the way into their Gen, but suppressed with a cheeky jump from Fridge takes down Acid, but it's not going to matter because this flag is capped.
Yeah, Inconceivable do get on the board to tie it up at 1 in the early goings, but Usubeni counter back to reclaim that 1-point lead as Sap working his way through on the P side. It's into the base of Usubeni. Breaky shot. Ooh, 5 perfect shots. Oh, add 1 for good measure. Takes down Acid, the hot shot throughout the tournament so far today. And Sab has a clear path to get around the corner, and he does.
And with Falcated having this camo as well, a very dangerous player on the map. It gets traded out by Piggy. Great job by Piggy, taking down the high-value target. But Yaxon flying across the map, getting into this Gen. Has to stay alive. He doesn't. Cycle takes him down, and it's tied 2-2.
Now here we go. We're starting to see Inconceivable match the energy of Usubeni. Counter to counter, 2-2 at the halfway mark.
Cycle being very cheeky, staying alive with thrust. Breaking shot going down for Usubeni. All of them trying to stay alive inside a Gen, but the grenades are coming in. Piggy gets taken down by 1, and the flag has been pulled, the flag has been moved. And here comes Inconceivable once again. Cycle trying to stay alive inside of Gen in a 1v1 with Yaxon. Takes him down. Piggy is the first spawner.
Broken ankles with the use of the thrust. Now Piggy is going to get across to the other side of the map, but the counter cap turns into a double cap, and now Inconceivable are the ones on top. And this is exactly what we put as far as their marching orders, and they're going for the trip cap. Sab does get it out in the courtyard, but the pressure has been relentless from Inconceivable so far. At this point in the last 2 games, they've been having to play from behind, but now they have the lead.
Have the lead and some confidence to play with. Breaking shot trying to stay alive inside of car 3. going to drop down towards bottom mid, and Car 1 still staying alive. Acid there to protect him as well. And here comes Breaking Shot. I wasn't done with you yet. Takes down Suppress inside of Gen. But the flag does get returned, and the attack is still strong for Usubeni. I think they're going to get ready for another cap here. But the melee whip from Acid. Acid trying to stay alive, and Gen doing very, very well. But here comes Sab. Can Sab take him down? No, he doesn't. Acid still alive. 15 and 12 right now.
My God, Acid. Should be staring at the respawn screen right now, but instead, he's pushing up on the midway portion of the map. Works his way back to mid because Camo's up. Now he's going to extend out that line of scrimmage, open up more space for his teammates to acquire the camo. He does go down. Oh, but nobody's able to take advantage of that push. And now if Piggy goes for camo, I expect him to take some shots doing it, but no, wow, actually enough attention on Acid. So much so that Piggy gets the delayed camo grab, and now he's put it to work.
Piggy, 10 assists, tied with the rest of his team. So many assists on Usubeni, as everybody's just cleaning up the damage from each other. Everyone's making sure that no member of Inconceivable lives for free. And Piggy putting the moves on Sab, can't find him. They will grab the flag, but can they make anything happen with this flag? It will be Piggy who decides to touch it just a little bit, thinking about doing it himself.
Oh, I love that play there. Drops the flag down low, goes up top, and Sab was anticipating that Piggy was still low next to the flag, and because he has camo, he has a little bit of added utility value to stay alive, and right now they have no idea where he is. Yaxon thinks he does. Some chase grenades, chase shots going out, and they finally take down Piggy. That's a huge slay from Suppressed.
Couldn't get the trade either, so a big play for Inconceivable to maintain their lead. Playing defense just a little bit because Usubeni is continuing to be very, very aggressive. Finally get pushed to their side of the map, and it will be Falcated with the green gun, trying to make something happen inside their base. Takes down Acid with one. Is there another? No, there isn't.
And for the first time all day, we've seen Acid routinely on the respawn screen over what feels like the past 3 minutes, and shutting down the best performer for Usubeni has been a recipe for success for Inconceivable as they're up by 1 with less than 3 left.
2 minutes and 50 seconds and counting. All the time that we have left. Piggy finds himself on Shroom Stairs in a 1v1 duel. Can't beat Sab though. Sab the kill leader in the match so far with 23 kills, 8 assists, and 16 deaths.
Sab, typical fight. Acid getting back into it though. Stays alive. Pushing into the base, recharging his shields. He's up to full. Falcated, hiding in a corner. Oh, and he's the aggressor in that one. Despite what looked like Acid taking it to Falcated, Falcated takes it to him instead.
And Breaking Shot getting cleaned up by Falcated as well. Falcated being the supporting player that Inconceivable needs in order to be able to hold this defense. But Yaxon trying to get a flag grab, but a nice job by Suppress on the respawn to take him down. But Camo's up in 2 seconds. Now it's up. Which team is going to grab it?
A very important factor in the remaining 2 minutes left in this one. Suppressed, no care for the camo though. He just wants to continue to add more slays to his team kill count.
Oh
as
man,
3-4 go down for Usubeni, and with a 2-point lead with less than 2 to go, this could be a massive leap forward for Inconceivable.
but nobody saw Acid moving on the wings. Falcated instead decides to do it himself, trying to make the true steps. He doesn't, because Acid, that player that I called out earlier, made it to yellow table and took him down. Sab trying to stay alive as there are multiple members inside of Gen who are weak, but he can't get the trades. They get taken down instead, but now they're forced to run away as neither of them have any shields to be able to fight this. But with Picky coming up in the wings, they might be able to stall out this flag with so many grenades, so much damage. And the flag gets grabbed.
This could do it. Oh, and they get it. Inconceivable will make it a 2-score game with 60 seconds left and with 3 on the respawn screen, granted for both. But that trade outcome is a net positive for Inconceivable as they'll take the 2-score lead into the final minute.
Yaxon winning that trade inside of Carr, but is it going to be enough? 50 seconds are left. They need 2 caps in order to tie up this game and send us to overtime. Have Inconceivable done more than enough or done just enough to make sure that does not happen? The flag gets pulled, the flag gets taken out, and Piggy with a triple kill, going to move things forward for his team, and it might be a positive fashion for Usubeni.
Piggy with the triple. He's going to work his way into the back of the opponent's base because he's setting up for the double cap, the much needed double cap, as it's just a 1-score game. 30, now 20 seconds left, and they are setting up for the double cap. Only one player is down for Usubeni. Oh, and if Piggy can clean up the third, That would be 3 down. Oh, he thought he killed Falcated. He turned to keep running, but the shot did not connect.
I've been a victim of that myself. And unfortunately for Usubeni, Piggy's a victim of it too. This flag gets stalled out. And that will be the game. We do get a game 4 in this series, but it's going to be at the cost of Usubeni losing their 3-0 sweep dream.
I think taking a lead into the mid game was the key here for Inconceivable. Is we saw some nice highlights here from Usubeni, and in the end, Piggy had the play call. Piggy had the setup. They just didn't have the slays. Right here, that's a little bit of an overextended flag grab, but in this situation, it's the only option he had. So a great job to Inconceivable. That was a chess match there, and they put Usubeni, at least for one game, on checkmate.
I love to see it, you know, especially in this stage of the tournament. I love to see Inconceivable finally get themselves a game in this series. Looking at the scoreboard, you know, Cycle always being a supporting player, we don't worry about that, right? But looking at Usubeni, every single one of them, 20 or more kills. And it did not matter because Inconceivable were able to get it done.
Yeah, that's a good point. Quick math, and now granted it was probably just a 2-3 slay advantage, but that's always a good sign for your teamwork and the efficiency in these objective game modes where you can get outslayed and still come out on top. And that's exactly what we saw there from Inconceivable, as they have made this a series. And yeah, highlight Falcated Callus. We've been around each other so much, we're on the same page. I was going to ask you to highlight him, but you already went there. 72% accuracy. Shooting like snipe down in 07.
I mean, we saw Falcated plenty of times during that game, making things work for Inconceivable, keeping them in the running, and it pays off massively for the squad as Inconceivable get themselves a game to bring us to a game 4 on Oddball Recharge. So, Recharge, we have the shock rifle, we have the camouflage, and we have 8 fantastic players looking to either keep the dream alive if you're Inconceivable for a game 5, or if you're Usubeni getting into that winner's finals.
Yeah, I was just going to say a trip to the winter final is on the line, and Oddball is going to be a tough stretch, I would argue, for Inconceivable. This is a very setup-oriented game mode. This is a very who's got the better play calls, who's got the better counters, who's got more time in with each other, and that's certainly Usubeni, as we have Cycle subbing in for Penguin today for Inconceivable. But hey, at the same time, 3 of those 4 players have gone through Vaudeville, have gone through situations and what they'd like to do and see and say. So despite having a little bit of an edge, does Usubeni in game number 4, what we saw at Inconceivable, their ability to adjust on the fly, bodes well for the chances to send this to a game 5.
I don't know about you, but I love me some game 5s, and I would love to see it. However, Usubeni definitely want to make sure that they secure their winner's final run in as easy of a fashion as they can. I don't think they want to have another game 5 match, sorry, not another one, but another Slayer against this Inconceivable squad, especially since the last one was extremely close. So I'm looking to see Usubeni clean things up in Recharge. Not that anything was really bad with their play, you know, just a couple of unlucky timings that really just kind of hurt them, you know, put the nail in the coffin and put them on the back foot most of that game 3.
All right, here we go. An Oddball on Recharge, as Inconceivable are looking to do the Inconceivable in Halo, and that's reverse sweep, especially against such a phenomenal team in Usubeni. But they've got the guys. If you'll recall, Falcated back in year 1, I want to say, maybe even year 2, set the land kill count record on Oddball Recharge with 56 slays. Does he have a repeat performance in mind? We're about to find out. Here we go.
Falcated, we're going to be on his POV. He gets 1. Can he get 2? Acid in top white, forced to retreat. Will retreat for his life, but Falcated already grabbing the ball and moving it towards red pipes. And then we get a few seconds hold for Inconceivable as Usubeni get a couple of nice respawns inside of A, but a quick trade means that this attack is not going to come through just yet.
Yeah, the Inconceivable does spawn on A, but Falcated does a great job to rotate that Oddball back into gold and secure 18 seconds off the start. He still has it in his hands despite Usubeni winning the fight at the Whirlpool from red to blue, but it's more scoring for the red team. They're going to cross the 30-second threshold with the snipe in their hands. This is the start to a match we've been waiting for.
You said it, Mikowski. This is a setup-oriented map, and so far, Inconceivable have a very good setup, especially if Falcated continues to hit those shots. Couldn't quite get the second one, but before he goes down, he was 4-0. Now 4-1.
And yeah, not only to have the most slays, the least deaths, but the most ball time by a considerable margin. I mean, Falcated is playing at the highest level he could. Oh, Plasma Pistol Goo. Melee combo there for Breaking Shot. Easy slay for him. Does get taken down shortly after, but despite that, it's another well-timed rotation from Falcated now into the hands of Cycle. And he's got options. There at the sneaky in the long haul, he can take it back to gold or rotate it to C. For now, he's content to just stack up more time. 50 seconds on the board to just 10 for Usubeni.
50 very quick seconds as well. They've had very good ball control so far this entire game. Yaxen getting taken down by Suppress, but 3 go down for Usubeni. And as we see where Breaking Shot is, he's in sneaky, but he's about to get collapsed on by 2 members of Inconceivable. Gets cleaned up by none other than Falcated.
And this is the name of the game for Inconceivable, against a team who's had a little bit more time in with each other. Get more time in the series and start to figure out what each other wants to do against such high-level competition. This is one of my favorite things to witness. These are Halo players who are learning, adapting, and improving on the fly. So it's like jumping out of an airplane without a parachute, but Inconceivable. They got the materials to build it on the way down, and it's exactly what they're doing.
Breaking Shot making some moves with the Shroud as well, trying to give Yaxen some cover. But Yaxen goes down anyways, regardless of the help that he could get, and Suppress taking them down as well. This ball is still in pit over towards C Plat, but as 2 get traded out immediately by Usubeni, they can't quite touch the ball just yet. They have to win this fight inside of White Tower.
Oh, and they win it cleanly. I figured we'd see one of the 2 fall. More likely to be Cycle than Suppress, since he had full shields, but it's a +2 net outcome. And with 55 seconds to your name and advantage, Inconceivable are for the first time in this series, in the early game, in the driver's seat.
Falcated again, off the rack, perfect headshot with the shock rifle. Does get cleaned up by Breaking Shot with a couple of grenades, but Falcated doing very, very well in this game number 4. Breaking Shot trying to pass the ball to his teammate who's going to go ahead and grab it, but Sab getting a double kill with the plasma pistol, and Breaking Shot decides, I'm just going to waste this shock rifle.
Woo! Oh, he takes down 1 before he goes down. I like the oddball toss there from Breaking Shot. Clear communication, clearly, towards Piggy, who was looking out towards the seaside of the map. Told him he was going to throw the oddball up to him. So despite Piggy not looking at the oddball, he held onto that X button, grabbed the oddball, but Inconceivable, before we could even finish analyzing that last play, have it back in their hands. Now it's rotated back into the hands of Usubeni. 82-24. It's a pretty considerable lead, 1 minute for Inconceivable, but Usubeni now have a setup at the gold side with the potential to rotate. If they could just win the slay advantage here, they're in a good spot to come back, but the ball's going to stop for now. Clock continues to dwindle down, so too does the life force for Usubeni.
Suppress just trying to chase down Piggy, who's proving to be very, very elusive and tricky to hunt down and kill. Gets cleaned up by Cycle, so that will be a momentary 3 dead for Usubeni, and Inconceivable look to capitalize by bringing this ball over towards Hydro and Long Haul. And as the seconds dwindle down, as they clock down, 90 seconds are left. Sorry, 90 seconds for score. 5 more seconds, and Falcon looking to try to play this ball, and he does. He plays it off the map.
Yeah, you'd like to take the round win right there, but no reason to press for it. You're up so considerably, and you've, based on the eye test, it's a 60-second lead for them, but it feels even bigger than that. So I really like the cautious and conservative play there from Falcated to live to fight another day.
I mean, they can touch the ball and end the round whenever they want to. The Shroud comes out as Acid going to scoop up Camo and try to live with it. Suppress trying to find him, but will not do so, as Acid able to live with this Camo. This could be the start of a comeback for Usubeni. All they need to do is just press their advantage, but the ball gets grabbed. The ball gets grabbed, and fumble comes out as Acid's going to say, I'm going to grab it and toss it up to my teammate. But, whew, good thing that they were able to clamp down on that play.
That's another clean toss, though, from Usubeni to get the ball set up where they want it. Tough slay there in the form of Acid going down. Takes the Camo with him. And Yaxen might have just dropped it out to Sab for the win in round number 1. Not much he could have done with that opportunity, as Usubeni do bring it back. He got to 50, but For all intents and purposes, it was all inconceivable in round number 1.
It's inconceivable how they done that, you know? I'm just kidding. Very well played by Inconceivable as we break into round number 2 of this Oddball recharge map. And Sab staying alive in back Hydro will do so, but he does spot the Camel getting grabbed by Acid. Nice cleanup there. But 2 push him inside of triple stack, but Breaking Shot, he's going to take him down instead.
Breaking Shot goes down though shortly after. Suppressed. Grab that plasma pistol. Go for the noob combo. Go for the plasma goo melee combo here. He's got options. He's just waiting to see where the push comes from.
The push is coming out of glass,
what?
and the green gun is not going to be enough, unfortunately, as he doesn't get the melee trade off of that play. But Falcated getting himself a double kill, looking to try to get 3, but Yaxon shuts that down. No one's been able to grab the ball just yet. Breaking Shot trying to make a play for this shock rifle is going to get traded out by Cycle. But so far, not a single second has been put on this Oddball timer.
Yeah, the K column really tells the story for Inconceivable in this one. Really, the assists as well. We've been mentioning how Usubeni have had better teamwork, better team shots, but this series has flipped on its head. 15, 2 players with 15 on Inconceivable, 2 with 12, and everybody approaching 10 assists. That's very impressive. As Usubeni, though, have been able to take the early lead in this one. That's important in an Oddball. After losing a round 1 like that, you don't want to let it get out of control. You want to try to build some points, build some momentum, and build some confidence back up.
They are trying to, just 12 measly seconds was all the ball time that they were able to put on, but now Inconceivable finally break through enough to be able to grab this ball, and they already have that gold red pipes set up as the rest of Usubeni are forced to spawn over in Long Hall and C Plat, trying to make their way towards bottom white tower, and they do so off the break from Acid. And here comes the attack. Falcated re-challenges, trying to stay alive, gets a beatdown on 1, gets a double beatdown on Breaking Shot, who had no idea where he was, but a great play by Falcated to stay alive, forced to run away, trying to stay alive, gets chased down by Yaxon.
And Falcated now with 19 slays. High kill count here in the lobby. We know that Recharge Oddball is his game type and map combination. Ooh, Yaxon beats Piggy with a little bit of more damage than he would have liked to push through into the long haul with, but no worse for the wear as he picks that Oddball right back up. Does start to take some shots, and that all is a cause and effect of the early damage he took, but he's able to stay alive, able to call for help. Yaxon picks up the camo, and now Usubeni are set up pretty nice.
Yaxon with his camo, looking to make things happen, takes down Sab in mid, playing very, very patiently, not willing to expose himself just yet. Spot Cycle, gives himself a couple of shots, but now the push coming into Long Haul, pretty massive, but Falcated gets a crazy trade flying in like a demon on wings.
21-22. A closely contested round number 2, as round number 1 was a little bit of a runaway freight train for Inconceivable, but they do have the on-ball back in their hands. Cycle, the full rack of the shock rifle left to work with. A rare shock v shock fight there, and I'm kind of thinking to myself, did we really just see that? You hardly see 2 shock rifles take shots at each other. Unfortunately, nobody was able to connect on it as the push has come through from Usubeni. They've broken through into the back of C. Breaking shots there. I love that recognition of a low HP Falcated. Just line up center mass, take what the game gives you, and center mass melee right there. Breaking shots playing this perfectly.
Playing it perfectly, but it's still the time in favor of Inconceivable. 40 seconds to 22 in this round 2 of ball. And Breaking Shot trying to stay alive in C Plat, waiting to chase Falcated. Thought he hit that one, doesn't quite, but it gets a nice cleanup, and Piggy finishes off a kill. But here comes Usubeni, moving that ball into Hydro, and it looks like they'll be able to get a few more seconds of ball time on their own.
Yeah, they're in a prime position here to tie this game up, but if not for Breaking Shot, that's the line of scrimmage that just got snapped in half after Sab earns the back smack. They do actually bring it back to just about a tie game, though, but you have to think, had they been able to stay alive with the tower control, they would have been able to regain the lead. Instead, the ball falls back into the hands of Inconceivable.
Falcated trying to challenge Breaking Shot inside of white. Yaxon there to help him out, though. Acid taking down Sad does mean that they might have to play this ball, and they do. They toss it off the map. Don't want to give Usubeni a free hold inside of back Hydro. Suppress is trying to find this one player of Usubeni, but instead finds himself 2. A nice Usubeni sandwich gets delivered.
All the while, that clock has dwindled below 2 minutes left. We're looking at just about 90 seconds. So with a 20-second lead, Inconceivable are in a good spot. Piggy goes down. Jackson picks up another camo. We've seen that throughout this round, but they haven't been able to find not even max value out of it, just even some considerable value at that. That's the key to coming back right here with Jackson with the camo.
We're going to follow his POV. Cycle spots him for just a brief second, letting it fly with that plasma pistol. But here comes the double pinch from Usu Benny. It ends up being a trade as Cycle finally gets taken down. Jackson still with the camo sab. Gets cleaned up by Jackson. Very easy from him, and the rest of Inconceivable getting cleaned up as well.
Ooh, just 60 seconds left. Like we said, keep an eye on that clock. It's really starting to sprint to the finish, it feels like here. And Inconceivable
Double
have a
kill.
two-pronged approach. They can play for slays. They can rotate the oddball away from Usu Benny, continue to dwindle down that clock as it's stuck in neutral territory. Jackson with another oddball toss up to the top, but he's got to turn quickly on to suppress. Piggy trying to take down 2 in the tower, but he'll fall. 40 seconds left.
Usu Benny with this ball, trying to stay alive inside of yellow. It's going to stay alive for right now, but here comes the attack from Inconceivable. Can Jackson hold strong? Yes, he does. Using the grenades to stall out as much time as he can, giving his teammates enough time to get back behind him, and they do. Acid going to chase down Suppress, takes down Suppress in the wings. And Jackson moving this ball already towards A side.
Trying to rotate it away from the impending push. And oh, they don't clear the space. 2 go down for Usu Benny. And this could have just limited their chances of coming back. They're only down by 3 seconds. They don't need much, but they don't get anything. Instead, the ball falls back into the hands of Inconceivable. And I wouldn't be surprised if they take the time here, and as soon as a push comes through from Usu Benny, if it feels dangerous, they'll drop that oddball out and reset it.
How did Inconceivable manage that? I thought for sure Usu Benny were going to be able to hold the ball inside of Elevator, but 3 go down for Usu Benny. And it looks like Inconceivable are just going to play the rest of this time. 15 seconds are left, and Piggy sees the writing on the wall.
10 seconds.
We are spiraling towards a game 5, a reverse sweep comeback potentially, as Inconceivable have really put it together in the last 2 games. This felt like Usu Benny's series to win, but now it's a best of 1.
Incredible job by Inconceivable to get that reverse sweep. You know, like, the game has been close this entire time, but that oddball recharge just was not quite there for Usu Benny, unfortunately. Really struggling in that game 4, and we do get the game 5 dream that we were hoping for, and I'm glad that we got it.
I don't know if Falcon is on Metafy, but I would pay for a Metafy recharge oddball coaching session from him. 35 slays in a 13-minute match. You'll see 35 if it goes to a round 3. We didn't even get there, and it really wasn't even like the rounds 1 and 2 lasted that long. So we talked about Falcated's record-breaking 56 slays on land back in year 2. He was about on pace for it again. Wow, 9,000 damage. My God. Falcated, have yourself a game. Here we go. Game 5 is loading up. An opportunity to move on to the winter final with that winner's bracket token in your back pocket. 2 of the best teams in the world will duke it out for that opportunity right here.
Live Fire Slayer. We have the sniper back. We have camo still. And I'm sure we're going to see a lot of shots fly on this map. Game 5, everybody. I know you're all excited. First one of the stream. And we're going to start off with the man who dropped 35 in game 4, Falcated.
Let's see if Falcated can pick up where he left off. An absolute slaying demon in game number 4. His team's going to need all the slays they can get from him in game 5 as it's tied off to start. Everybody's still playing for intel, filling each other out. Cycle has the QT, but oh wow, Cycle goes back to green, gets the slay, and now gets the trade with the sticky. 3-3 off the start. It's still anybody's game.
3-3 and forced to give up on that play for camo. Usu Benny going to be able to grab that. Jackson's going to be the man who pops it into his chest. And here comes the attack from Inconceivable, trying to hunt him down inside of cuts. 3 members are trying to chase down Jackson. Jackson trying to play as carefully as he can, gets spotted out by Suppress, but is going to be able to stay alive with his camo. But man, unfortunate for Inconceivable not being able to find him.
This could be a key contributor to a Usubeni Game 5 win. We talked about how often they were able to grab the camo in Game 4, but didn't do much with it. Now, Yaxon is rewriting the history books as he's turn 2. They're going to make it 3. Sab has been hot all throughout the Games 3 and 4, but he's on the bench a little bit here off the start. 2-1. Hasn't gotten going just yet, but his team is no worse for the wear. They're actually up by 1.
Up by 1, 7-7, tied up. As soon as we start mentioning it, they tie it up instantly. And this is kind of what we saw in game number 2 as well. Every single inch that they were able to get was traded back by Usubeni, and Usubeni managed to win game number 2 in a similar style, you know? So I'm curious to see if Inconceivable are going to be able to stop them from doing what they did in game 2 and game 5.
Sab trying to set up a bait and switch with Cycle, but that implies that the push is coming through from top mid. Instead, Usubeni are located on the garage door and green side of the map. Sab does a great job recognizing that and takes down Acid rather easily. Acid has been the top performer for Usubeni throughout the day, but he's had a little bit of a tough time getting going, and we said Sab was doing just that previously, but now he's back on his mark. 3-2-1 and a 3-kill lead for Inconceivable.
Yeah, Acid, one of the top performers for Usubeni in the previous series and also in the first couple of games. He was the man dealing the most damage for his team, but struggled a little bit in game number 4. But I think he'll bounce back just fine. Camo is live. Camo is up. Both teams are trying to fight for it, but Falcade staying alive inside of A will definitely be a difficult player to dislodge from this position as he's going to make his way across the map. He's going to grab Camo and he's going to plant it.
Oh, this could be devastating for Usubeni. We've seen really no camo control for Inconceivable, and now they have the opportunity to find an opening here, and they've done just that. 17-11. This lead can continue to grow if they don't spot out and take down Falcated. And Breaking Shot was not aware. They do ultimately take Falcated out, but not before he got 2 slays and opened up the middle of the map for Sab to grab the snipe.
Sab trying to live too. Couldn't do so. Acid cleans that up. Trying to clean up the world champion as well, but Cycle proving why he is the man that he is. Staying alive. 20-15. Inconceivable up by 4.
Good job by Usubeni here to bring it back to within a manageable 4-kill game. And Piggy has 6 shots left in the snipe, lining up the pre-fire, and he anticipated the slide from Suppressed. Sends him back to the respawn screen. Another nice setup there at head level through the cuts, but misses his shot. Does get enough fragmentation damage to allow Acid to clean up on Sab. And now Usubeni are in a situation where they're down by 3, but they do have map control and sandbox control to their favor.
Still 4 shots in his sniper rifle, and you're gonna leave it up to the man, Piggy, and that's why you leave him with the sniper rifle, utilizing it to make sure that he gets traded out. But it will just be that, a trade at the end of that play.
Filthy no scope to bring it back to a tie game here, 22-all as we're approaching the halfway mark. Acid not quite sure where he's getting shot from. Falcade gets the first 1 or 2 shots, but Jackson does clean up on him after the melee from Breaking Shot. And yeah, I was just thinking the same thing. You might want to trade out that plasma pistol for the snipe. Only got 1 shot left, but I still take it. That's why.
Breaking Shot trying to live. Sorry, not Breaking Shot, sorry. Suppressed trying to live. But Breaking Shot putting an end to that life very quickly. Trying to beat Cycle, and he does! Cycle gets taken down 29-25. Usubeni in the lead. Camo's up in 5. Who's gonna get this one? Suppress is set up for it, but does he have any help? No, he gets taken down. Another trade. It is a 3v2 situation right now for this Camo.
All the attention now on this side of the map, and all the attention for my eyes are on the scoreboard. It's previously a 5-kill, now back to a 5-kill, down to a... Okay, back and forth. I might as well not even keep up with the score because it keeps changing and it keeps maintaining despite the numbers changing. Usubeni still up by 5, and it looked like Inconceivable would have had that advantage state, and they're now growing on their advantage, up by 6. What a run from Usubeni, and they're going to grab the camo as well. Wow.
And this is kind of what we were talking about. Usubeni have been able to control Camo effectively, but they just haven't really been able to turn it into any meaningful progress in this game. But that could be the last chapter in this story. This is a new one, and Piggy is going to look to try to make things happen across the map, making his way towards pillars. doesn't see an opportunity to reveal himself just yet, but being very, very patient as they're just waiting to break this open, but getting spotted out. The Eagle Eye comes in, he gets taken down before he can do anything with it.
Unbelievable. Camo eyes a la Halo CE were the prescription that the optometrist gave to Inconceivable as they were able to take down Piggy with the camo, but they're not able to inch the game closer and closer. It's still a 5, now 6-kill game for Usu Benny. So despite not finding much from that camo, they find themselves in the driver's seat, up by 8. They've turned it into a 2-team wipe game out of nowhere.
Great play for Usu Benny. 41-33, 9 kills left, and they will secure their spot in the winner's final. Cycle with the S7 though might have something left to say in this game. He's looking to see if he can spot anybody moving across the map as the game has slowed down to a crawl as Usu Benny decide to play it safe.
5 minutes left. You can afford to slow down here despite being down by 8 to play for the first pick. That's got to be what's going through the comms for Inconceivable. Play for the first pick, and they get it. Cycle now with that first pick has the numbers advantage, so now is where I'd like to see them push up with that 4v3. They gotta play good Halo here. Oh my god, off the back foot, Usu Benny find 3, all 4. 35-45, Usu Benny, despite Cycle getting the snipe, the first pick. That was exactly the name of the game for Inconceivable, but the game is all but over. Usu Benny are icing up.
What a defense from Usu Benny. I thought, just like you did, that Cycle was going to open up the map with that snipe. He doesn't, and Usu Benny are not done there. They have decided that they're going to continue with this pressure. They know where Falcon is. They're going to try to take him down. Can Falcon stay alive? He does. The triple kill comes in, but breaking shot with the camo. One more kill is all that's left. And with this camo, he gets it. He just sends it. He sends it. He sends it. He knows what's on the line, and that will be game, set, and match. And Usu Benny will go to winners finals.
Holy Usu Benny indeed, Jen. That was a phenomenal response from them, and it was a phenomenal response up until that point from Inconceivable as they had got it back to within a 2-2 series tie after going down 0-2, but Usu Benny put on the afterburners at about the 30 kill mark and never looked back.
No, they didn't, and it's pretty much almost the same story from Solitude in game 2, but this time Usu Benny do a little bit better in this game number 5, and every single member of the team getting their 25%, with a few members getting a little bit more, all of them hitting double digits. And unfortunately for Inconceivable, they're gonna have to make things happen in the losers bracket. So good luck to everybody who's gonna be on the receiving end of Inconceivable's climb to try to get back to the grand finals.
All right, no time to waste, and just a little bit of time to wait. We've got our winners semis on the top side of the bracket ready and populating. We're going to take a fast break here, so make it quick. We're back with the winners semis, Coliseum versus Noobs, up next.
Ball dropped. Double kill.
About to score.
Double kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Double kill. Triple kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Perfect. Double kill.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the DSA Open Series number 1 of 3, brought to you by AMD. As we have gotten this thing off to a great start. Again, I'm going to sound like a homer or a stand for DSA, but I really, before we get into the action, I want to stop down and just thank DSA. They are a huge factor in maintaining the success of Halo, not only throughout HCS's 4-year run, but in the meantime, while the grassroots takes over. And what a better fitting grassroots partner to work with than DSA, as they are some of the unsung heroes here in Halo. Back to the All-Stars and the heroes you know and love. We've got our next winter semifinals matchup between Coliseum, some of the biggest names in the game, versus Noobs, the best at MX.
And as we are on the POV of Envor, we saw what he did a week ago in the Clutch Academy 4v4 draft tournament. Can he do it again now with the rest of his team in Coliseum, as they look to get in some early practice perhaps before they're showing at DreamHack? But Leor with the shock rifle making things happen for News, but it will be Coliseum who get quite a bit of hill time.
Just 10 seconds off the clock, and I'm already hearing Jeff Steitzer with the enemy team about to score voice line. My God, what a start here for Coliseum. You do have a little bit of time here for Noobs, but it's really been all Coliseum all throughout. Lure, though, does have the shock rifle in his hands. You got to get Booba Dooba off his mark. They finally do. As Strikey takes him down. They've got an uphill climb here in this opening game of King of the Hill.
Team took the hill.
And will be a hill secured momentarily for Coliseum. All said and done. Roar's trying to win this 1v1 against Druck. Druck staying alive, making some moves across the map as well, looking to head off Roar before he gets an opportunity to flank, but instead receives a couple of shots from mid from Leor, but he gets beat down by Envor. And it will be, again, Coliseum getting some hill time.
Yeah, Callus, when we get a chance, let's watch some Envor, man. I want to highlight this this guy for a sec. He has been a routine top 12, top 16 competitor. And now he's teaming with guys who have placed within the top 4 and even 3 at a Halo World Championship in Druck and Soul Snipe. So, again, love to see guys climb the ladder. Love to see guys get opportunities they maybe hadn't had before. And when you see them take advantage of maybe the only opportunity they'll get in their career, you love to see it. So big ups to Onboard, having a great start so far. 4-2, cleaning up on Noble. Go down shortly after. Now it's a 1v1 between Soul Snipe and Strikey. We've seen a lot of that today. Strikey wins it with a 5, though.
He does. The kill leader for Noobs. 6-1-3 right now. Making a name for himself in this game number 1 against Coliseum. But Coliseum putting some damage across the map. Druck getting a cleanup on for that double kill. But falls to a grenade from Noble. As the grenades continue to fly, Noble receives one himself from Soul Snipe special delivery.
Yeah, more like Solnade in that reference there. That was a nice bounce pass grenade toss there. Cleaned up the opponent without ever exposing yourself to him, giving him the opportunity to clean you up. Is N4, my God. You don't need to be on his point of view to see how good he is.
I mean, he is a phenom right now, just flying into the face of Noob, taking them down one by one. A grenade gets dropped Unfortunately, by the looks of the graphic, by a teammate, so, you know, has to play things a little slower, but in a great position to support the rest of his team regardless.
Yeah, but look at the recognition. That's not going to show up on the stat sheet. I guess it would have in the death category had he gone down, but just the quick reflex to hop off that grenade by an inch. This is 2 times in the last 10 seconds that Envor has gone down to a fingernail of HP and stayed alive and now turned it into slays. My God, that's one you want to watch back. That is the dictionary definition of how you play Halo.
Coliseum, a very strong team. Can Noobs answer? They're trying their best, but look at how much hill time they have yet to take on this second hill of the game. Now, yes, King of the Hill, especially on Vacancy, a very difficult map and mode to be successful on, especially against a team like Coliseum, but they have to try and make things work. Envor already making his presence known, taking down Noble, looking to take down more.
Noobs, the nice answer back here on hill number 2. Staring at a deficit throughout the first couple of minutes of this one, but now they're in position to tie it up at 1. Soul Snipe slides through, goes for the trade out. That's okay in a 2-2 game, but not when the Noobs have control of the hill and they secure it. 1-1 tie after an absolutely dominant hold for Coliseum on that first hill. Noobs have answered back.
Very well done by Noobs. I think it goes without saying that that hill looked like it was going to be Coliseum's hill to take, but they did ice up and make sure that they were not going to give Coliseum an easy 2-0 lead in game number 1. Rorsch staying alive inside of mid, putting down some great damage on Mr. Snowslipe, going to back him off. Boo Boo Doo Boo taking down Noble in the wings means that this attack cannot quite be pulled just yet.
And a great job by Coliseum here. Yeah, you give up the last hill to Noobs, allow him to get back in the game, tied 1-1, but they played it perfectly in the sense that they rotated to next, and they have had every bit of time here on hill number 3. But 3 go down for Coliseum. Envor, the last player alive. He's going to hold the line of scrimmage. Not going to overextend. Wait for his teams to spawn. Try to get some intel and damage before the rest of the crew pushes through.
And staying alive inside of tower is going to be a very, very difficult player to take down. Leor does his best, but Leor instead gets taken down by a delayed grenade from Envor as he gets chased away. And in a perfect position to clean up that kill on Noble as well. Here's the rest of the team calling out where the rest of the members of Noobs are coming from. But it is a 2 versus 1. Not even Envor can win those. So he gets backed off and lets the rest of his team clean up his damage.
Yeah, but look at his Texas Hold'em. He knows when to hold him, knows when to fold him. And the whole reason why Coliseum are at 99% to about 25% for Noobs was because when Envor was the last Spartan standing, he didn't try to make a hero play. He could. He's good enough. But he knew to just hold the line, get a little extra intel, get a little extra damage. But despite all of that, Noobs have about full control. If Envor can't break through here, which he does not, the Noobs are now in the advantage state.
And Noobs might actually be able to take this hill out from under Coliseum, and they do.
Wow.
They go up by 1, and what we both thought was going to be for sure a Coliseum hill instead turns into a Noob grab, and they will go up by 1 in this series as we move on to the next hill in Red Tower.
We are witnessing some scrappy, resilient Halo being played here by Noobs. And sometimes it's about getting dirty. It's not about making it look good. It's just about getting the job done. And that's what the Noobs have done throughout. Another early rotation here after losing the previous hill for Coliseum. But like we saw on that previous hill, the Noobs were able to secure it nonetheless. So a nice start on hill number 4 for Coliseum. They got to finish it off.
That's been kind of the issue these last couple of hills, hasn't it? Coliseum get off to an early lead as far as hill time goes, and then somehow, some way, Noobs are able to just steal it right out from under them. So you're absolutely right when you say that Coliseum just needs to figure out a way to make sure they finish the hills that they start. 3 members try to make a push inside of red, but Roar's putting out so much damage, finally getting taken out by bullets from Mr. Snowsnipe, but 3 go down immediately from Coliseum, and it's just Boo Boo Doo Boo that's all that's left, and he gets cleaned up by Noble.
Wow. All 4 down for Coliseum. That's going to allow the Noobs all to tie it up here on a crucial hill number 4. And with 90 seconds left in regulation, a 2-kill lead feels really strong. So the Noobs in the first 5 minutes weren't looking like the better team, but now they are.
Wow. I could not believe that Soul Snipe lived there for as long as he did. But Oddball getting a grapple onto the corpse of Noble. Well,
That was
not going to
metal
stay alive for
as
much
hell.
longer, but man, that was some like Doom Eternal play right there, you know?
A little Mortal Kombat. That was get over here. I mean, that just looked gruesome and brutal. Almost turned the ESRB rating from T to M.
Boo Boo Doo getting some more hill time for Coliseum, looking to secure this hill and make it stay red. But News making a big push through red door. Noble takes down Boo Boo Doo, and the rest of the team, they're all inside a jail door being pushed all the way out to yellow as News continue to get more hill time,
Enemy about to score.
but Coliseum trying to stay alive.
Yeah, the aggressiveness there might bite Noble in the butt. Because I like the play, but it's tough to execute when Coliseum can expect it. Nonetheless, though, Noobs are in the hill. 2v2 gunfight. Both teams tied at 95%. Luor might just claim the final seconds here as he tosses out defensive grenades, trying to prevent the push from coming through. The nades on the other side take him down as Envor pushes up, but he'll go down. Strikey secures it. The 2-point lead with 60 seconds left. The Noobs look like a completely different team than what started.
They do it again, Mikowski. Just when you thought Coliseum were going to finally get themselves the hill, instead it goes blue. Unfortunately for Coliseum, they have to stop these hills from being snuck by Noobs, and over and over again, Noobs, as Coliseum go 4 dead, have been able to get away with what I believe is highway robbery. Envor, Envor getting taken down by Rorsch. Ugh, man. You give this guy a little bit, he takes a mile.
Took the hill.
Yeah, and take a look at the strategy that the Noobs are impressing upon us here. They had opportunities to step inside of the hill, but with 41 seconds left, the only time we're going to see them in the hill is passing through to earn more slays.
Boo Boo Doo trying to chase down Rorsch, but Rorsch proving to be a very tough kill. Staying alive. Oh, the melee does not connect, and Boo Boo Doo going to stay alive, but 30 seconds are left. They have to get 2 hills. With this little of time, I don't know if they can do it, Mikowski, but if there was a team to do it.
35 seconds, though, is your limit. This is the
Yeah.
limit you need to be at, and they get it. Keep it at 35 seconds. Now, the question is, how many lives can you maintain in your rotation to the next hill? You keep 2 down on the other side, and with Soul Snipe in the hill, as soon as it becomes available, keeps that clock above 30 seconds, and despite not having much chance, Coliseum have enough life to keep this one interesting in the final 30 seconds.
Remaining.
They have to play very, very well, but Noobs are not going to give it to them easy. Druck using the grapple hook to try to get across the map as quickly as he can. Tries to find Noble inside a blue tower, but Noble's staying alive. Noble lives! Druck is taken down, and now more resources have to be used to try to take down Noble, but he's going to get his shields back, or he doesn't. Mr. Snowflake finally taken him out, but 10 seconds are left, and we might see the end of the game unless Coliseum can get on this hill right now.
Yeah, Druck, one of the most proactive players in Halo, but Noobs deactivate him instead. 6 seconds left. And with 3 down for Coliseum, Druck is going to have to overextend, predictably so, into the hill. And anytime you put yourself in an overextension must-have situation, the other team knows what's coming. Noobs had the setup. They have the win. And despite the first hill and a half looking like a dominant advantage for Coliseum, the Noobs steal it instead.
I can't believe that Noobs were able to get away with it not once, not twice, but 3 times that game, Mikowski. So, impressive performance by Noobs, but if you're Coliseum, I'm scratching my head wondering what the heck happened and how they did that 3 times in a row on you.
Yeah, that's the question that I'm sure is being posed in the Discord right now for Coliseum. Now, the thing is, though, you can't talk about it for too long. There's like a shot clock on how long you can talk about the previous game, because at some point you got to move forward. Whether you're down 0-1 or up 1-0, you got to look ahead. You got to play for the future, and when the game starts, be in the present moment. That's part of the mental struggle and battle that you go through as a Halo player. Is yes, we want to address how we allowed Noobs to take game number 1 despite not looking like they would. But I'd say now is where that shot clock has just rung out and turned red. You got to start talking about your strategy for game number 2, because we're already on the way.
Game number 2, it's those Slayers. Everybody knows that even if you win a couple of those objective game modes, you have to also win these Slayers. They're so crucial. There are 2 of them in every single best of 5 series for a reason. If you cannot win Slayers, you have a less likelihood of winning the series as a whole. Now, Coliseum and Noobs, both spectacular teams from, you know, the North American region and also from the Mexican region as well, right? With arguably Coliseum having a little mixture of both, you know, but I do think that Coliseum will be able to take things back in game number 2 and turn things around on Noobs. But Noobs, they're playing at a very high level right now.
Scrappy's the name of the game for the Noobs. Might have seen a cleaner start, assuredly so for Coliseum, but just the resolve and resiliency that we saw from Noobs is how they're able to take game number 1 as we are off and rolling into game number 2. Boo Boo with a nice turn on Rorch. Earns the first slay for Coliseum. Soul Snipe on the other side picks up a fresh snipe. Trying to take down Strikey. A few missed shots. Make it 3 in total. 4. You get at some point you got to pull up the battle rifle or the bandit and go again. Does get the no scope body on to Strikey, but I think after a couple of missed shots, you just want to kind of put that away for now.
Yeah, unfortunate for Mr. Soul Snipe. Missing all of those shots did not feel good. Strikey was able to live for way too long, in my opinion. But it is still a 1 kill difference between these two teams. Druck grabs himself the plasma pistol, making his way across Dib, gets spotted out by Noble. Goes to fight Noble, who he repulses him back and gets the cleanup onto Druck, who gets himself a double kill on Boo Boo Doo as well. Looking for more, and Envor is going to be the 3rd one in a long list of names that have been slayed by Noble.
Yeah, that was a big one there for Noble against an Envor who has been playing probably the best out of the 4 on Coliseum. Shuts him down, sends him back to the respawn screen. Now spawning in a little bit of a trap on the other side of the map. Because of that, he'll go down to Luor. Boo Boo, though, takes down Noble. And Luor, with that fresh slay on Envor, has the opportunity to push up, get some more damage out towards the snipe, and make your next move.
For now, going to be backed off all the way back inside of Blue as Rorsch catches a grenade from Mr. Soul Snipe. It will be Coliseum who are living and surviving for now, but all members of Noobs are weak inside of Yard. Leor gets taken down. He's the first to fall. How many more are going to go down next? Envor making a big push. Here comes the attack. Here comes the flood. And so far, it's just trades back and forth, and it will continue to be those same trades. Boo Boo Doo Boo left alive after all of that is said and done. No 1v1 return for him.
I really thought we were going to see Coliseum come out on top in that gunfight, but just all out, again, scrappy aggressiveness from Noobs. It almost feels like they're taking Coliseum by surprise. They're not expecting this level of ferociousness from the Noobs as they maintain a 2-kill lead, now down to 1. Rourke's looking down at 3 players to the 2 up top for him, and that's not the numbers advantage you want to play with, and that's exactly why Soul Snipe and Coliseum flipped the game on its head. They're now the ones on top.
Another scrappy fight inside of Yard, this time going in the favor of Coliseum as Noobs went 3 down, giving away the lead to Coliseum. And Coliseum, with Boo Boo Doo Boo having a camo in his hands, looking like they are going to make a great play to continue to extend its lead just a little bit. They just got to figure out where the rest of them are spawning, and they're all spawning inside of Lift. Not a good spot to be.
The old shooting fish in a barrel strat here for Boo Boo Doo Boo, and the Bass start to take some shotgun shells as 1 will fall, 2 still left at the bottom of the barrel, and Boo Boo Doo Boo gathering the intel and likely some damage with that frag toss. The repulsor did come out, I heard. That probably prevented some of the damage from coming through, but what do you have to do? What options do you have when you are stuck at the bottom of that barrel? And what was, last time I spoke, it was a 3-kill lead for Noobs. It's now a 10-kill lead for Coliseum. They're on a tear.
Noobs getting taken a little bit by surprise by that attack from Coliseum, who extend their lead massively by those 10 kills that you mentioned. Soul Snipe trying to stay alive inside of Truck. That grenade unfortunately getting stuck on a corpse, but it won't matter because Soul Snipe does get cleaned up, immediately traded out by Druck. And for now, Noobs still going toe-to-toe with Coliseum, but at some point, you have to stop trading these kills with Coliseum.
And I think in a game like this, Revenite, where you're seeing such scrappy Halo being played by Noobs, Druck is the guy I'm watching for, and Callus, probably so, puts his POV on the screen. But if I can think of anyone that can match the scrappiness and aggressiveness of Noobs, it's Druck, and he's doing that with 11 to his name. Previously at 11 was Soul Snipe, but that was before that nasty double kill. Makes it 13 to his name, 39 to 25 on the scoreboard. This is kind of what we were expecting in that King of the Hill after Coliseum got off to such a strong start.
full steam ahead now for Coliseum. Noobs struggling to find an answer for the aggressive playstyle that Coliseum has put into this match as their #1 strategy. And so far, Noble trying to chase down Envor inside a loop. Grenades come flying in, the damage is there, and Rourke cleans it up. But all 3 members of Noobs, save 1, are trapped inside a back blue. Not a great spot to be.
Yeah, we had the shooting fish in a barrel strategy previously. Now we've got the push because we can't lose strategy, a la Ogre 2, in the form of Coliseum here in modern day, because this is a push where because you cannot move or lose scenario, as they are up 45 to 29, and their body language is matching it, right? They look like a team that feels like they can't lose, despite maybe losing a little bit of a footing in game #1 and some confidence. They've gained it all back, and they are holding forward on the left stick. They might imply some stick drift. They're holding that left stick forward so much.
Rourke's getting a perfect fight on Soul Snipe, but it's a little bit too late as the last kill comes in. It ends up being a trade by none other than Envor, and they will answer back in game #2, tying up the series 1-1. But what a dominating performance from Coliseum. Just like what you said, Mikowski, that is what we expected from the opening minutes of game 1. Now we see it in game #2, and I think Noobs they didn't have an answer once things just went away from them, and it went away from them massively.
Yeah, you really only had Envor matching the energy after the first 2 hills in game #1, and now Soul Snipe's coming online, Druck's coming online, Jesse's doing his thing, being a nuisance, drawing attention away on the map. I've always said Boo Boo is one of the best players in the game at drawing attention towards himself, and so while his stats might not always imply that he's the best in the world or the best in the lobby, he does so much for his teammates. Like that's a guy I would love to have on my team, because I know he's going to open up more opportunities for me to selfishly look a little better than I really am.
Yeah, those kinds of players that are able to draw all that attention that you were talking about, those are the kind of players that you need to have in your games, especially the ones that are able to live while doing so. How many times was Boo Boo able to milk his life? As we take a look at the accuracy tab, 72% accuracy from Boo Boo, also dishing out a ton of damage while not taking a whole ton of damage either. I mean, Boo Boo just being a great player for this Coliseum squad. But as we take a look over at the Noobs, we have a couple of standouts. Of course, we all know that Rourke and Leor, very good players in their own right, but the rest of their team, they stepped up in game 1, falling a little short here in game #2, but I think in game #3, we might see them bounce back again.
Yeah, and there's another stat that tells the tale of the tape. The lowest damage dealt was from Boo Boo for Coliseum at 3,500. Nobody above roughly 3,300 for Noobs. And while that might not be the end of the world, if we're in an objective where the efficiency really shines above the slaying prowess, in a game 2 Slayer where your life is the objective, you have no hope of winning if that's the statistical takeaway at the end.
I just think that Coliseum were able to stagger their spawns so effectively that Noob were just not able to slow things down. They were trying to give themselves better spawns. They were trying to put some pressure across the map before Coliseum could collapse on the spawning members of their team, but unfortunately just nothing was going right for them. But now we're moving into Aquarius captured a flag for game #3, so we're guaranteed 4 games at least. Mikowski, are we going to be guaranteed 5? Well, a little bit of time to get there, but this will be a good insight into if we get a game 5 or if we're just going to go to game 4.
Well, we're not allowed to be biased towards any players or teams, but we can be biased towards both winter semis going to a game 5, and we're guaranteed, like you said, 4. So here we go. It's a best of 3. The rest of the way, both teams notched up at 1 as Soul Snipe aggressively already in the back of the base, but Strikey takes him down. Now, Soul Snipe does go down pushing into the base, but by looking back at Soul Snipe, they weren't aware of Boo Boo still in the camo, and that's usually a problem on the other team, but especially when it's in the hands of Boo Boo. In my opinion, the best player with the camo.
Like a Swiss Army knife. That's how we all describe Boo Boo. He's not flashy, he's not spectacular some of the time.
Whoa.
But he is the guy that you need. He does get killed by Noble, so great job by him. But to finish up that thought with Boo Boo, he is absolutely just a great supportive player who can also make plays individually.
Something I'm noticing about the scrappiness of Noobs, it's really not so much an aggressive scrappiness. It's like Counter-Strike level of scrappiness. Like, we've routinely seen players for Noobs crouching, playing for intel, letting the game come to them, regaining shields before engaging in a gunfight. So just because they're playing scrappy doesn't mean they're playing aggressive. And I think it's very interesting to point out the pace of play that we've seen from Noobs so far. May not be the most exciting Halo to watch, but it gets the job done.
Absolutely. Noble, unfortunately, getting cleaned up by Boo inside of blue table, but still taking a look at the scoreboard, both teams are still very evenly matched. However, that attack from P2 goes into favor of Coliseum, who are looking to make their way across the map as 3 go down for Noobs. It's just Noble left as the first spawner in P2, trying to make something happen on the other side of the map, but Soul Snipe already inside of the back of their base, putting some nades down on Fridge door. Will get cleaned up though. A nice defensive play by Noobs. Can they make it count? They continue to bait and switch the rest of their team, and Druck getting taken down. Great job defensively by Noobs. As in any other situation, I think that would have been a flag grab.
Oh, for sure. I thought that nade was going to cause hell and fury. Ultimately, just a moot point, though, as both teams are still vying for map control and an edge in this CTF. About 3 minutes down, and we have not seen a flagpole just yet, so we're still in the feeling out portions of this game as Noble grabs the next camo.
Momentarily 3 dead for Coliseum. 3 dead once again. First spawner is going to be Druck and Boo together. So things are not quite bad for Coliseum just yet, but they're starting to look that way a little bit. If Druck goes down in Shroom Steps, he does. Boo is all that's left inside the back of base. He gets taken down by Lore. Soulside trying to do what he can from inside of Fridge, but he gets cleaned up by Noble. That will be a flag grab, but I do believe Coliseum get a few lucky spawns inside of Jen are going to stall it for a little bit, but it won't matter because the flag is moving.
Flag on the run and in the hands of Noobs. They've got it on the elbow there. Druck is right below it, though, so he does have an opportunity to cause a little bit more chaos, but he'll fall. Soul Snipe's still alive, though, after previously getting the last slay. Oh, Boo look at the heads-up play here. Obscured visibility, not showing himself at all, but still earning the reset. Now sensing a little bit more damage coming from the opponent's base. He's going to drop down, stay alive, flag precariously out. As he picks it up, but goes down with it. It's still a standstill.
A great job by Boo being the defensive player there, making sure that he gets the return and also stays around and get another touch on the flag as well. Mr. Soul Snipe using the battle rifle to finish off Leor. Thought that there was going to be another player trying to push into Jen on him, but unfortunately not, as he will get taken down. But this fight in P2 will go in favor of Noobs as 3 go down again for Coliseum, and I think they're going to be able to get the return here and possibly some map position. But look at this double attack. At least I thought it was going to be a double attack, but Mr. Snow Snipe was the only one to make a push into P2.
Classic BXR there from Noble, but he's not able to stay alive much longer with it. Rorch is on the run, but yeah, I expect him to drop that and play for Slays because of the situation. He has 2 of his teammates on the respawn screen. At the time, nobody for Coliseum. Strikey, though, able to pick up the remains of that run as both flags are out. We've had a bit of a standstill for the last minute plus.
We have a standstill, but maybe not for much longer, as Boo again getting another return and opening the opportunity for that flag to move across the 50-yard line, as Envor going to try to get this to Shroom Steps, but he can't quite hide his head as he gets taken down by Noble, and the flag stalls out for a moment, but it will be Boo who's just going to do it all.
And it's going to be tough, and it is. Goal line stand. Strikey clambering up into the base. Coliseum will have to earn a reset if they want to earn the first score.
What was that? I cannot believe that, unfortunately for Boo he gets taken down before he gets the chance to plant the flag. But not only that, Strikey getting the flag pull, and as you can see, the flag is already on the other side of the map, forcing Coliseum to try to play aggressively to stop this flag from going in, but it's going to.
Boxer, killing spree, goal line stand, a litany of medals, and the one score you needed to get on top early in this one. And the double cap is brewing. 3 down for Coliseum. Noobs. Envor set up in the blue base. And it's going to be tough, though. Yeah, absolutely. As soon as that first grenade got tossed out, that alerted the opposition to his location. Noble, another potential goal line stand here for Coliseum. Strikey gonna get his shields back as soon as they reach full. I expect him to go for the flag. Here he goes. Perfectly timed. Perfect process played by Strikey. 2-0.
Great job by Strikey to be patient there when he needed to be. He knew that Coliseum were going to be waiting to put some shots across the map to prevent him from capping that flag. So a great heads-up play by Strikey, ensuring that they get that flag cap going up 2-0 in the game. And we might see some more if Soulsnipe can stay alive inside of Gen. He's being called out. He's being pinged out as well. He gets taken down, but the flag will be grabbed by Coliseum, but it's not going to go very far.
Yeah, in a series where you're going up against a scrappy team in Noobs, 2 Slayers, wow, 3 objectives, right? I mean, I'm preaching to the choir at this point. Everybody knows that. But with Noobs' scrappiness, this series might actually benefit them. Despite maybe a better team on the side of Coliseum, I feel like they have the best chance to win these OBJs. And while Coliseum damn near earned a steaktacular in game number 2, they haven't shown the scrappiness. They haven't shown the objective efficiency needed to win games 1, 3, and 5. Or excuse me, 4.
Oh, what? Noble stays alive in back base? Huge play from Noble. If he went down, that was going to be a flag grab, but great defense from Noobs in the form of Noble, who gets himself a double kill. We're not quite done. We've been on his POV for a little bit, already putting in the work, and now Noobs they get 4 dead on the side of Coliseum, looking to grab the flag again and forcing all the spawns where they need to be in Fridge. Wow.
My God. That was a frenetic previous 60 seconds, and I would expect the Noobs to turn that into a score. It really felt like Coliseum had been in the blender. Soulsnipe is just below the flag runner, but Noble pushes it through. That's 2 of the last scores have been potential goal line stands. The previous 2 were goal line stands on each side of the map. This has been about as contested of a 3-0 CTF as I've ever seen.
Just going to call out Noble one more time. He's almost to 25 kills, 24 and 11 right now. Leor finally gets cleaned up inside of Gen, but not before Strike can get across the map and get himself a double kill as well in return. This flag is going to be stalled out for just a little bit inside of Gen. Soulsnipe grabbing himself a plasma pistol, but so many grenades come out. He does get the reversal onto Roars, but Leor and Noble clean him up very quickly, and that flag is going to get returned.
3-0 with 3:30 left on the clock. Is Noble patient, waiting for the anticipated push, and my God, that looks like a duck hunt snipe there as they take down Envor and don't let him get much further. But look how much of a G-slide he's secured. Oh my God. Envor goes down immediately after pulling the flag, but because of the G-slide tech, still gets it across the 50-yard line. That's one of the farthest tosses I've ever seen.
Take note, everybody. That is what you do in Aquarius when you're trying to pull the flag. You get a G-slide like that, and you're going to be one of the top players to ever do it. But 3 go down again for Coliseum, and the flag is going to go across bottom mid. Boo Boo Doo is in P1 trying to make himself known, but isn't quite able to take down the flag carrier as Noble, the man, is going to wait for his shields to come back. 2 go down for Coliseum. It's going to be another flag cap in just a second.
So patient around the scoring mark on the map as Noobs have absolutely dominated this game, and it hasn't so much looked like it. You just glance at the scoreboard and think, wow, 4-0. I mean, Coliseum has been playing a little bit better than that. Not enough so to score even once, though. So with 2:15 left on the clock, a victory lap for the Noobs.
I mean, they're just stacking bodies. You saw it there inside of Gen. Bodies just go flooding inside of blue Gen. There's nothing that Coliseum can do about it as they went down from that attack, and they are stalled out, and it's 3 dead again. 3 dead again. Noobs are looking to try to grab another flag, but Leor misses the jump, unfortunately, from Fridge into top mid. But as the respawners come in, I mean, it looked like it was going to be another flag for Noobs to grab, but yeah, just a little bit of a miss on that timing.
Yeah, and I think in most other situations, they probably would have been more pressed to grab that flag, but up 4-0. I mean, think about it, it's hard enough to score 5 on Aqua CTF sometimes, much less 5-0, which is the pace we're playing at and witnessing here. Strikey.
Had that stuck his
across
foot.
the map. Oh, Noble got the stick. How
What?
did that land? That was a pinky toe.
Literally his pinky toe or something, because that bounced and like attached to his foot like a snail, and it was going to go with him to the grave no matter what was going to happen. But man, this Noob squad playing so well. I mean, Noble is dropping a 30 bomb in response to Boo Boo Doo 35 from before. Can he go past it? We have a few more seconds left to decide if he will score more than Boo Boo Doo or Boo Boo Doo will still have the crown.
Yeah, that is... I didn't even recognize that because I usually try not to get too caught up in the stats because there's really more to it than that. But that's a loud stat. That's an undeniable stat line there for Noble. 34 and 16, a positive 2.0 plus KD against a really strong opposition in Coliseum. My God, Noble with maybe one of the best games of the day.
And boy, was this a game where he needed to make that statement. Trying to look for his 35th kill there, and he gets it. Can he get number 36? And there it is. He has officially taken the crown away in this series from Boo Boo Doo Boo with that second kill. And 10 seconds are left. I think we're going to see another game from these two teams. And I am excited to see as we get 37. Can we get another one? No, we can't. He gets taken down, and that will be the end of the game.
Golly, Noble taking on all challengers as the Coliseum crumbles. One of the most dominant performances we've seen all day.
He absolutely has, and great job by Noobs. I mean, we were a little worried in that game number 2 as the Slayer was just not going their way whatsoever, almost staked, like you said, Mikowski. And I'm so happy to see that Noobs were able to stand strong and ice up and make a statement game. 4 unanswered flag caps by Noobs. Coliseum left struggling that entire game. Looking at the stats, at the score line, every single member of Noobs going positive, and only one person, Druck, being positive on Noobs. So we're going to take a look at the rest of the stats there, but man, that was a game, that was a statement by Noobs.
I mean, double figure KDA for 3/4 of the squad. Whew. That was outright domination. And I think what's important to note is that we saw that level of domination from Coliseum to start the series. But they weren't able to put it together for an entire game. Noobs just did. So they might be rewriting the rankings at this point because the Noobs, they're looking like the masters. They're looking like the final boss at this point. And they're one game away from earning themselves a spot in the winter final.
That's right. This is our second semifinals match, and only one of these teams are going to meet with Usubeni in that winner's final bracket. The other one going to have to make things happen in the lower bracket. So we're going to get into game number 4 on none other than Leor, as he's going to get the first kill on Boo Boo Doo Boo and the first camel grab.
Not a good sign, because what we saw in game 3, showing itself again in game 4. 4 down off the start with nobody falling for the Noobs. A flawless start, and they're already gathering time.
Here we go again, Mikowski. Perhaps Coliseum off the opening break, left struggling. Druck playing very, very aggressively, walks into the open arms of Strikey, who takes down another one as Soul Snipe falls as well. 2 members of Coliseum still trying to hold positions inside of C-Plat and Long Haul, but with the grenade and the shock rifle in hand, Leor, this might be a double kill, and it is.
This is very concerning. 2 sequences and 2 team wipes. 8-0 team wipes. Nobody is on the board yet for Coliseum, and before they even get their first slay as a team, much less individuals, Noobs are going to be at 50 seconds. This is not what I was expecting in a winter semifinals at that.
Oh man, multiple members go down again. 3 go down again. They have yet to get a single kill, Mikowski.
3 in a row.
It's just
3 in a row.
All that's left. He's the first one. The first one. We can all celebrate. The first one on Coliseum to get a kill. This is big, big moments. But unfortunately, it's still much the same for the rest of Coliseum. Boo Boo Doo Boo.
They might not get a slay, and this round will be over. It is trending towards that type of territory. Here we go. Somebody make a play. Somebody get on the board.
No.
That's why we can't be biased. We want a little bit better showing than this. Another. Oh my God, that was almost 4 team wipes in a row, and 3 of them were done flawlessly.
you're asking that we do not be biased, but I don't think we're biased in saying that Noobs are playing this opening round 1 extremely well. And kudos to them for keeping this Coliseum squad on the back foot for as long as they have, for 64 seconds of ball time. And now finally Coliseum managed to get some ball time of their own, but you know, a little shaky in the beginning, but I think we're looking to bounce back.
I like to say you can't win a game early, but you can certainly lose it. And I'm just concerned that Coliseum might have spotted the Noobs a little too much time. Now, Coliseum has cut this lead to within thirds, so they have made this a little bit more of a game, but the eye test has been so concerning for me. I'm almost not as concerned about the score, as they have cut it in half. So the more we get along, the more Coliseum come back online, but they got to really make a big leap here. They're down by 30 seconds, so this is a manageable comeback. Everything we've seen up to this point would have told us that the Noobs were going to run away with it, as they do run away with it to A. But we got to see more efficiency. We got to see better teamwork. We got to just see everybody step up.
Unfortunately for Boo Boo Doo Boo, you know, you say we don't want to look at stats too much, but that goose egg finally goes away. But it's just Boo Boo Doo Boo, that's all that's left, as 3 members of Coliseum go down again, and that mall's moving across the middle of the map, all the way towards Blue Tunnel. Envor is there to head it off. With the help of Soul Snipe, will take down Leor, but already taking so much damage from Noble, and Noble takes him down in return, trying to stay alive in triple stack, does not stay alive. Druck using the Shroud to get away.
Yeah, Druck maintains his life, but Noobs maintain position and possession of the Oddball. As Druck on the seaside forces some long haul spawns for Coliseum, as they've already rotated into gold. They're making their move. But it seems like a pretty strong hold here for the Noobs, as Leor has the back of Soul Snipe. Boo Boo Doo Boo has the back outright of Strikey. Soul Snipe, moments later, gets cleaned up. Boo Boo Doo Boo does as well. And clean up on aisle 4. All 4 go down once again.
Leor, you see his name inside of the kill feed as he finishes off Coliseum, grabs the ball. They're going to move it just a little bit more across the middle of the map. They're going to grab it again as 2 members of Coliseum go down. And Envor couldn't quite figure out where that Noobs player went, but as we see this hold inside a back Hydro, you already know, once the pressure comes on from Coliseum, they're just going to play the ball and stall this game out.
Yeah, and the issue with that is that once Coliseum get to the other side of the map and into C, the Oddball does reset. They're going to be on the respawn screen, and Coliseum. Oh, no, they don't get the reset. Wow, that was a little bit of a misplay there from Noobs. I thought they did have the opportunity to play it, but now it's in the hands of Envor, and they do have a second lease on life. And again, this game is much closer than I feel like it is.
Absolutely. I mean, we're not going to count out Coliseum at all. Not with the caliber of players that they have on this roster. They absolutely can turn this game around if they want to. The grenade finally going to connect with Envor, but Druck's going to go ahead and clean that up, and he's going to look to grab this ball once again. This Hydro hold has been very, very good for Coliseum, and with Boo Boo Doo Boo having camo in hand, I think they're going to be able to chip away at this lead. But the question is, can they chip at this lead away enough to be able to take round 1 away from Noobs? Ball gets played.
Enemy has the ball.
Boo Boo. A few seconds left to camo. If anything can get Coliseum back in this, it's a classic camo moment from Boo Boo Doo Boo, as he looks to clean up on Leor. Headshot tap. Does just that. 30 seconds is all they're down by, and they've got 3 down for the Noobs. So the Coliseum start off 3 team wipes in a row, and it's not like, oh, we're trading out 1 or 2. 12 straight kills to start the round for Noobs, and Coliseum might just be in the advantage state.
They're already ahead of this play from Noobs as they're moving the ball across Whirlpool already. Leor trying to make it across mid, but he doesn't quite get there. And they are chipping away at this lead with that perfect 5 from Boo Boo Doo Boo. But the ball gets picked up by Rorsch, and he plays the ball towards Pit. Or does he? I think it's still sitting over on ACAT. No, it did finally fall down to the bottom of the map.
Oh, it's a 1v1 for the win!
No, he stops the grapple, Leor. He stops the grapple play from Druck. He's going to grab the ball.
Oh my God!
They sealed the deal. That was insane to watch.
Oh my God, Druck grapples the Oddball right here, but it gets stuck on the ledge and doesn't quite fall into his hands. Instead, it falls to the floor, and the Noobs take it.
You have to be worried, though, if you're Noobs. That was entirely
way too close.
by Coliseum. Leor grabs the camo. If it wasn't for this man, it would be a completely different scoreline going into this second round of Oddball. Boo Boo Doo does get cleaned up. Druk gets cleaned up again by Leor. But man, oh man, as 3 go down briefly for Coliseum, I think if we've learned anything at all, Mikowski, you should never, ever count them out.
My God. That's one of those round 1s of Oddball where before round 2 starts, like I wish I could just ask for I take 5 because I gotta collect myself. That was ridiculous. And the Halo player in me almost wants to like analyze how the hell did Coliseum even come back. I'll tell you, if I had a quick note, Boo Boo Doo Boo started off 0-6, finished that round, I want to say 11-10. So for Boo Boo Doo Boo to have that big of a swing in his gameplay, he was the catalyst towards Coliseum's almost comeback.
I mean, any player who's played this game long enough know that sometimes you get a little bit of a dry spell and then you just suddenly heat up in the middle of the game, you know. Nobody knows how it happens or what happened in order to make it possible, but regardless for Coliseum, if you're Boo Boo Doo Boo, you got to be feeling pretty good so far being 12-11 right now after such a shaky start that we both commented on.
Yeah, and he was all throughout, he was still supporting, dealing out damage. He has 8 assists, so he's having himself a good game, all things considered, and especially impressive when you consider his start, as he will go down to the back smack from Strikey, double back smack, soul snipe, a karate chop for the win.
I have to wonder how he was able to get behind both players of Coliseum there to get not 1 but 2 back smacks. So great job by Strikey to put himself in an advantageous position in order to be able to capitalize on a play like that. But Noble getting a perfect 5 onto Boo Boo Doo Boo. Going to stall this attack from Coliseum for just a little bit, but it's still, as far as the Oddball score is concerned, still very, very close.
Yeah, much more contested round number 2 here. I can't recall the last time I've seen that many team wipes flawlessly executed.
Kill.
And the fact that it was a 99 to 95 game still blows my mind. I'm still caught up in the sauce that was round number 1. We're well into round number 2 here. 21-15 as the Noobs carry a 6-second advantage. It was 60 seconds in round number 1, so Coliseum not in the lead, but got to be much happier with where they're at.
They'd be even happier if they're able to grab this camo, and with the opening shots from Envor and Druk, now with the 3rd and the 4th one coming in as well, they are going to be able to grab this camo.
Here we go.
Already Coliseum looking to make things happen with this ball time, as Druk just going to be waiting in bat ledge for an opportune time to reveal himself, and he does so against Roach. He does win the cross-map trade, but Roach wins it in return as well, as both members go down, so that will be camo being burned.
Enemy has the ball.
Strikey picks up the Oddball, forces the squad spawns at A, but the push is already coming through from the plasma pistol of gold. Full snipe though. Didn't anticipate that Lure would do some detective work there on the plasma pistol as he'll go down. Envor goes down in the same spot. Roach with a snappy shock rifle play, but Boo Boo Doo Boo with a nice answer back, takes a shock rifle back that has plenty of ammunition left.
They just have to turn this into a meaningful push. Ball gets played towards bottom white. Boo Boo Doo Boo might be in a good position to be able to put some damage on, and he does, ripping off the shields of one, damaging the other, who gets cleaned up by Envor. The ball is going to get grabbed by Mr. Smolslife, who's going to put it over behind back Hydro, ready to play it at a moment's notice if necessary, but Noble staying alive inside a triple stack. Not for much longer. Boo Boo Doo Boo finds him.
Really nice play there. And the lane is opened up for Boo Boo to cross the middle of the map, uncontested after all 4 go down for Noobs. And Coliseum, I think that's so huge, right? I talk about seeing is believing a lot. The fact that they didn't come back and win that round number 1, but they saw what it looked like to put Noobs on their back foot and gain 20, 30 seconds at a time is now bled itself into this round number 2, where Coliseum are the ones up by 20.
Up by 24 now, as Noble going to safely move this ball towards bottom white, looking to move it towards Hydro. Again, a very good spot to be because you're allowed to play the ball when necessary, as they are going to bring this lead down to around 5 seconds of ball time between each other. Looking to take the lead, but already ready to play the ball. He does, tosses it off the map.
I don't know why Frosty just popped into my head, and I just like anticipate someone has a grapple hook, somebody's gonna grab it before it falls off into the drink. Frosty's really one of the only players that can routinely do that. He's not in the lobby, but he's so good I still think about him. 59-57 here as Druk and Coliseum clinging to a 2-second lead.
Warsh, the first one to break through, getting 21 kills. Does have 20 deaths, but we don't care about that. We just care about the first number in that stat line. But 59 to 57 still, as we are turning into an extended Slayer match, as both teams vying for some advantage to be able to grab this ball. But Strikey with the camo gonna put a stop to that one. Looking like he's gonna toss the ball up to Rorsch, and he does. Noble taking down Boobadooboo as well in the wings, and that will be the lead for Noobs.
Only a minute 43 left on the clock, and Noobs are set up strong. Soul Snipe looking to encroach into the gold portion of the map. Strikey, based on his reticle, I think is anticipating this push, and yes, he was. Charged up plasma pistol, stalking his prey like a tiger in the bush, but he's got some help from the Pride. Lure takes him down.
Very sneaky play, very patient as well, not to continue to press that. Hearing the audio cue that the plasma pistol was being charged, that could be sent his way at a moment's notice, but 84 seconds and counting as Rorsch finds himself into the open arms of Envor, who's going to stay alive as well, and Boobadooboo tossing a grenade his way, gonna catch him trying to live. But Boobadooboo making a very aggressive play, trying to stay alive against two members of Noob, takes down one, and that will be huge for Coliseum, but they need to grab this ball, and they do. Soul Snipe with the ball.
Here we go. Will we witness the same endgame push that we saw from Coliseum in round number 1? They're a little bit closer than they were in round number 1, so this seems very doable despite being down by 20 seconds. They have the oddball in their hands, just waiting to see where this push comes from. Soul Snipe, audio cue. Here's it, takes him down. The bodyguard protects his teammate there below, who now has the oddball in his hands. 3 go down for Noobs, and despite being up by 10, they have 1 push left up the map. We're going to a round 3.
Enemy has the ball.
I don't know. I'm thinking about some flashbacks, but Noble getting cleaned up by Mr. Soul Snipe means 2 go down again for Noobs. They're trying to make a push. Rorsch caught out inside a triple stack, getting a little bit of assistance from the rest of his team. They are using the angles. They are trying to ensure that they live, but they both go down instead, and that will be the ball and the lead in favor of Coliseum. Strikey trying to make something happen, but finds himself taken down inside a long haul, and that will be round number 2 in favor of Coliseum, finally, after a heartbreaking round 1 loss.
All right, we are guaranteed a round 3 here. Will we get a game 5? Or will the Noobs secure an impressive series win here against a very strong squad in Coliseum? Gotta have a much better opening break than they have throughout this match, though, as you go down for Coliseum. They do take down Strikey, as Lure patiently plays like he has throughout, with low shields, repositions, re-shields with perfect timing. Now he's right back in the fight with the oddball in his hands. Great start here once again for the Noobs.
It's just been a series of great starts after great start after great start for Noobs. And Coliseum, you know, they're a little shaky in the beginning of each round, but boy, oh boy, do they turn the temperature up towards the middle and later parts of the game. And if you're Noobs, you have to come up with an answer for that mid-game, late-game surge that Coliseum have done not once, but almost twice on you.
Yeah, this is not the opening start you wanted to see if you're Coliseum. You've just had to fight back. You've had to crawl back from the grave. I mean, the dirt's already started to pile up on them, and they stick the hand out, still have some life, but it's starting to ring out as the Noobs have secured 22 of the first 22 available seconds in scoring in this crucial round number 3. Noble looking to rotate through the long haul, and Envor charged up and primed with that plasma pistol. It did connect, and oh, what a nasty play. The grapple headshot combo looks sick.
It's the oldest combo in the franchise, isn't it? And it's there for a reason. You may call it the noob combo, but it is a combo that has stood the test of time as Envor continues to utilize the overcharged plasma pistol, much to the detriment of the rest of Noobs. 3 go down for just a brief moment before Rorsch has the opportunity to respawn, but already to lead in favor of Coliseum now as 26 seconds to 22 seconds. But here comes the push.
Yeah, Envor has been the spark plug in the ignition, and he is on a tear. Don't do it. Oh, he still finds a way to help take down 2. What a stretch sequence there from Envor. Not having his typical performance, but a sequence like that can get you right back in it. And after being down by 20, Coliseum are now up by 20 plus.
Up and counting as Druck now he takes a turn with the noob combo, gets himself 2 on that play as well. This is why you grab the plasma pistol, especially at those close, sometimes maybe even middle ranges, and I'm so glad that we're getting so much time with the plasma pistol and the noob combo.
Druck charged up with that plasma pistol, but with nobody pushing through, he's not going to wait. He's going to get on the chopping block and start sprinting. as he works his way through up to the whirlpool. Rorsch down to low shields. 5 perfect shots from Druck. And it feels like not only is Envor coming online, but Druck is too.
Again, the plasma pistol barks, and again, a member of Noobs goes down. 95 seconds. We are about to wrap up this game, and I think we're going to see 2 back-to-back winners, semifinals, game 5s. Mikowski, here we go again.
Love to see it. And I got to be honest, I've watched a lot of Halo, played a lot of Halo. This is one of those series I can't make any sense of, right? Like, both teams have looked so dominant at different points to where they look, the other team, the opposition, vice versa, looks totally outmatched, looks totally out of the fight, and then they find a way. I mean, that maybe that's why we're tied up 2-2, but we've seen such strong sequences, such strong swings, and it's led to this. 2 game 5s in the winter semis to earn a very hard-earned spot in the winter final.
And this is what we like to see, Mikowski, as casters for online Halo and sometimes even some LAN tournaments. We love to see the skill bracket get this close in the winter semifinals, especially, right? Back-to-back game 5s, and as we take a look at the score, it's almost near identical with a couple of differences from each team. But as we head into the Live Fire game 5 Slayer, I'm looking at that game 2 Solitude game, and I mean, yeah, I'm a little worried for Noobs, but if that game in Aquarius and also in Recharge was any inclination, I think we might still be able to see a little closer scoreline from Noobs if they can just hold it together against Coliseum.
I mean, let's make sense of this series layout as it stands. 2-3 in game number 1 where Noobs took it. But remember, it was the first hill and a half where Coliseum looked downright dominant. And then games 2 and 3 were just absolute blowouts. Like, it looked like Platinum players going up against Shopify Rebellion, let's be completely honest. And then a mirror of what we saw in game 1 where Coliseum had a big advantage. It went to Noobs in game number 4. They were up by 70, 80 seconds, had 4 straight team wipes without losing a life. And they somehow find a way to lose that game. So topsy-turvy games 1 and 4 with massive swings, and then all outright domination in games 2 and 3. I can only hope we get a close game 5.
I hope so too, as we look at some of the replays from that previous game, which are full of them, don't get me wrong. Noobs definitely look like they are capable of taking game number 5 away from Coliseum, but Coliseum, not a team to be trifled with, as if things just went a little bit differently in that first round that you were talking about, Mikowski, it probably could have been a Coliseum victory earlier than it was.
If you guys are just tuning in, remember AMD is giving our competitors an opportunity to win this beautiful Radeon 9070 XT graphics card. Somebody's going to not only level up their game, but they're going to level up their rig as well. As it all comes down to this, I think it's fitting that both winter semis featured live fire for game 5 because this is a live fire training exercise for the first, I'd say unofficially, officially LAN, because I got to consider the LVT LAN to be the first LAN. But the first DreamHack LAN of the year is just 2 weeks away. Crucial practice and an opportunity to improve here and advance to the winter final as we are set. Strikey looking to strike first, going for that snipe off the start, but it's bait, and he goes down with it. Repulsor to the sky. Boo Boo Doo thought he had a trade opportunity. Rorsch repulses again, but he goes down, and it's been continuous all-out action off the start. 2-2.
I mean, I'm wondering who's giving rocket boosters to these players, because that was 2 fights that were just miles in the air, it felt like, but it will be a tied game when all is said and done. And Leor using the QT to travel back, but finding himself getting smacked in the back for his troubles by none other than Boo Boo Doo. But Strikey getting the first camo for Noobs. He's looking to make things happen. Here's Rorsch trying to live, but for now, it looks like that's going to be a lost cause and votes to retreat.
Well, no huge swings off the start of this game 5 so far. It has been back and forth, nearly deadlocked. Once again, tied 5-5, now 6-6. As Strikey wasn't able to grab the sniper off the start, but he does have the camo now. He's just looking to make his move. Now he picks up the sniper. That's a good combo to pair with, but he gets taken down shortly after. And what a huge slay for Envor. Yeah, it's 1 kill on the score, but it really almost counts for 3 because you take down the snipe and the camo. Unfortunately, he practically tosses it back to Noble.
Getting a little bit of the death assist in the dying grasp of Envor. That S7 goes flying towards Noble, and Noble looking to make an opportunity for the rest of his team. Still in the lead, but only by 1 kill, as this game has been very, very close. Just like this whole series has felt very, very close, minus my game 2 Slayer. But even that game 2 Slayer was still very close for the beginning. Mr. Soul Snipe as well, milking his life very effectively, baiting Noble across the map, gonna get taken down by Druck, who trades out Strikey, and that sniper rifle has been changing hands so many times.
Tied. 13 all has been tied for the first 2 minutes of this game 5. It's exactly what we were asking for. I was a little concerned we might see another swing performance where it's a little bit of a blowout like we saw in games 2 and 3, but this one has been everything you could ask for. As Noble drops down, takes down Druck, a little unsuspecting there. Makes sure that before he goes down, he deals out enough damage to leave his opponent 1 shot as well. And what do you know? We're still tied 14 all. This one has been about as much as you could ask for in a game 5.
Envor trying to be a little sneaky with those brute grenades. Not going to find any purchase, unfortunately. Strikey with the S7. I do believe noobs have camo as well. So both power weapons. That one's going to be transferred to the camo player. And it will be none other than Noble, who hits 1, hits 2, but gets taken out. And the rest of Coliseum trying to stay alive inside of back green. Both very, very weak, though.
This is a tough spot for Coliseum to push out of. They were trapped, taking nade damage, taking snipe damage, and it's no reason why. They lost 3, all 4 in that sequence, and it might just roll into the next respawn as Boo Boo Doo Boo gets reversals from Strikey. The noobs are now up by 6. It was just 17 all.
Can they keep up the pressure? That's the name of the game. Coliseum, when they are given an inch, are likely to come back. Roar's getting taken down. Noble trying to stay alive, but he gets killed from behind as the rest of Coliseum come back, bringing this game to just a 2-kill separation. 1 kill separation, now tied.
Okay. Now this is scripted, because right as it looked like noobs were about to run away with it, Coliseum find a way to find 6 in a row to the previous 6 in a row for noobs. So, haymakers, counter strikes. I mean, we are witnessing everything you could ask for here, as we are just about deadlocked here, halfway portion of this match. Rorsch with 3 shots in that snipe. Gonna put it to work.
You say it's scripted. I call it the Mikowski special. I'm just kidding, Mikowski. Don't hate me. But it will be Rorsch trying to stay alive with the sniper rifle. He does have a very powerful weapon, but nobody to clean up on the damage that he puts out. Envor peeks his head again, barely misses. But Noble getting 2 kills on the wings means that they are going to keep their lead. But boy, oh boy, is this a tenuous one at that.
Yeah, we call that the Mohawk. That shot went just above the middle of the head of Envor, as noobs weren't able to take advantage of a few precious shots left in that snipe. As Luor, anticipating the push here from Soul Snipe, calls the bait switch. Soul Snipe knew he was dead to rights, tries to throw out a Martyrdom grenade. Death from the grave,
I see what you did
not
there.
able to... Doing this for so long, you get decent at it. But 27-29 here, as Druck looks to push through the middle of the map. Nobody spotted on the green side, and that gives him the intel through deductive reasoning to know that everybody's inside of A.
Oh man, Noble staying alive there too. Crucial. He was dropped to no shields, trying to wait for his shields to recharge, but not traded out at all. Envor goes in trying to clean up that kill, but dies for it. Now they're left in a situation where 3 members have to fight around this camo, and Druck getting taken down by some nice shots by Strikey. He is 11-5 right now, the kill leader in the lobby. Leor not too far behind. The grenades are being dropped. They're flying around, but Strikey grabs himself another camo.
Out of all that chaos on the cuts, Strikey is able to take the camo for free. I didn't see anybody even looking at it, but now they're looking at him. Druck trying to spot him. I imagine he might have pinged him. Throws out that chase grenade, but Strikey does a great job to maintain his camo. Eventually goes down, but not before earning a killing spree. And that killing spree is the difference. Noobs are up 5.
It is, as Envor unfortunately has to watch Boo Boo Doo Boo go down, retreating for his life, but he does get himself a killing spree. A double kill. Will this be a triple? Yes, it is. A triple kill for Envor. Giving my over, but he runs out of bullets. He doesn't have any more bullets left in the chamber, and unfortunately, the overkill dream gets taken away. Well,
a killing spree for noobs on their side, and then a killing spree from Envor brings it right back. The difference is just those 2 players, it feels like. See a little bit of hero ball being played here. And speaking of heroes, Druck has been that before, and he's got every bit of opportunity, the high ground and the snipe in his hands.
39-40. as we get to the point in the game where normally most teams would tend to slow things down, but instead it has been all gas, no brakes for both Coliseum and Noobs. 41-39 right now, and Druck with the sniper rifle has been relatively quiet, barely misses the head of Rorsch, who lives and escapes with his life.
41, 43. This one's coming down to the wire. Don't push that. Druck's got it lined up. He's at least going to take the body shot. Knows that Noble's hiding in that corner on the right. The grenade comes through to chase out. And look at the 1, 2, 3 timing there. The grenade goes off. Druck hits the shot. Turns 2 for the double kill. And we're tied. 43 all.
Oh my gosh. Don't close your eyes because you might miss it. This game could be over in a few seconds and a few more slays. But 44-44, the game is still tied even this late into the game. Neither team are giving up the pressure at all. As Soul Snipe, trying to live, makes his way towards pillars. But the camo is live, the camo is there, and already Noobs have flooded it. They're already grabbing it, and Leor is taking it.
Well, the only benefit for the Noobs being stuck at A for the past 2 minutes is that they have the advantage on picking up this camo, but not in the lead. Now tied, 45 all, as Leor pinging, gathering intel. You could just sense the sense of urgency in this man's point of view. But now he's going to slow things down for a little while. Patience might be the name of the game. Going to gather some intel here. The time is now to strike, and he does so with perfect efficiency. 5 perfect shots, and they have the numbers advantage, 46-45, as they continue to push through. Back of mud. Boo Boo Doo goes down, but he trades out. 47 all.
47 all, 48, 47. But Noble's left by himself, and he's an easy cleanup, 48-48. There's one more player inside a back tower. Can he catch Envor before he gets his shield back? No, he can't. Rorsch gets a kill on a Soul Snipe, 49-48. One more kill is going to do it. He's in the perfect position inside a key door, but there's too many members of Noobs who are standing there waiting for him to repeat. He instead decides to retreat, but Druck and Strikey are in a 1v1. Leor brought down to low, but he's not ready for it. He's not ready for the attack, and Leor gets a cleanup, and oh my god, Noobs have done it!
Wow. A step up the ladder in the Halo rankings as Noobs take down Coliseum. We have just, for the last 2-3 years now, ever since ANZ and MX had their guaranteed spot taken away from them in the HCS, they have all but earned it with a vengeance at this point. And it's not even a question now. They didn't even need the guaranteed spot because they're finding their way to the top 8, regardless of whether you give it to them or not. They're going to take it.
Noobs have done it for the Mexican region. They have a claim in the winners finals going up against Usu Benny, and an opportunity to stay in the grand finals.
Oh,
that is
man.
going to be coming up next, but that last few moments there, just so unfortunate, not knowing that Strikey was in bottom tower, and Envor just gets surprised and cleaned up by both Leor and Strikey, but well done by Noobs.
Man, and I didn't realize how weak those players for Noobs were. They got taken down as soon as the HUD dissipated and the game was over. You saw 2 fall for Noobs. I mean, almost a tie game scenario there. We've seen that 2 or 3 times, believe it or not, throughout 4+ years of Halo Infinite. But this one was won by Noobs, and that's all we could ask for. We talked about how swingy that series was. It was all but tied. And then we did witness a swing, a 6-kill swing in 2 different outcomes or moments in that match. That was about everything you could ask for, and especially so when you look at the winners semifinals, 3-2, 3-2. Who doesn't love best of 5s?
I mean, 2 back-to-back best of 5s to winter finals. What more can you ask for? And Noobs complete the upset, taking down Coliseum and sending them to the lower finals. Like, that's crazy stats to hear, right? So well done by Noobs for standing strong. That game was tied so many times, Mikowski. I don't even think I can count on my fingers how many times that game was tied, but they went the distance and they were able to seal the deal, and they got themselves a winter finals.
Well, we are set up for an incredible conclusion to this day. Again, before we hop off the mic and yield the floor to Active and Why Not Be Casting for the remainder of the tournament, I just want to personally say thank you again to the DSA group. Bittersweet and Fragout are just absolute legends in the community. They don't get enough credit for all the time, blood, sweat, and tears. Like, if you follow them on Twitter, you'll see Red Eye Flight after Red Eye Flight after Red Eye Flight and then they go and show up with the just electric energy. You'd never know that they didn't sleep the night before and had a 12-hour flight across the pond to do all these different tournaments. So I cannot say enough about DSA. Huge thanks to AMD for sponsoring today's tournament. And you guys are all set for an incredible finish. Don't go anywhere because the winter final is up next.
Double kill. Triple kill. Snipe. Double kill. Killing frenzy. Double kill. Double kill. Reversal. Killing spree.
5 minutes remaining. Enemy
Double kill.
took the hit.
Double kill.
Enemy team.
Reversal.
Enemy team took the hit.
Double kill.
Enemy.
Double kill.
Incoming. Team took the hit. Enemy team took the hit.
Double kill.
Enemy team scored. Kill in.
Triple kill.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It is your DSA Open Series #1. And man, has it been a ton of fun leading up into this moment, and it's going to continue to get more competitive. I'm Why Not Be Reckless, aka Why Not Be Casting. I got tools with me. What is up, Garrett?
Hey, yo, I'm having a great time, a great tournament ran by a great organization. Shout out to the DSA group for putting up. Hey, I just got word, Tony, not only $1,000 in the tournament, they're gonna add another $400 to the prize pool, so it's now $1,400 in the prize pool for everyone to compete here for. And it looks like, again, you gotta be delayed. I thought they were, Tony, I literally thought they were stalling the start, because I have not seen such a slow push out the door like that. Such an interesting beginning to our winners final.
You know, in actuality, if we didn't tell the audience about the $400 extra on top of the $1,000, we could have split that $200 apiece. Like that. That is some bad.
Reasonable. Hey, yo, it's still 1,000.
We were just joking, guys. We were just joking.
Yeah, we're just joking. Now, obviously, $1,400 up for grabs. Everyone trying to get, their lion's share of that here in the winners final, one step closer to a grand finals if they're able to come out on top. But I think right now the big thing for this noob squad is figuring out how ready they are for potentially Birmingham and the rest of the LAN season. This team is looking so much better this year than I anticipated them to look. I thought they had some big losses to the roster, but right now I think Noobs is showing themselves to be a competitor.
Yeah, I talked about this before. You see the rise of every single player on this news roster. We've been following their journey since late Halo 5 and see them, go from the scrappy young kids to now the incredible young men that we see in front of us right now. They've gotten better and better, and we're seeing it time and time again. I am a fan of the news. I know I'm not supposed to be biased, B-U-Y-E-S-T, but I really am. I love these guys. And mind you, another Latin American brother on the other side of things, Usu Benny, L-A-T-A-M, stand up, because Acid represent Usu Benny and always looking good as well.
Look at that jump by Noble there, able to cap down on the Yaxin, and with that, Usu Benny gets the trip cap, but it should be relatively short-lived as you see players getting into B. But I mean, this has been a really dominating force. Look at how Usu Benny has spread themselves onto the map. They have players at big door. They have players at back A, player anchoring at C. They're collapsing in onto these pipes players. What they're looking for is to have 2 down at all times and try to keep this cycled rotation of slays in their favor.
Not slowing down whatsoever and continuing to put on the pressure seems to be the name of the game, really, for both of these rosters. That we see Acid and Usu Benny take over Bravo while simultaneously challenging the Charlie side. Breaking shot hits his shots, drops the... Bro, this man is thinking 3 steps ahead, from one fight to dropping the shroud, securing camo for his team. Charlie surely has to change hands, right?
Unfortunately for Acid, he goes down, and he really wanted to stay alive because of the follow-up play here, but either way, they're going to get those kills. It's going to be 4 down, and they're going to try to spring into a trip cap here. You notice Piggy going into the A, but look at what everyone else is focusing on. They're looking towards the spawners over at Pipes. Breaking shot. Is he aware of the player right to his left? Here we go. This fight's a huge one, and Breaking shot comes out on top.
Breaking shot doing everything he can now to stay alive, while Piggy might be staring down the barrel of 3 different players of the noobs over toward the half wall side. With shock rifle up and his triple cap being held, Piggy has a large responsibility to win the 1v1, or at least do enough damage for his teammates to come in down for the cleanups. Yaxin and Acid now going to try to work together. Breaking shot on the flank. Every part of the map being attacked by Usu Benny, and they are winning these fights.
Piggy winning another big one in the back, and look at this dominant control they have, right? It's 2 points for every second, but the spawns of noobs aren't conducive to getting into a hill and stopping this scoring, right? They're having to do so much extra legwork before they can even start to contest the hill. It's giving Usu Benny a massive lead in this game.
Trip cap still being held. Borsch at least is able to get away with the shot. Can't exactly put it to work. Action. Yaxin is there, and now he earns himself a bit of the rifle action. Lure creeping up over toward the long haul side. Yaxin making sure that nobody's able to get through. That high sensitivity, watching multiple angles. Usubeni continue to score. Striking just barely avoids the headshot. Rush tries to force his way through. As Rush goes down, so does Noble and Strikey. You better be careful, you're getting lined up.
And look, Strikey not expecting Yaxon to just peek back out like that. Sometimes when you're down to one shot and you have no business challenging a fight, sometimes that can be the best time to challenge a fight, right? Because they're not going to keep looking at something that should never happen. Yaxon took advantage of that, got a couple extra shots, and keeps this pressure. It's momentum for Usubeni. They want to try to keep this control, keep them on the respawn, and they're going to keep playing fast to fulfill that win condition. They're just 20 points away. They get away with a camouflage here. You might as well just put GG in the chat.
233 points here. Noobs finally able to stop the scoring by taking over both Alpha and Bravo, but the camouflage player also being stalked right now courtesy of Nova, but does he have the shields to pull off this fight as Acid rips a double out of nowhere? Both players are one shot, but Acid just wanted it more.
That was smooth. I mean, he's not only down one shot, but down in numbers too in a 1v2. Not only does he get, stay alive and kill those players, he did that while one shot, getting that capture for his team and significantly slowing down that counterattack from Noobs. This is just fantastic play by Usubeni, and we're going to see Noobs get that capture once again, but look at the daunting task ahead of them. They need to find 200 points in a row. Usubeni, that's just not a team you're going to do that against. The win condition for Noobs, you got to get a 4 down, get the trip cap, and start the spawn traps in long haul. That's their only path to victory.
Despite the kills that were going down, somehow Noobs were able to take both Alpha and Bravo and stop the scoring, but this bend but don't break strategy, eventually you may just break. They just have lost Bravo while Usubeni have their sights set on Alpha. Strikey tries to get a head start but loses shields in order to do so. Tries to throw the cross map grenade to get at least a bit of damage down, but what does the damage mean if you can't get your butts in the hill?
You see already 250 to 66. Usubeni just on a rampage. It was really the trip cap pressure that did so much work for them, and I love how aggressive the team is even after they get the trip cap, right? Think about the advantages that a trip cap gives you. Why do you want a trip cap? Well, first, right, you're scoring 2 points for every second that you have it in contention, right? The second part of it is actually what happens off the spawn, right? When you go 4 down, what's the downside when you have a trip cap? There really is no downside, because if they're going to find themselves in a hill and contesting, well, you're still scoring. That's why teams love to get the trip cap into plays. It's okay. It lets you have a way more flexible type of play, because you suddenly don't have to worry about your life every second. You can be a little bit more cavalier with your challenges, like how Yaxon was taking that challenge at bottom red stairs, Tony. Yeah, he goes down to one shot. He's basically red barred, but he says, I don't care. I'm going to challenge from the disadvantage, because it doesn't really matter if I die as long as we keep this trip cap in place.
It's all about that momentum, and momentum. And man, did Usubeni control just that, like you said, really on the backs of that triple cap that we saw. Now we get to find out, can they continue to do so? Because one thing we learned about Noobs, it is hard to, I guess it may not be as hard to put them down, but to put them out is one different story. They lose game number 1, come back better in game number 2, and who knows, we go to swing game 3 with a little bit of a chip on our shoulders. So highlights looking real good across the board. I thought Yaxon was fantastic, making the plays that really matter, that maybe even transcended the scoreboard. And 250 to 66 is your final score of that game number 1. Game 2, we go to the streets. Noobs, do you have it in you?
Yeah, what do you have in you for Noob Mombasa here? Because this is a game that really rides on momentum, especially streets, right? The smallest map in the HCS rotation and the easiest map to manipulate spawns and to get fast timings. Oftentimes, you can find yourself looking directly at the spawn of the opposing player, whether that's being standing in cafe, looking towards PD, or maybe being at bottom A and looking at those players at C while your players collapse in from the driveway side. Speed is the name of the game on streets. If you're able to find tempo by getting kills without trade outs and find those spawn traps, you will be a force to be reckoned with.
By the way, as the game loads up, I want to give a huge shout out to obviously LVT for putting on this production here, but also got to give a huge shout out to DSA, a Canadian-based company that specializes in professional esports operations and event management. Founded in January 2023, DSA has rapidly grown to work with major clients such as TELUS, Intel, Mosaic, Samsung, and plenty more here. And what do we got here? What?
Hey, hey, it's a raffle to everyone that participated in the tournament today. They have a chance to come away with that AMD graphics card, the Radeon 9070 XT, one of the best GPUs on the market, and all you have to do is play in a tournament. So, hey, for everyone that's competing here today, at the end of the tournament, we'll see who comes away with that grand prize. Not only $1,400 up for line, but maybe some upgrades to your PCs as well.
Well, fun fact, actually, I competed in the tournament, and luckily for my competition, I decided to go easy on them. I decided to go a little easy on it because I didn't want to win the money, and I want to make sure I share the love with everybody. But I did compete in this competition, so maybe I might win it.
I'm gonna ask Celeste to take your name out of the raffle just to spite you. I don't even think it's a problem that I think it's cool that you compete and everything, but I just don't think you should win. So I'm gonna see what we can do about that. I don't know if it breaks any rules and conditions. Well, we'll figure it out. But I don't think you should win one, Tony. That's just me being spiteful because I couldn't play earlier today. But it's I just think we should give it to one of the great viewers instead.
Okay, fair enough. If I win it, I will roll it to one of the viewers in the chat.
Yes. But I can join the raffle, right? If we re-raffle it, I can join.
No, wait a minute. Hold on. If I can't win, you can. 11-5 lead in favor of Usu Benny. Up 1-0 in the series at the moment, but they just have gone 4 down.
Yeah, but that's a big 3 down right there. 3 to 4 down, right? Because Noobs were seemingly on their back foot there. They go another couple kills. This game is going to get out of hand. Instead, they find that's going to stabilize them for now. What's going to be important is the initial gunfight, and that so far has been clearly in Usu Benny's favor. Noobs need to find a way to win that initial fight, that first blood. So often they're having to come back and find the kills after that, and they've done a fine enough job to keep themselves in the game, but you can only survive not getting the first blood for so long.
Down by 4 kills at the moment here, and like I said, first blood starts to favor Usu Benny once again. They were the first ones to get the 2 down onto News, but Camouflage not quite up just yet, so one more reset for News to potentially fight for it, and Breaking Shot gets right in the middle of News, a bit of a noob sandwich, but Breaking Shot gets taken down. So do multiple members of Usu Benny. Is this News' time to strike?
Camo gonna be the big prize here. Leor, I just would not know if I would try to go for that camo like that. It's just every player of Usu Benny was alive, and at the end, they are the ones that are patient. They're gonna find the camo, and Breaking Shot now has the opportunity just to get lost on the map, not let anyone see him. Try to catch some players by surprise. I like this play through the middle of the map. If you can catch some one-shot players, and look, P doesn't even need the help. He'll say, hey, get the next. I got this, and I'll get the next. Oh, Piggy cleaning up everything. Breaking Shot, just looking for more damage, and look at the lead that's grown because this camo. It was a 2-kill lead when they got the camo. It's really just spiraling out of control now.
Breaking Shot still has that camo to work with. Remember, 45 seconds what you have after one of the more recent updates, and Breaking Shot taking advantage of every last second of it. Name goes down, lowered down to 1 shot, easy cleanup. Still has half the shield to work with and strike. He's trying to play his life up over to the top. Ness somehow gets the kill, but eventually the cleanup does come in, and a double-digit lead for Usu Benny.
Look, yeah, I mean, Reaction's getting ready to attack with his teammates coming up those B stairs. Noble's just got so much to handle here, and honestly, I'm impressed that Noble was able to even find one with how many players were around. Not only found the one, but his teammates won the gunfights on the other end. So Noobs in one of those rare situations where they're not the ones dictating that push, but expecting it in the right way, and able to come out on top in a lot of those 50-50 gunfights and closing down this lead. What was, double digits just moments ago is now just 5, cutting it in half.
Sends him up over toward the heavens with the repulse, knocks him back down to earth with the Stalker rifle, does Noble. And maybe cut that lead in half. At one point, now 5 kills on the advantage. But man, even the Stalker, not enough. 3 go down for News and a big kill out of Lore, but doesn't have the reinforcements to work with anymore. But apparently goes and draws them into the Shadow Realm and banishes them. Quite the life out of Lore, but wasn't enough.
The problem is they're having to use, you know, all these resources to find these big kills just to keep them in the game, right? The problem is you can only set 5, you know, in the back row before you just run out of these resources. How many trap cards can you really activate here before eventually you need to take tempo for yourself? Noobs, I think this is their last chance. Find your 3-4 down, get yourself back into this game. You need this to be just about even by the time you get to the 40 kill mark.
Yeah, but like you're alluding to, one big heavy storm and Usu Benny can go right at that reinforcements and really create a hole within their defense. And maybe that's not coming here because Lore, with a big double kill, almost turns it into a triple. Jackson just barely gets away with his life and holding on to a 3-kill advantage to Usu Benny.
Yeah, Jackson only had one option. It was run. And I'm surprised he stayed alive for as long as he did. In the meantime, the camo's now swapped over to Noobs. Jackson eventually goes down. It's just a 2-kill lead now. Make it 1. And it is just, we now have a game. I mean, this is so impressive by Noobs. Considering the fact they were down by double digits to start this game, to find themselves within distance now and in the late game, right? All you have to do is find a mistake, punish any blundering move by Usu Benny, and you can find yourself in a checkmating position.
The ever scrappy Noobs are always in it, no matter what the game state is, no matter what the lead, they'll find a way to make it close. And now a 1-kill game going into the 4th quarter at the moment, and one that Rush is simply ready for as he rips through the defense over toward the arcade side, challenges Breaking Shot disrespectfully, but back-to-back kills for Acid and Breaking Shot. It was not a 1v1 like he thought.
Look at this, they just keep losing numbers. They're down in resources and it's going to continue to get worse. Streets is a map that can spiral out of control so quickly when you lose these numbers. Look at how these players are collapsing in. Every player from Usu Benny's coming in with the maximum force available. Can Noobs find some sort of way to mirror this out and get these kills? They are running out of time, and Rorsch, he stayed alive. Here comes the help. 46-48. Usu Benny just need 2 more, but Noobs is surviving.
But a big trade by Breaking Shot is really all the doctor ordered there, holding on to the 1-kill advantage. But now Rush comes in with the double kill. I don't think anybody from Usu Benny expected that. Back to 1 kills. Usu Benny need 1 more, but Noobs are on their tail.
Just keep shooting. That's all you had to do. Just keep shooting in that spot. Eventually found the kill on the pre-fire, and how are we tied? 48-all is what Usu Benny's asking themselves. This was their game to win, but Noobs have found their way into the final play. Just 2 kills to go. That camo. Leor, cojones on this, brother. I mean, how do you get away with that? 49 for Usu Benny, but Noobs has the camo to equalize.
Nobody watching the camouflage. I know they didn't think anybody would just go for it, but nobody having eyes. Lore gets a free camouflage, and Usu Benny, if you lose this game, it's because of literally that, as Lore peeks the corner, finds 2 members of Usu Benny, so you know what? I'm gonna go a bit of a different way.
Oh, he spotted Piggy. He's gonna give some big info. Can he get to heaven without being spotted? No.
Oh no! Oh no!
Acid just in the cheeky spot, able to see him on the jump up. Leor seemingly missing a clamber here, right? I mean, you think if maybe he hits this clamber, he can find that spot onto Piggy, but I think it's just too focused on getting the information about Jackson over at the cafe, and Acid able to punish the play. 50-48 is such a close comeback, but Usu Benny holds on despite having to run through everything that Noobs pulled out. The heavy storms, the mirror forces, everything in the back row was played. But Usu Benny kept control and eventually took those life points down to 0.
That they did, man. One big Regeki just absolutely wiped this team's front line, and the back line was down as well. Just absolutely fantastic work by Usubeni. And I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but could you make that jump while crouch jumping instead of clambering? I wonder if he was going for the crouch jump there, and maybe that's why it missed. I mean, think about it. It looked like he was really trying to like hit it like sideways and hit it like in a crouch jump style instead of going for like maybe the easy clamber, which I guess is the somewhat safer route if you want to always have your gun ready, but high risk, high reward, and actually have to make the jump too. I wonder.
I'm trying to think. I was like, maybe if you sprint jump it, it's just a jump that you don't do too often. But you might be onto something there, Tony. I just think maybe he was trying to get info onto the cafe side and moved his reticle a little bit too far to try to get that info and just lost his clamber window. Was like what I was thinking. You gotta say that was an insane play by by Noble to get the 2 kills to get him to 48 all, but Noob's just gonna have to think about what they missed there. That opportunity they won't get back. Now down 0-2 in a series, they'll have to find a reverse sweep in order to keep themselves in the winner's side and to get to that grand finals.
And it's really how strong momentum is, man, and every moment mattering. We're having a much different conversation if they're able to clutch up with that camouflage, win it 50-49, and we are excited for Noobs as they suck the air out of the room. That's not the case, and right now Usubeni up 2-0, and now you're thinking, wow, how does your mental recover from that? And you're 1 game away from being knocked down to the lower bracket courtesy of Usubeni. Momentum is real, and so is Breaking Shot.
How? Don't let him get away with that! No. He was down to 1 shot. He's not gonna take 1. He's not gonna take 2. He's gonna take 3, and Strikey might just be the 4th overkill for Breaking Shot. Ole or high. Don't give him the tack.
Breaking Shot with the overkill, and man, if that game number 2 didn't upset Noobs enough, that definitely did. Breaking Shot 7-0 start, still has the camouflage, still has the sniper, and was on his way to a killing frenzy before the remote detonation. Tools, I know you love that.
It's just, how do you let him get away? I mean, from start to stern, that clip is absurd because of his survivability. He gets the camouflage, already crazy enough to stay alive with it, to go back to get that kill, patient on the opening shots, stay in the corner, tuck yourself. Hey, we like camping back here. Find yourself the double into the triple into the over. I mean, that's peak Halo.
Oh my gosh, wow. As we try to take a deep breath after that one and come back to reality, 53-0 run, but man, the overkills, they don't get much better than that. I know that's gonna be on a Breaking Shot highlight reel. The race for Austin to skip to my Lou of Halo, just playing like a street baller here on Live Fire.
At this point, it might as well just be a pickup game on the blacktop. I mean, some of the moves that we're seeing pulled out, I mean, Acid hits a filthy strafe step there to get his kill. I mean, these guys just seem to be playing on another level, but the only point that really matters is that point at the last second of the round. Noobs just got camouflage. They have their setup. If they're able to find those kills and to find their way back into this round, right? If you take the round, everything that happened before doesn't really matter.
Yeah, man, Halo's like life, you know? Sometimes you're gonna get knocked down, things are gonna not go your way, but sometimes you have to be
it's not about the journey. It's about the result, baby.
Sometimes you gotta be like, hey, ball up top and just regain. And that's exactly what Noobs have to do right here, right now. You're down over 70 points, but now you have the same combination that Breaking Shot decimated you earlier with. Now you have a chance to really turn the tables right back on them as Whoosh covering the back of Strikey after losing his shields. And as Whoosh goes down, better Whoosh than your sniper player, but he still has to get some value here and is able to take down at least one and waste an extra bullet before going down.
Yeah, I heard that nade land behind him and said, okay, I'm going down. Might as well take a shot with me, right? Don't give as much ammo as they'd like. And ooh, wow, big kill by Whoosh. Piggy not able to use any of that. If Noobs can find the break, they'll have a 2-bullet snipe to work with alongside the ball.
3 down, go Usubeni, make it 4. Absolutely wiped right now. There's gonna be some valuable time for the Noobs.
And Whoosh should have info about where that sniper is. think he's there it is. It's up into play. He gives it to his teammate, says, hey, let's go find the extra bullets here. And with one left, Noble might be able to find that opening pick to try to keep this ball in their possession.
Bush goes down courtesy of triple pick action as it continues to just hold forward and hit every single shot. Even Noble down to one shot, and Breaking Shot takes advantage of that. Strikey chases down Breaking Shot for the revenge, and a big double by Strikey to knock almost everybody off of that map. The ball sits over toward the middle of the chaos of an 86-36 advantage of Usubeni.
Piggy with the quick flank, able to get that, and with it, they just need about 15 seconds of ball time. So you see where Piggy's mind's at. He's saying, well, if I can get around this corner and just buy a little bit of time, that might just be enough for us to win the round. But sometimes those wishful thinkings get you into trouble. Instead, Usubeni finding themselves on the back foot on this rotation. Camouflage still up for grabs. And at the end of all the chaos, it's Yaxanoff Spawn that was able to get it. So Usubeni, they're not winning the numbers fight, but they are getting away with some of these big, important resources to eventually find that break onto the ball.
Noob's still scoring here. Trey still going down. Piggy wants to get that ball out of the hands of Lord and as teammates on the follow-up, but back not exactly expecting that. Noble down to denial grenades as he goes down to one shot, Breaking Shot. Just gone as quick as he came over toward the A side, and just an absolute brawl of war right now, fighting over this ball toward the A side of the map, but somehow Noobs always seem to be as close as possible and keeping Usubeni away from that ball time.
And I mean, it's been so scrappy in these last few rotations where no one's really been able to get a good chunk of time. Noobs finding a couple seconds here and there, but Usubeni just being so close to this finish line and have not been able to win the numbers battle. The only thing that's really kept Noobs from running away with it is the fact that they haven't been able to get away with the camos and the snipers until now. Striking full sniper ammo, the ball is where you want it, everything is in place for you to win this round. Now it just comes down to execution, but that's where Usubeni's the best. They come in 4 wide. They were not letting that sniper stay alive.
Big time prediction grenade come out of Breaking Shot, lands right at its target, even puts a couple extra damage onto Bush. Doesn't seem like much, but with his teammates on the follow-up, it could mean everything. Strikey recognized the situation. It was like he was trying to bring that ball over and fight. Usubeni are coming with the numbers. They're coming time and time again, but Noobs' defense has been tough. I mean, 86 points. It feels like Usubeni have been stuck at that number forever, and now Moore really started to feel himself. Quicks go back-to-back hits as Usubeni needs to change something. They might just cost or lose this game 3 down.
But I like the strategy of Usubeni in the sense that they're not slowing down. They're not letting any of these skills from Noobs really affect the mental. Their whole mantra has been, hey, we'll just be an endless line of players. Breaking Shot able to find a triple, and that will be enough to end this round. So even when Noobs had control, right, Usubeni, they said next player up. We're just going to keep going. Endless line of shooters coming in and getting damage and preventing Noobs from being comfortable that entire setup.
I'll be honest with you, I thought we were going to see another overkill by Breaking Shot. Like, 2 overkills in the same round against the Noobs, who are obviously anything but that. I mean, we're talking some of the...
I mean, I'd expect Breaking Shot to get a couple overkills against some Noobs. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
What a strategy from Breaking Shot. He said, yeah. Oh, no, not the last shot in the chamber. It's probably like, man, I wish I had 7 more bullets to snipe.
What happened to my ammo? I mean, you just predicted wrong. Noobs had the advantage. He definitely knew that in his mind that Noobs was going to take over and grab the snipe. He had to waste that ammo until everybody just started dying. He was like, wow, well, okay.
He's like, I was trying to put the ammo on layaway. I'm trying to collect now. I have what I need, but no, nothing to get there. Wasted all that ammo, and with it, I mean, you see that Usubeni probably really wanted some of that extra ammo there because their setup not as potent by not having a sniper into play. They only get 10 seconds before Noobs find their break.
10 points here for Usubeni. It looks like Noob's gonna take a slight lead. Warsh really putting his body on the line right now, being the shield to that ball carrier, and look at all the damage he's able to do. Takes down 2, makes the 3rd player one shot. I'm a little frustrated that they haven't gone down just yet, but look at all the ball time that Noobs are able to accumulate at the moment here, and active listening, snapping onto your targets. Noobs are playing absolutely fantastic. They're playing like pros.
I mean, so often they're getting those 3 downs, right? Not letting the players get up and get into the fight. Breaking shot, able to find a star off his spawn, and that's going to make the calculus a lot harder for Leora here. Now, the benefit of having the ball back into A, right, is even when it's on the ground, look at all these corners that you can stand in and try to make yourself a difficult place to ascertain when you come in. So that's the idea of why you play into A, right? Is to hide your info, to make it harder for teams to get that break, and eventually that works out because Noobs, they put that ball down. They said, okay, we're going to push up and then quick flank the players that come in. So even though Usubeni got the opening kill, the final laugh was by Noobs because they had the tempo and the knowledge to know, hey, look, these players have to push into our positioning. We can hide ourselves and eventually get the collapse.
Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball.
You see breaking shot throwing the ball out. It's 3 down.
Ball dropped.
Usubeni just struggling to have the players alive and up in
Enemy
fights.
has the ball. Ball dropped.
Noble trying to get up into the fight. A couple players, Usubeni, trying to crack their way in. Acid. Whoa. What in the world is Acid? How are you getting away with that fight?
Almost 50 points here for the Noobs. Action Jackson getting away with the full sniper at the moment here, and man, he's ready to use every last bullet of it on the opposition, unlike breaking shot, which is on the floor earlier. Both will go down, actually striking, sending Piggy off the map with that repulse. 3 down go Usubeni, but at least your sniper player is able to survive.
Enemy
Jackson trying to
halfway
keep
victory.
himself hidden until his team's ready to make the push. He'll swing with the snipe, hits the shot, but Leora not going down into that fight. But is that damage enough for the rest to come in? Acid gets the first pick. We see trade outs in, but the rest of the Noobs, they're in trouble. They're swinging in, and they'll just take their escape route. Trying to take the reach out. Jackson hits the shot, the sniper. Important to the play. Usubeni have their break.
Big shot by breaking shot. 3 down go Noobs. Final player's worship nowhere near that ball. In fact, he's more near death than he is towards that oddball of Usubeni's. Noobs, nice little lead from them, but they gotta be careful. Usubeni, they're looking to eat away at it. A big rotation on breaking shot, getting it away from the A side, away from the green side, and now a tower rotation is where Usubeni are holding it.
Enemy has the ball.
Acid trying to play really quick to this flank. Now, he needs to get this flank to work before the rest of the Noobs get into that fight, right? So it's the only time these like flanks are really successful is if your timing's correct. And you see, he's been out of the fight while his teammates have been fighting. He's been largely out of that fight, and now by the time he gets into it, breaking shots down to 1. The rest of his teammates have gone down. So those big flanks, the timing is so important for them to be successful. And here it's more of a scratch than necessarily being successful. I think breaking shot somehow staying alive and making the most of that situation. I don't think necessarily Usubeni's earning any of this time. I thought Noobs did a really good job there of getting their collapse, and they played more for that camouflage than necessarily taking down breaking shot and letting him get those extra couple seconds of time.
Oftentimes, it will come down to taking advantage of your opponent's mistakes, and we see Usubeni can and have done literally just that. But Rush was able to get away with camouflage. Now ball goes in the hands of Noobs for a bit here, drops that ball because he knows there's players that should be right under him, not playing the ball here, so confident that they can win these slays, they can earn these points, and Usubeni want no part of that. They dedicate that life in order to getting that ball off the map.
Ball dropped.
That you see Piggy last alive for his team. He's not going to be anywhere close enough to stop that ball pickup for now. And I misspoke. Piggy flew in as if he knew that his teammates were going to spawn half a step behind him. That was a hyper aggressive play. But I mean, that play is at least keeping the ball on the ground and forcing a fight out. Honestly, Surprisingly aggressive play, but I like it at the end of the day. Piggy, I think, accomplished what he wanted, but they needed to win the slice. And at the end of the day, the execution not there. Noob's going to be able to now get Sniper ball in possession. They just need 25 seconds more. If Strikey hits some big shots, that could be the end of the round.
Enemy team nearing victory.
Sniper in the hands of Strikey here.
Ball dropped.
Over toward that tower side and just locking it down at the moment. A weakened player over toward Nest, but he has his teammates already there to get the cleanups, and Ball still scoring, at least for now. Usubeni get momentary numbers. Noble off a spawn, almost able to take down Breaking Shot, but does enough damage to keep him low. And with Strikey grabbing this ball, it looks like we should see some more scoring for Noobs. Could they finish the round here? Usubeni, where are you?
Wow, that player wasn't able to rotate into the pillars, instead stayed back into the mud to try to help the front lines. Piggy and I believe Jackson won those fights, stayed alive, and now have the ball in their possession. Sniper goes to them, Leor goes down. Oh no, here comes the push. This is a must win for Noobs. The push will be successful as Noble comes in from the back half. It's just Breaking Shot that needs to win a 1v2. He wins the first, but can he get to the second in time? No, round 3, here we come.
Quite the battle it's been so far, and for Noobs, it has been unfortunate so far this series, but with a big second round win, maybe coming out in round number 3, and Noobs could potentially start a run, potentially a reverse sweep if they play their cards right. Usubeni has something obviously to say about that. One win here as far as rounds will end this series and propel them even deeper alongside the winners.
And they're struggling to win some of these initial gunfights that they were winning in the past. The first bloods have been going to Noobs pretty consistently here. And when I say first bloods, what I'm meaning is when we're in a neutral state, when it's 4v4, who wins that first gunfight to give yourself a numbers advantage? In the first round, it was clearly Usubeni. In the previous games, it's been Usubeni. But since the second round on, Noobs have been finding those first bloods. And I think it's making a huge difference in the way that they're playing. And with that, another 4 down, 4 more bullets into this snipe. Camo still on for Noble, and spawns are well known. This is such a dominant spot to start your rounds.
Sniper and camouflage here for Noble. And we need to make something happen here. Whoa, big no-scopes to the body, and both of those players are going to be cleaned up extremely quickly, and even more importantly, Noble stays alive long enough to get the back smack and put Usubeni 3 down.
And Noble, I mean, just really helping his team out in these last couple of rounds, has been getting the big damage onto these players to make their life easy. He's got 22 assists to his name. You know, it hasn't had the flashiest plays necessarily in this game yet, but I'll say, man, it feels like he's just there getting that damage in and helping his team when they need it the most. On the other end for Usubeni, it was Breaking Shot that had some of these big outbreak plays in the first round. His multi-kills were such a big difference maker. I think if he's able to rev that engine back up, they'll have some success here in the second half of round 3.
2v2 situation here. Next kill for really important, and Acid knows what's on the line. Plaza Pistol is out, finishes him with the bandit. Nice little 2-piece out of Acid. As Strikey, former duo, starts to get involved, taking a lot of damage and trying to figure out exactly where that's coming from. But with that tower side controls all you need. Usubeni scoring, hopefully taking the lead.
That QT needs to get out. There it is. Good play by the QT just to get in, create chaos, try to make an opening for your team. Doesn't necessarily get the kill, but that's not what Leor necessarily needed there, right? To him, it's just about trying to keep that ball on the ground, make it difficult for Usubeni to operate, and so far it's been dirty, but Usubeni have been able to eventually clean up these kills. Leor, that's, I think, the only option he had there, Tony. He picked up that camo. He quickly realized they were not going to win those fights and just took his life with the camo on him. And with that, Usubeni going to get more and more time. This has been a big shift in momentum.
And camo burn is a camo denied for the opposition here, so I'm not mad at that whatsoever as Noobs come off a spawn and try to get this ball out of the hands of Usubeni, who literally have just taken back the lead here in round number 3, passing that 50% portion. Acid moving into position and some great shots out of him, not expecting the flank though out of Warsh, and Warsh going to continue with that, with taking down Piggy and making sure that Sniper ends up off the map. And why not make it a triple? Warsh, you're playing damn well.
I mean, Rorsch and Breaking Shot just trading the multi-kills this game. 39 kills for Rorsch, 37 for Breaking Shot. They're head and shoulders in the lead for the Slays, but I think the story of the teams and how those kills have been facilitated have been very different. Usubeni, it has been a very tip of the spear, all for one sort of strategy where Breaking Shot's been feasting on a lot of that damage, and he's the one that's been coming out on top. And in fact, when you look at the kill feed, I mean, the stats, the only player now, Yaxon, finally gets the even, but for most of this game, it's been Breaking Shot, the only player positive on the team. Whereas Noobs, it's been a one-for-all sort of approach. Everyone getting their assists, getting their kills. Rorsch has been the main beneficiary, but it seems like everyone sort of getting to that kill feed here and there, and it's been two very different games, but we'll see which one comes out on top at the end of round 3 here.
We find out real soon here with 61-33. If Noobs don't turn it around real quick, they could be finding themselves playing the rest of this tournament down in the lower bracket. Yaxon trying to get some extra damage in, enough damage to take down Lure. And as you talked about, that first blood, it goes towards Usubeni, and Noobs, they're going to lose points largely because of it.
Yeah, that's a shift that if it continues for Usubeni, this rest of the round will be much easier for them. And right now, I think we are starting to see that shift where they've been getting a lot more of those first bloods. If they can get this ball out of rotation before Noobs can collapse, it's a huge rotation by Yaxon there. Even though they're probably not going to get a ton of time necessarily from that rotation, just making it so that Noobs doesn't earn a free ball time that they have to win off the reset is really big on just slowing them down and making them earn every kill, right? The more that they have to earn on the map, the harder this game is going to be.
79-34 advantage for Usubeni. They're the ones, though, to lose the first 2 players on the map. Noobs, all 4 members up here. So good time being put down by Noobs. Rorsch, who was over on the mud side, ends up being taken down. It's a wide hole now that Usubeni can play through over toward the perimeter, forcing Noobs to play that ball off the map. Fresh 3 down in favor of Usubeni. Noobs, you need to get activated quick. Don't let Usubeni quick on the ball.
Noble got a spawn over under that camo really close into that fight, but that's not going to work to their benefit. They didn't have the numbers for him to be into that fight right away, and it's not his fault. I mean, he just spawned so close into those engagements. Leor trying to make the most of the situation. He's going to be able to find 2, but things are just looking so risky. So often we're seeing even numbers, but with multiple players down, just showing you how scrappy things have been. Leor gets back to basically the prime spot to get time, but he just doesn't have any teammates next to him, and it's making life more difficult. I mean, look, Breaking Shot hit 43 kills between him and Rorsch. They have 86 between those 2 guys. They are going to war right now, but looks like Usubeni and Breaking Shot might just get the last laugh, Tony.
It's the battle of who's gonna get to the 50 kills first, and it might not be either one of them because Usubeni is scoring points way too fast. Piggy not taking any damage, and as the final seconds come in, you're too little too late. Usubeni pulling off the 3rd round win, the 3rd game win, and ultimately the sweep against Noobs.
Pulling the brooms out. But when we take a look at the stat sheet, I mean, that really was the game for Breaking Shot. It felt like he was able to have free expression everywhere on the map to get those kills. And even at the end, I'm like, man, what could have been is kind of what I'm asking myself when we look at the stats of this game, because you'll notice Breaking Shot 44 kills, right? 21.3 KDA. That's insane. But go look at what the objective work he is. So sweep on over to the time as the carrier. He had the most in the lobby too. 1:52 where he has the ball in his hand and he can't shoot his gun, Tony, and he's still dropping 44 in the lobby. Talk about Mr. Do It All.
Yeah, you got to think if Breaking Shot didn't have the ball in his hand, he would have had like a Bam Adebayo type of game, dropping 83 kills. Dropping 83 in this game. If you have the ball for almost 2 minutes, someone needs to sign this man to the Heat. Him and Bam trying to win a championship. But man, what an exciting matchup. I mean, I think Usubeni looks strong in that game number 1. I think Noobs could have won that game too, especially think back to when Lure stole that camouflage for free, it felt like. And then ultimately that game number 3 really felt like it was anybody's game. It feels like this could have been going to a game 5, but at the end of the day, Usubeni was able to close out when they needed to, and they literally did just that.
Who had the Wilt Chamberlain 100-point game of Halo? That's my question, right? Like, I wish we had more complete like historical stats of like what's the most kills that we've seen in like a major a major
We
bout.
have that
you know?
stat somewhere. We have that. I know.
What do you
for a fact
think? You
Easy
think
Mac
someone's
has
ever
that
hit
stat.
like 60, 65, 70?
Dude, I think he not only has that stat, he has that stat for each game type. At least as far as Halo Infinite's life goes. I mean, as far as well, I don't. Well, maybe Data Hive has it too. Also, about Easy Mac, who was doing the stats for HCS.
Well, I was more
Call of
thinking
Duty
like the entire history of Halo, right? Because I think we've done a great job of keeping tracks of Halo Infinite. But like, you know what I said? Like, we go back to like the H2 Halo 3 days. Like, I feel like it's like things that you hear through the grapevine of like, oh, this person had this person had that. But like, like not all the games were like not many of the games weren't streamed back then, right? And then it's no one was like tracking stats the way they are today. So I feel like we don't get to see the big pop-offs. Like the one that I always remember is the like the Ogre one. They came back from like 50, like down like 40 kills in a Slayer. Remember that? Do you know that one?
Shoot, you bringing me back, brother. Oh my
it's
gosh.
Like, well, I think it was like they're like playing like either it was like Lockout or Beaver Creek, and they went down. They were down by like 50, like 40 to 17 or something like that. They came back to win the game. I was like, we gotta like we need a historical gatekeeper, like a historical keeper of all these records, Tony. We gotta find someone for the role.
I got you, bro. I'll hit up Coach Callis, get another Paradise Halo video going for that one, because that's a story that needs to be told. And so did the story of this lower bracket here, because what you actually just saw was the end of that winners that brought noobs down to elimination bracket finals, and Usubeni guaranteeing their spot in the grand finals and to fight for the lion's share of this now $1,400 prize pool. By the way, shout out DSA for already helping put this tournament together for $1,000, but then throwing $400 on top of that. And keep in mind, anybody who competed is able to win a graphics card as well, which you already know I have my eyes set on that. So definitely want to give a huge thanks to our sponsors here, HCS Grassroots, AMD, and LVT. Tournament not done just yet. We come back from this very short intermission break. We're going to have the rest of that lower bracket. So in the meantime, why don't you take a look at this graphics card and hope that you win it, even though I'm going to swindle it so that I can.
Well, hey, a lot of players are probably like, oh, I didn't know the tournament was happening today. Like, they might not know that there's actually 3 of these tournaments they have. This is the first of 3. And they're going to be giving away one for each open series that happens. So if you didn't get this AMD Radeon 9070 XT graphics card, well, you have another chance at another 2. So get yourself ready, get yourself informed. One way you can keep yourself informed about all the things that are happening in the Halo scene is by going to ! Newsletter. Get yourself signed up there. You get some details on what's happening throughout the Halo universe. But hey, yeah, make sure you don't miss out on the other 2 tournaments. Easy as to get yourself a hands on, the AMD graphics cards.
Wow. Oh, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Well, like I said, we come back. We have the rest of this lower bracket, but make sure you also hit up some potential teammates for the future open series so you can get your hands on maybe an AMD graphics card or maybe a lion's share of a $1,000 prize pool. Again, shout out to our
$1,400 prize.
sponsors.
They put more, bro. They put more.
Well, that was this one. I don't know. Are they doing that for the future ones? I don't know. I don't know.
$1,400 for today, though.
Let me send it a break, Garrett.
Shut up. I know. I just want to keep talking with you, Tony. I just want to keep talking with you.
Guys, we'll see you soon.
Enemy has the ball.
Triple kill. Double kill. Killing frenzy.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is your DSA Open Series number 3. $1,400 on the line now after a $400 up in the prize pool. So if you didn't know, if you didn't think these competitors are going to put it all on the line, now they're going to put in 100%, 150, 200%, because the prize pool keeps growing, and so does the intensity in this tournament. Capture the flag on Origin, and we're moving down to the lower bracket. So what does that mean, Tools? Is there no more chances?
Yeah, no second chances here. This is your second chance. Get it while you can. And, you know, teams already experiencing, you know, some big upsets. Clutch Academy, I think a lot of people there building their bracket ahead of time wouldn't have put them here. Krubu, Slavonic, Facti, and Glitchy finding a big upset on Legion Gaming, who is, you know, the Uzi, Common, Gators, and Zuzi squad. So, you know, they just wanted one more big series. Now, can they win the next against the Coliseum squad that, well, if you look at every name in this lobby, it's pretty stacked.
Oh, that it is. Coliseum definitely be the favorites in this matchup. But like you said, Clutch Academy, no strangers to pulling off some big upsets, not just in this tournament, but really throughout their entire careers. So excited to watch all these boys play, including Glitchy with a nasty triple kill. Let me tell you, one of the more improved players that we've seen since Halo 5. He ain't no matchmaking kid no more. My man's going at Coliseum.
Glitchy definitely familiar how to play this map. Remember seeing Glitchy way back in the day when he's first starting his name in some of these small tournaments in Halo 5. Now trying to make another big upset in the bracket. He starts off 5-1, and well, looks like he might just have done enough. Where did Balance Nade come from? That might have been the prettiest nade I think I've ever seen land on a flag for a denial, by the way. That was just perfect, but I don't think it's going to be enough, as the Slays so heavily favored Clutch Academy to let them get the first on board.
1-0 lead here for Clutch Academy, and man, and you talked about what they were able to do in the early bracket. Well, look at what they're doing late in the lower bracket against Coliseum, and I believe they're named after the Halo 5 map, which is this map's before the remake. So Clutch Academy doing their thing. As I say that, they do end up going forward down bound. Starts his flag over toward the elbow side, and he's gone.
And those that are watching, you might remember Coliseum, they were playing with Soul Snipe before. Soul Snipe having to go. Bound gonna take his spot in the tournament, and you know, that's if you're looking for a substitute, I think Bound might be one of the best options here, especially on a map like Coliseum. He's so quick on those flag runs. He's a max damage phenom. He's gonna be in the front lines. Hey, you know, it's a pleasure just to watch Bound play.
That it is here, Bound. 6 kills already, almost gets the 7th as Glitchy falls from the heavens. What we do with a big nade in order to slow things down just a bit. In fact, he's somehow able to turn the corner despite being one-shot, and Boo Doo wanted to stop the flag, but there was just too much reinforcement, and before they're even able to react, in fact, he has the flag back to the elbow, but he actually does end up going down. Return still on the cards here.
Slavonic, that rocket didn't get the kill, but I mean, it certainly pushes those players back. That flag so close to being captured, it should eventually get that rest of the way there as Krubu puts it in. And Clutch Academy 2-1 in the lead, and Slavonic might have dreams of getting another flag pull out. An aggressive play from him, and although he goes down, I do like where his head's at. Even though it doesn't work out, if you're gonna win a game like this, be aggressive. Try to go for any advantages you can find.
Snipe in the hands of Bound over toward the catwalk side. Drops down momentarily here. Looks like Facty's a little bit weak over towards Snipe 1. Not anymore. He's respawning now. Oh my goodness, as he lifts up and takes Sylvonic's head off. Welcome Bound to the tournament.
Bound looking for more. Yeah, it's always fun to watch Bound play, and when he doesn't get the sniper in his hand too often, actually, so seeing him hit the big shot always was a pleasure, something you don't get to see every day.
Kufu now gets a chance with the sniper right to the right thigh of Boo Doo, the marathon runner. Now goes out to Bound. Bound ends up being taken down courtesy of Sylvonic's Bandit, and a fresh 3 down, staggered or Coliseum, and an elbow side run once again.
Look, Glitchy's already on top of the overextending spawns. He knows that the 50-yard line was up for grabs. Struck did get through, but his position's well known. The nade, enough for damage, but look at Druck surviving with just a hair of health. He's the last player on the map, and he has to hold off the rest of Clutch Academy. It's just up to him. Facty finds him. Clutch Academy, the momentum is continuing on. Their flag just needs to get returned, and this is their map. Bound gets the kill. Kruvu gets the return. No one's there. Clutch Academy makes Coliseum bleed.
My gosh, Clutch Academy are the real deal. If you thought it was luck before, damn it, open your eyes. Coliseum, one of the better Origin players that we have in the league, and throwing Bound into the mix, so you know things will get scary. And Clutch Academy says, we don't care. We don't fear whoever's on the other side, and Clutch Academy doing their damn thing.
I gotta say, you know, there's also, you know, Clutch Academy coming out looking good. Gotta say, big props to them, right? The other part of it is, you know, you just beat a team named Coliseum on Coliseum. I mean, that's like putting a snipe shot through Eric Rona's face. There's just, you can't lose what's in your name. Huge win by Clutch Academy there, and I gotta say, hey, momentum's rolling. How far can they stretch this? Because I mean, we got a stacked team on the other side, but Clutch Academy, if they go up 2-0, think they can get the job done?
Well, Louis, change your name to Vacancy, because we can't call them Coliseum anymore as we go into game number 2. Vacancy is going to be our newest map coming in, and one that I don't actually mind for Slayer, even though I know a lot of people are going to disagree on that one. I think if you go 3 or 4 down, you should be punished, and Vacancy, you will be punished. They will have eyes on your spawn, and bad can turn to worst real quick. Vacancy Slayer coming up next. Can Clutch Academy continue what they started?
That huge game 2 Slayer. We go to the newest map in rotation, Vacancy. We haven't had too much experience on this map, but so far what I see, you know, I thought this was going to be a map that was going to have these huge blowout wins because of how easy it is to manipulate spawns, but I've been surprised at how often the games end up being very close and scrappy throughout the entire way. So I'm curious how this one's going to end, but so far Clutch Academy, they are just frying. 7-3 to start, and they're just clearly winning these opening gunfights.
Big shots coming in from Facty. Able to not only get that kill, 3-1 start, but now wants to go at Druck as well. Charge up that plasma pistol. He's charged up like Drake right now. Facty getting his, and Coliseum down 4-10.
And, you know, if I'm Clutch Academy, I'm rolling with this momentum. You just keep flying at these guys, because right now it just doesn't seem like anything can stop you.
Well-defined lead here for Clutch Academy. Glitchy putting some damage in with the shock rifle. Not exactly enough, but eventually teammates aren't there to replace them. 3 go down, and one more player is a flying Bound, flying right to the respawn screen. Over double the score line of the opposition are Clutch Academy.
I'm so impressed with the way Clutch Academy's been playing, but you gotta think, I mean, these are players that have been, you know, on the precipice of doing great things throughout their Halo Infinite careers. Slavonic has made pool play on some of his rosters. Gotta remember Facty, a part of that, I believe the Hype Squad that APG and Maniac assembled, and he's also made pool play with some of his rosters when he played alongside Kid Nasty. I don't think Glitchy's ever made it into pools. You know, Kruvu has. I feel like Kruvu has, or he's gotten really close before, but Kruvu's an absolute demon to fight. So I mean, we got like 4 really talented players that just haven't necessarily had, you know, the long tenured success, but they're right there, right? And this is their opportunity to take down, you know, some big names on the other side. We got, you know, Bound, Druck, Boo Boo, Dubu, Endor. These players have been perennial, you know, pool play players.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, didn't Facty team with Darkest Hour and Jackson at one
Dark
point?
Inside, right?
I'm sorry.
You're talking about
something
team.
dark. Something dark. Darkest. I thought it was called Darkest Hour, but I could be wrong.
It could have been called Darkest Hour. You're talking about Talent's team though, like with Jackson, right?
Yeah, exactly. So we've seen that. We've seen Kruvu with a Forsaken. I'm going to be team with Complexion for a bit. I mean, and Glitchy, like you said, may have not made it to full play. However, Glitchy has played with the greatest Halo player of all time in Kratos in multiple tournaments. So,
What'd you call the team?
Clutch Academy have been there.
You said, was it Darkest Hour? Is that what you said?
Yeah, Darkest Hour.
Yeah,
To my
that
knowledge.
was it. That was a year 2. Year 1, year 2. Great team. Led by the old school Halo Pro talent, OG. That was a fun team to watch. He's one of those players that actually he would always tell us about Yaxon. Every time we saw him, he's like, "Yo, Yaxon's the guy. Like, watch out for this guy." And Yaxon ended up getting top 3. Envor able to get through the shroud screen, gets a couple kills, and that big lead, it's all gone. 27 all. Coliseum roaring their way back.
Yeah, it's not about how you start, it's oftentimes about how you finish, and Coliseum have been slowly clawing their way back into it as Clutch Academy end up going 3 down. In fact, Coliseum take the lead and put some space between them. Clutch Academy maybe running out of steam.
Maybe Bound trying to get to form as well. I mean, he's 12-8 so far this game. It's been the battle between him and Facty. Facty gonna take that big gunfight, gets Envor down to 1, but Envor not able to get away. Those are big slays. It's gonna let Clutch Academy get out of their spawn. They now occupy the 50-yard line.
Kruvu right through the mid-map here. Challenge Bound and gonna win it. Perfect shot out of Kruvu as he joins the likes of Glitchy and Sylvanic on the opposite end, continuing to apply pressure over toward the Coliseum side. Envor right over through the mid and confident as he and Bound shred through Clutch Academy.
There's a few signs that show when a player has confidence in him, right? And one of the biggest in my mind is what we saw Kruvu do there. When you're in a gunfight and it's about 50-50, do they close the space or do they widen it, right? And if they're widening that space, that means they're confident in their gunfight. They're confident that they're gonna win, right? Because they're not trying to trade the gunfight. They're trying to go +1 in the engagement rather than even. And it's Kruvu backed up, opened up the space, won the gunfight, and that tells me all I need to know about Clutch Academy. This is a team that knows who they are right now.
See him team forward. He jumped on as a substitute and really is showing off on this game number 2. 1 kill advantage so far for Coliseum, and Bound doesn't get traded out. Sylvanic does end up getting the cleanup, so still just 1 kill between the two. Big time.
Bound obviously having his impact, 17 kills now to his name. Facty's been keeping up though. I mean, he has 15. In fact, he's gonna make it number 16. This has been the war between Facty and Bound. Bound loses that gunfight. It's 45-44 in the favor of Clutch Academy. These next fights gonna be so important. You see the shock rifle occupying the middle of the screen as well. Can anyone get to that, get away with it? 3 players at Coliseum gonna wrap through red. It's up to Facty. Can he stay alive with this pressure coming down? Envor taking the challenge. Facty not going down.
Trying to use that thruster to get the advantage over Envor and not able to get it. In fact, Envor hits a crazy 5-shot and Sylvanic. Bound gets there to help, but don't worry, he don't need it. 48-45, and the final 2 kills might just be right in front of Bound. It was bound to happen. A tied-up series going into round number 3.
I mean, huge gunfights happen at the bottom of the map. I mean, maybe we can watch the last couple minutes there because I feel like I feel like it's not like flashy or anything, but the plays that we're seeing were next level from all teams, right? And it was really the Facty versus Bound fights that mattered at the end there. Facty taking on that gunfight against Envor, not able to get that kill, but pushing him down to bottom mid. Who comes on the flank to take down Facty and to get the last couple big kills in the game? It's Bound finding those routes, getting those kills, and shooting 71% to his name. That's Mr. Bound for you.
My gosh, imagine having a substitute player come in and drop 20 kills in a Slayer, bro. That's a sub that I want every single time.
Right,
And
yeah.
Coliseum very happy that they brought Bound to the stage. And honestly, I am too, because this gameplay is extremely fun to watch. Recharge Strongholds, a swing game number 3. Clutch Academy came out with that heat in game number 1, and in fact, honestly, came out pretty on fire in the early game of Game 2. It was up to the Coliseum to weather the storm and take back what was rightfully theirs, and that, along with Bound, literally did it.
Hey, you know, the big thing, right, when we look at this series is, can Clutch Academy not fall for the same pitfalls that have taken down so many upstart teams before, in which, you know, when you have momentum, things are going great. When you lose that momentum, are you able to stay on top? Are you able to keep playing your best? We see so often these teams that are on the precipice of being considered pro, that are battling in those bubble spots. A lot of times they can come out and take those big games against teams or to create a big upset. But once they lose that little bit of momentum, that's when things start to really shift the other way. I'd love to see a team like Clutch Academy buck that trend, right? Because I love all 4 players on this team. I think they have something good going there. Prove to yourself that this is a team that should stick.
Meanwhile, Bound doing Bound-like things, 3-0. 30-0 run here for Coliseum. Old Hunts with double capping with Alpha and Bravo and just being everywhere on the map. And somehow Factory's like, where did that grenade come from? I don't know how, but luckily Sylvonic is able to take away Bravo BC so far for Clutch Academy.
Glitchy playing into this needles. I'd consider this one of the most powerful spots on the map. But you get access to basically all 3 hills. With that shock rifle, you're going to be doing maximum damage. Not able to hit that head though, and Druck immediately able to punish that play. Gets that kill, and you start to see the cracks start to splinter a bit more. Sylvonic winning a big fight in the pipes to keep at least some sort of control for his team, but the A side's just been eviscerated. There's no one there to stop them, and the AC hold should be in the cards. I think Bound thought they had that secured. Glitchy, did he come into the grapple or something, Tony? I don't know how he got there in time, but he might have bought Clutch Academy a little bit more reprieve than they maybe earned.
Double cap being held, Coliseum's lead continues to grow. Here's Clutch Academy having to come off a spawn and make something happen. That's really tough to do when you have Bound in your face and Druck pulling up the rear. Quickly clearing out the gold side, Druck continues to attack Sylvonic and Clutch Academy while simultaneously taking Bravo.
That Druck able to get into the back pipes. I don't think Crew even has an idea that he's back here, and he does not. Druck trying to maximize his damage, and that's going to be camo that goes his way. 1 grapple left to get him out of the gunfight as well. He goes to the tower, and he has liftoff. They have no idea where he's gone. Oh, Druck. Messy shots, but when you've earned yourself that big of an advantage, it doesn't matter.
Still holding on to the double cap right now at Coliseum, and still falling right now are Clutch Academy. Only 29 points for them, and consistently going 3 down. And because of that, you allow Druck to now defend the C side, look for that long haul spawn trap, and they're going after Alpha and the triple cap are Coliseum. This is what happens when you consistently go 3 down.
And Druck kind of just keeps C under his control. A really aggressive play into the long haul, but just they don't take care of him, and this is where things can go from dangerous to downright dirty. They're gonna force the spawn traps over at long haul. They have no quick access, and there's a full ammo shock rifle for Bound to patrol C and B. This is just, I would hate to be in this spot. You have to have a lot of things go your way just to break this setup.
169 points and counting here, Coliseum, with Bound on the front line with the shock as aggressive as possible. Sylvonic has to back down because like a wrecking ball, Bound just goes through the Charlie side, and Alpha not yet taken here for Clutch Academy. Almost 200 points for Coliseum.
That's a cheeky little play by Bound, right? Obviously, it explodes the nade with the shock rifle, but it's actually doing dual damage, right? Because you're getting the explosive damage with the shock with the grenade, but then the shock rifle's also hitting the pad that the grenade is on to splash damage onto the next player. So, really cool little tech there. You see, you don't see it every day, but always a little fun to see come into play. But Tony, I'm gonna look at the score. It's 229 to 29. They have just opened up on this map. The trip cap is brutal when it gets to this point.
It really is, and at this point, Clutch Academy needs to fly into not just 1 but 2 bases. Bravo is not gonna be enough, and Ford knows the push is going to the Charlie side, and he just holds it out. And man, that was quite the Strongholds game that Coliseum put on display.
Well, we get to, you know, we talked about what it means to not shrink after you lose your momentum as a team. Strongholds might have been the worst game 3 possible to see there for Clutch Academy once you've lost your momentum, right? Because the trip cap is such a brutal punishment for a team, and it just didn't seem like they were ready for that game. Came out a little bit flat-footed, and Bound and Druck, the combination of those two, seemed to take big advantages when they could. I mean, look, you know, Bound obviously had his big plays with the double kill, the shock rifle, but Druck, 10 kills, 10 assists. I mean, peep the damage. I think Druck was everywhere on the map, 3,600 to his name in just 5 minutes of gameplay.
Yeah, that's quite the game out of everybody there. You don't win 250 to 29 and don't have multiple players stepping up here to do their thing. So, like you said, 10 kills, 10 assists. Love to see that. And Void coming in with 13 kills to top out the Slays. And just a newly invigorated Coliseum coming in with a whole lot of energy. Maybe that game number 1 was a bit of a warm-up for them. You know, haven't played in quite some time. I don't even know if Bound even warmed up before finding out he had to substitute. But since then, or since the second half of that game number 2, it really feels like Coliseum.
This is the play I was talking about where he shoots the nade, does extra damage to Facty in the back there. And the replay that we saw before that, by the way, you can see it, Balance kind of in his bag there. You see him try to hit that quick fall slide. It doesn't quite work out, but that's what I love about watching Bound play the game is he wears his thoughts on his sleeve or through his controller, right? You can see what he's thinking when he plays the game and he goes for some of these crazy plays. I mean, just look at this, right? Comes in, hits the slide, got a big gunfight, win the first one, the perfect. How do I get the advantage on the second? Quick fall off the edge. Like, think about the inputs that he has to do here, right? Like, he's hitting like crazy inputs to take on that fight. And, you know, he doesn't get the win-win, but he certainly made it a lot harder for that player to come in there and get that kill. What should have been a routine cleanup on the Bound turns into a trade instead.
Ladies and gentlemen at home, Tools have been trying to push this narrative for so long now. So let me tell you, at one of the events, Bound's controller broke, and Bound ended up borrowing Tools' controller. And he's been telling everybody since then, every time he picks up the controller, he now can see the game through Bound's eyes. And he thinks he's actually stole his powers, like some kind of Space Jam type of thing, bro.
I don't think I want to claim anything from that tournament, by the way. I think that might have been Bound's worst tournament is when he played on my controller. So I don't know. Bound's much more comfortable when he's playing on his own equipment. Let's just say that. I mean, he looks much better when he's playing on his own than mine, because I'm sure you'd rather have his own controller. I don't think any benefit came from that, Tony. Well, maybe I stole. You know, it is like a Space Jam situation, right? He's like Charles Barkley out there. It's like I took the. Well, wouldn't it be the opposite? How did it work in Space Jam? They touched the ball and then they took the ball away and then they didn't have their powers?
Well, yeah, they touched the ball and the powers went into the ball and then they took the powers from the ball.
Yeah. So but how did they get the ball? Like they were just like, oh, yo, sign this ball, right? They're like little kids in the stand. Yeah. How is it in like Mike? He just takes the shoes off the.
Like Mike was different. No, like Mike, he was gifted shoes at the orphanage and they just so happened to be Jordan shoes. Yeah, Jordan just donated his own shoes.
I'm going to the Goodwills in Ohio. I'm trying to find the gamesters that Bound has taken to donations. You know what I'm saying? Like,
and the Nikes that LeBron.
Because I know Bound's going through like 4 or 5 gamesters a day. You know, so it's like without he's pressing buttons.
I'm looking for gamesters and Nikes that LeBron possibly owned. That's it. To the 2 greatest men to come out of Ohio, LeBron James and that man Bound on your screen. Coliseum, Clutch Academy. Coliseum have an opportunity to knock Clutch Academy out of this tournament, which so far has not been easy for anybody, even Coliseum.
That Bound going right through the middle of the map, able to find Glitchy, and Slavonic has no chance as he's just having to take on 2 players from 2 polar opposite angles. And Bound's just taking advantage of a lot of these gunfights. Oh, that's a crazy challenge.
almost done with this hill number 1. Coliseum speed blitzing through this hill. Meanwhile, Bound trying to speed blitz through Clutch Academy over towards the Crystal side. And by the time they make it over toward that hill, it might just be too little too late. But no, at the last second, they somehow get Coliseum out of the hill.
I mean, honestly, I have to maybe think about burning off some time there. They're going to just have to get the hill, but I think there's maybe an option there to play for the rotation a little bit more strongly. But at the end of the day, when the gunfight's in the mid-map, you're going to win the rotation anyway. Krubu needs to hit some big shots. Hits the first. Can he get the second? He knows, but can't get the angle as Boo Boo Doo just not giving him an option.
And for using that height in order to get a nasty triple kill, no weakened player will survive as long as he is on the map and not even playing for the hill and trusting his teammates to do so. He gets a head start toward the perimeter that he knows that Clutch Academy is going to be attacking from. Heads of play and the chess game that Coliseum play. They're thinking 3-4 steps ahead. Clutch Academy, they're still trying to find the board.
Look at Drucken, so aggressive onto those spawns. I think for Coliseum here, you have a real option because of how well this beginning rotation's gone for you. If you find these next couple kills, you can start thinking about burning off some time. I mean, look, they could be up 2-0 with only 33 seconds taken off the neutral clock. That's like next level. And that's what they're just going to opt to try to win this as fast as possible. And I mean, for good reason. I mean, they're just winning slays at a pace that is untenable for Clutch Academy. They need to win a one-on-one fight, and you can see how hard that is. I mean, Balance not making anything easy for him.
I mean, you got 2 players across the board, almost every side of Coliseum, outslaying the entirety of Clutch Academy right now. In fact, he hasn't found his first kill just yet here, and Coliseum are just playing at another level. Every second or minute that goes down in the series, every game that goes down, they seemingly have gotten more and more confident until you see what you see in Coliseum up 2-1, up 2-0 in this game, and looking to pull off the gentleman sweep.
In fact, he's in big danger of going to the agency here, but he'll get his kill before he goes 007. And Bound gonna find that cleanup immediately. And with that, I mean, that's a big gunfight for Bound. It gets them their 3rd hill. That was almost a must-win there for Clutch Academy. Now, hey, things haven't gone great, right? I think we can all see that, right? You're down 3-0. What are the bright sides of the situation? The fact is, there's 4 minutes and 16 seconds of neutral clock. You have time to make the comeback happen. As long as you can change the tides of slays to your direction, it's not out of the realm of possibility. They have quite literally given you the most time available to try to make a comeback.
Down 0-3 with Envor peeling your head off with Sniper, and Tools has the gall to say, you know, what's the bright side of the situation? I don't know. I'll make my 7 p.m. appointment, my dinner reservation. Dude, Coliseum are running house. There is no bright side to this.
Hey, I'm just going to say, if Clutch Academy find themselves tied 3-3, or trying to tie 3-3 with 20 seconds left on the clock, Tony,
I'll get a tattoo of your face on my freaking rear end.
Okay, I'm making the call now. I'm making the call now. I'm making the call. We've been setting this up, Tony, the entire time. Get ready. See, there's the first step, baby. Back to the perfect kill in the feed. They just got to get him out of the hill. They do. It's just Boo Boo Doo Boo that's alive. And with that, Clutch Academy should be able to win out these spawns. You see the spawns of Coliseum starting to get all the way on the red side on the far spawn. And Glitchy can win this gunfight. He might be able to just keep these guys far enough that they won't have an option.
Hold up.
You nervous now? You nervous now? You nervous now? Clutch Academy. You forget what the first half their name is? Clutch, baby.
Whoa, big 3 down. Oh no.
3 down. Facty, get number 3 right here. 1v1. Okay, that's a little tough. Bound's kind of moving. I'm not gonna lie.
Kuvu still over toward that hill here, doubling back in and out right now. I thought this was going to be a 4-0, but Clutch Academy still have a whole lot more fight in them, but apparently so do Coliseum. They double push the hill, take it over, and I mean, things got scary. They almost put their first hill on the board, and then from there, who knows what happens. Like you said, there was enough neutral time for anything to happen, but man, Clutch Academy, You came on that game number 1 incredible. Game number 2, I think you looked just as good, if not better, with the way you started that game number 2. But eventually, Coliseum just they gained their footing, and once they got control, whether it was a game or the series, they really never turned back.
And Bound obviously having his impact, 16-5 in that game. It felt like he turned it on in game 2, game 3, and eventually game 4. They figured it out. I mean, honestly, still impressed with how Clutch Academy played in the first 2 games. And I mean, there's a world where they're up 2-0 in this series, and we're probably going to a Solitude Slayer, and anything happens in those Slayers. But you got to give yourself an opportunity to make those upsets. Those game 5s are usually where they're going to come from. I think it was critical for them to go up 2-0. And, you know, it's like, unfortunately, I'm not, you know, a pro player, and I don't have those experiences, but I'd love to hear more insights from the players that have had to make that journey, and to kind of delve into what it takes to be, to not lose momentum after you lose a big series, right? Like after you lose a big game. How do you keep yourself in there? Because so often it's the same thing that happens with so many of these teams. They play well, they get a big upset in the bracket, they win a big game against the pro team, and then they lose a heartbreaker, then they lose dramatically in the next couple games. It just happens so often. It's a story that's been told throughout the years of Halo.
Absolutely beautiful play so far as they continue to get even better and better. We give a huge shout out to our sponsors here. You know, DSA coming in, $1,400 prize pool. Absolutely love that and what they do for the community. AMD with that amazing giveaway, and ultimately we come back with have more of the lower bracket. But you know what, I'll bring a quick question up there. And with the way Clutch Academy started, I was having a discussion in a little bit of the chat. With the way Clutch Academy started, if Coliseum didn't bring in that substitute Bound, did Clutch Academy have a chance of winning that series? Why don't we talk about it in the chat until we come back here for more of your lower bracket action. back once again with your DSA Halo Open Series number 1. $1,400 on the line today, and we are deep into the bracket. So if you're coming for the first time, you come in at the best time. I'm Why Not Be Reckless, aka Why Not Be Casting, and I got my man Tools with me.
Hey, you know, I'm excited for some games today. We're getting to the end of the tournament, and we're getting some top tier matchups as we go on to live fire. Oddball, we'll see how Coliseum can prepare against the newest competition in their path. Inconceivable, and what might be a little bit, inconceivable to me is you have Cycle on this roster right now. I mean, woof, talk about firepower.
I don't think it's inconceivable at all. The man loves playing Halo. Had an opportunity where maybe somebody was busy for the day. Cycle's like, hey, there's money on the line. I'm going to come out and play and have fun while doing it. Reigning MVP here ends up being taken down and losing that sniper. Luckily, Druck had the QT to get out of dodge, and Envor with the camouflage started to make his presence known.
Yeah, I'd just be a little bit concerned because obviously Penguin's the player that we normally see on this roster, and then I'm looking at Inconceivable and I'm like, okay, are you going to be able to perform as well with Penguin being gone, Cycle filling in that spot, and then is Cycle kind of auditioning for Penguin's spot here, Tony? Are we seeing?
There's been some beef going on in the Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, some beef over SR. It's like maybe Cycle's looking for a new home.
I will say though, maybe not that, but what I also will say is when I look at the Inconceivable roster, I am thinking to myself, who grabs the ball? I feel like Penguin, I feel like is always that dirty work player and prides himself in that. But when I'm looking at Sab, Falcon, and Preston Cycle, I think of players that want to slay out and drop 50 kills on every oddball. I don't know who's going to be the first one to just dive on the ball.
Well, right now, I'll give you the answer. I mean, Cycle gets their first couple seconds for the answer. A little bit before was nobody because they weren't getting any time, but looks like Cycle will take that. But I mean, I will say Cycle is one of those players that just really understands timings in a way that most don't, and he's able to find these pockets of premium timing to get balls and rotation and to get maximum time. So Cycle's probably one of the better players to be able to fill in that spot for Penguin. But I think you are right about this Inconceivable squad being such a slay heavy roster, right? It's a lot of slay first players. Maybe the objective comes a little bit later style play.
And we're trying to find the exit route, ends up being taken down here, and it looks like Sab. Looks like everybody's sharing the ball a little bit here for Inconceivable, and that's kind of what you need to do at this point in Halo Infinite. You can't be a one trick here. The Cycle gonna curb slide his way into the. He could not find that headshot, man.
And we're tracking his way back towards this camouflage. But, I mean, there's a lot of players to deal with. It looks like all four of Inconceivable are ready and willing to fight to get this camouflage control. And with that, 3 players at Coliseum go down. Suppress going to find that camo. But I talk about objective efficiency. Look at what Bound has managed to do there. His team going down, he still finds a little bit of time and then eventually plays the ball and himself off the map.
I was gonna say, why you say that he's falling slowly off the map?
Hey, sometimes you just gotta go. It's your time.
Hey, his movement's too good, and so is this play by Suppress. Last time we saw an overkill get dropped, some breaking shot. That time we saw some good damage, but no kills as Druck snatched the sniper off of the ground here, and now just waiting, daring anybody to peek and start this rotation of ball.
I think Suppress is just a couple centimeters to the left on his aim there, and he's probably popping off with the craziest triple kill we've seen all day. But I wonder if Suppress probably. So a lot of things that's been happening these last few weeks. A lot of these players have been preparing on Xboxes, right, to get ready for the Birmingham LAN, since that's going to be all on console. And I gotta say, man, that might be one of the biggest nerfs we've seen to some of these pros. It's just the fact that they have to play on these Xboxes. They're not used to it. They're used to their equipment being top tier, and it's been definitely an adjustment period for some of these players.
Yeah, I saw somebody tweeted out earlier, saying, hey, are we all going to be playing on Xbox here for this tournament today? And it was quickly turned down. And so maybe we pop into the PC for this tour when there's big money on the line, $1,400 to be exact. And then back to scrim is when they'll probably go back to the Xboxes. But 41-10. And Druk hitting his shots. Love to see that. Dodging nades left and right. Camouflage guard about 25 seconds. And who cares if your teammates there? I don't care. Get out of my way.
The first one was understandable. Throwing the second one is crazy, though. It's just Falcade took so much damage.
Hey, I was surprised that the Drunk and Soulstar were teaming on board to begin with and whatnot. Now they're just nading each other.
See Boo Boo just bounced the ball off Bound's head there. He's like, looked like he's doing some fancy, like he's gonna be in the dunk contest or something.
Some madness going on the screen right now. Everybody seems to be having fun at the moment, but at the end of the day, it seems like Coliseum's having a lot more fun than Inconceivable, as they're up 61-10 Bound, doing some tricks with the camouflage over on the cut side of the map, and Sad continue to put down damage, but not enough to get the kill. Luckily, teamwork oftentimes makes the dream work, and dodge those grenades by going sky high. Love that play by Sad.
And unfortunately, didn't find himself some superpowers while he was there. Couldn't stay alive. Boo Boo gonna be able to close that space. Has the green goo for suppress, and thinking Coliseum just has Inconceivable's number right now. It's been really tough for them to even find breaks onto this ball. It's just been a very sound round so far, and finally the noob combo missing. But Bound's been really heads up on the rotations. We haven't really been talking much about him this round, but his ball rotation has been top tier. Like, he drops for the fight too. Man.
It's
I guess you do have to get a lot of experience when you're playing on the Optic Gaming roster, right? Like, they're probably like, figure out how to rotate a ball. they weren't doing much of that for him.
It's funny, that's another player that we kind of don't expect to have the ball in their hands most of the time, but looks like, with the substitute players of Bound subbing in for Coliseum, Cycle do the same thing for Inconceivable. Maybe they're like, hey, look, you keep running your strats, you guys do what you do, I'll try to fill in where I can, and playing the objective might be the best for them. That was a mean strafe by Cycle, who I believe turned that into a double kill as well.
I like how, I like the idea of like, okay, Bound, Cycle, you guys are gonna play the objective. I think it's really funny to be like, yeah, maybe Cycle's playing the objective for the team. He has like 4 seconds of ball time, but the team has 10 seconds of ball time. So it's like, I mean, yeah, he is playing the objective for the team. There just hasn't been much objective to play for them thus far. But it's Cycle once again getting first to that ball. Suppress gets camo, and Inconceivable seems as if they might be able to at least get a little bit more than what their score was in round one on their initial hold.
Yeah, it just talks about the fact that Coliseum playing so well and large behind the ball rotation that you were talking about from Bound. I mean, to have Inconceivable only dropping 10 seconds an entire round is crazy. As 17-1 lead for Inconceivable and 3 down go Coliseum, they're getting a whole lot more time than 10 seconds.
That Boo Boo Doo Boo trying to find his path forward. He's gonna opt to back out here for a second. Reapproach, hits the shot. Can he get the kill? Yes, he can. Takes down his former duo and Falcated and gets a couple shots into Cycle. I mean, that is well played by Boo Boo Doo Boo. Really just showing what it takes to do maximum damage, right? He's not trying to do anything too much on his own. Instead, getting damage and then waiting when there's a chance for his teammates to come in. Even there, right? He goes down, but you see how long he's prolonging that fight, waiting for a teammate to get there. He's very oriented in the way that he plays around his team and trying to just be the most optimal on the map.
Double kill.
That big double kill coming out of N4, and it takes a pinpoint grenade being thrown by Suppress in order to slow him down just a bit as Boo Boo Doo Boo navigating to fight almost perfectly right there. Stays alive through the first fight and almost gets his former teammate Sab on the second one. I thought that was beautifully played by Boo Boo Doo Boo, but they're the ones who end up 3 down at N4 in that 1v1 against Cycle. He's gonna win that. N4 has been quite impressive.
Oh, look at Suppress just flying forward for that gunfight. Doubles into doubles. It's just Bound Falcade on the map. Cycle spawns next to the camo. And, not often you get a free camo like this. Cycle's gonna make the most of it. Oh, got caught in the corner. That's one where I'm always raging at the end. I'm like, bro, I can't be getting caught on walls like this. Like, you can tell Cycle wanted to get out of that fight, but the little lip on the wall keeping him there, Druk punishing in that play.
Highly unfortunate, but it looks like You always gotta just reset and make things happen. Right now, Coliseum scoring. Inconceivable 33 points at the moment. Truck away with the sniper. 7 bullets left. That body shot line connected. And Psycho getting some warning shots fired from him, just distracting him long enough for Bound and Envoy to infiltrate the tower side, leaving Suppressed by himself. He can't even go for a play ball. There's nothing he can do. Suppressed goes down. Coliseum scoring.
Yeah, classic Halo Pro. Just misses the easy shot, hits the hardest shot you can imagine. He's gonna have a second chance here. Cycle trying to hit it out, but Falcade using that box. You don't get to see that box jump up every day. It's a cheeky little play though. Gets you that extra little bit of elevation, lets you see a lot further into C plat than you'd think, and uses it to take advantage. Gets a couple kills for his team and forces the play ball, but it seems inconceivable. Get right onto that off rotation, and they're not going to waste any time. Falcade building that opening for them. They get that ball back into the tower right away.
I like the early push coming from Inconceivable, but Coliseum were able to take Sab down while rotating that ball toward the tower side, giving them at least the numbers advantage. Cycle equalized thing with a big double kill, make it a trip ball, and Cycle says, don't worry, I'll grab the ball too, I'll do it all, don't worry.
That's what I'd like to watch on theater, because it felt like a set piece there where they play that ball early, right? They play that ball when there's 8 players alive on the map, right? No kills. And then they play that ball, immediately get a 3 down, pick up ball right away. It was like they just dropped it at their feet for a few seconds, but in fact, it was a set rotation, a Cycle playing in the middle of the map, getting those kills, that triple into an immediate ball grab. Really interesting play that happens there. And you see the chaos unfold. Inconceivable, though. It seems like they're the ones benefiting from the chaos at the moment.
3 down for Coliseum. You notice Falcade rotating this ball, not playing it off the map. They had the numbers and trusting Suppressed in order to get that kill. Love that play out of both Falcade and Suppressed. The camouflage about to come up, and right now Falcade is trying to deny that camo, but not sure he's going to be able to do so. And now a complete rotation out of him over toward the nest side as Suppressed fighting tooth and nail to guarantee this camouflage. Coliseum end up going 2 down, and if Inconceivable can break away with this camo, it could be absolutely huge, and it looks like they're literally gonna do just that.
Bound has an idea that camo's out there. Suppressed gonna reaffirm that he was there, but not gonna take much damage in the process. Patient plays by Suppressed, but Bound has been on the hunt this entire time, and he eventually does find that camo. Is it enough for the full break? Boo Boo Dubu last alive. He picks up ball, but can he get away from these nades? He's trying to get to the rotation. His team has a safety outlet for him at B, but there's just so many players ready. But oh, dude, Boo Boo Dubu's playing some of the best Halo I think I've seen since probably like year 2 when he was on that Sentinel squad. Man, he is just really calm. He's listening to the call-outs really well. He's only challenging when he needs to. And that ball didn't seem like it was going to be able to get rotated for free, but Boo Boo Dubu made that look very easy.
It feels like that's exactly what Coliseum really need out of him, as right now down by about 7 points here. They drop the ball and they're willing to fight. They know if they win these round of slays, it could mean them taking the lead deep into this oddball round number 2. Envoy having a lot of responsibility, holding Cycle there for Bound to come in for the cleanup. Suppressed on the other side, things trying to break his way out of A, and Falcon is trying to do the same, but everybody falling like dominoes right now, and Bound just lines up the spawn trap, and that might just be the dagger.
I just saw Bound cancel about 15 animations in the 10 seconds. But it all ends up with him getting a kill on the spawner Cycle. They now have a 24-second lead, and the time is quickly running out on the neutral clock. This is such a dominant position. It's up to Envor. He gets the first, gonna get the second. Sab down to 1, but the win for Inconceivable in the gunfight, and able to bring that ball towards green and then right back towards the nest. Interesting rotations, but it's working out for Inconceivable so far. They need to make up some big time here.
Feels like Enver wanted to get a clean kill, maybe play that ball off the map, but with that trade wasn't able to do so. And now you see Sab and Inconceivable just set up here over toward the tower side. As one gets taken down, though, courtesy of Boo Boo Dubu, we do see some time continue to go on the board for Inconceivable, who are about to take the lead with less than 30 seconds on the clock. Another trade goes down over toward the mud side. Envoy trying to get involved with this camouflage. She would love to get a kill and stop them from playing the ball. That's exactly what what he does, the backsmack, the repulse, and more, you animal.
I talk about getting an and one finish there from Oddball. Oddball not trying to get himself into that fight until he knows that ball's not going to get played. It plays it perfectly. That's a game-winning play by Envor at the end. I put that one into the highlight. That is absurd. Not just from execution, but just the thought process, right? Think about what Envor has to think about. You don't want that ball to play. You need that ball to stay on the map. He waits. This is our time. Sees the first, knows there's a player behind him. Repulse immediately. Now it's about winning the one-on-one. Big shots, the help there. Big win, no play ball. That's GG in game one.
Ladies and gentlemen at home, you have to understand that. Like, obviously, there wasn't a trip board over or even a kill tag, but if you know ball, anybody who's actually played and grind this game where the casuals just won't understand what that was. That was literally a round-winning play. If Envoy doesn't get that exact 3 kills, they lose it. If he trades out 1, even 2, they lose that round. That was perfectly played, and it wasn't like a flashy kill attack or even an overkill. It was just beautiful, fundamental Halo, and just playing from point A to point B and just taking your time. That was honestly beautiful. I'm sorry, I geeked out for a little bit, but Envor, you deserve that.
Well, that's the DSA play of the game, because it's clean, it's well executed, and it gets the job done. Just like how they'll get your tournament well run and get the job done. Get it, Tony? What do you think?
I get it.
I think let's book it for the rest of the for the rest of the DSA Open series. We got the DSA play of the games.
Well, Callus, if you could do me a favor, I think we need to hop on with Envor with Lee, which at this point I think Lee might just be an acronym for locked in, because he had to be just that in order to guarantee that round and that game. We got to give him a spotlight going into Slayer on Origin. First to 50 kills takes the win. Might as well 12 minutes on the clock. And Envor, it's yours.
He's going right for the back flank here. Not catching the timing he wanted. Suppress, a little bit more patient there. Bound left to his lonesome, but oftentimes when his back's against the wall, that's when he makes his best plays. Able to find a couple more. Cycle ends up getting the rockets at the end of it, but Bound making the calculus much more difficult for Inconceivable than they probably wanted.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's why I do the easy job in casting, and I'm not a professional observer like Callus is. I'm going to keep my opinions to myself from now on, as Psycho goes over the long-range snipe with that rocket and taking damage from across the map. A little uncomfortable of a situation, but navigated quite well to get his shields back. And now height belongs to Psycho and Inconceivable.
Suppress gonna have so much sniper ammo to work with here. It's almost like Suppress went up to that window expecting that to be a headshot. Like, he didn't waste any time on the shot, and that's 3 down. Oh no, Coliseum could get spawn trapped here. Suppress is thinking about trying to hit him off spawn, but was a little bit too early on the rotation. So they're gonna let them spawn all into this back base once again. I'm shocked at how much damage they got on Suppress there. I mean, good cheeky angle on the boo-boo-doo-boo, but Bound is making Suppress life way harder than he probably wants it to be, and Bound finds his 4th kill of the game.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you, Tools. Somebody just dropped 50 gifted in the chat.
Yo,
bro.
shout out, dude. The Road Train EG. Yo, thank you so much. That's crazy. 50 gifted out of nowhere. Thank you for the support.
That'll stop the commentary right there for a quick second.
Oh, big shout out. That's a big time donation. That's gonna help us. We got a lot of coverage to bring at the beginning of this year. You know, obviously DreamHack Birmingham, we're gonna be doing that remote, but we got DreamHack Atlanta coming up. That's gonna help us with all those costs that are associated with that. So thank you very much for the support.
Triple kill out of Valkated. 7 assists, or sorry, 7 kills, 3 assists, and only died 2 times right now. Meanwhile, Cycle He's 7-1 himself and trying to get his shields back in the middle of battle. Off-screen bound, hits a back smack, turns that into a double kill cycle, gets overwhelmed by the damage, forcing him back and over towards his former duo in Suppressed. Booba Doobu trying to use that height. Drunk comes in on the low ground out of nowhere, and N4 uses it all as a distraction to try to get away with rockets.
He did end up getting a big prediction rocket there onto the second player, but Inconceivable's lead is just spiraling at the moment. It feels as if Coliseum, all the plays they've had, you know, big ones have been there, but they've all been to stem a bleed, right? To react to the big play Inconceivable is already made. They need something to call their own to really bring up the pressure off their spawn.
Suppressing a whole lot of damage here while trying to get away with snipe. Not able to do that. 2v2 situation. Cycle right through the mid-map as we see him do so often. Trying to catch up towards Falcon, who's in battle and needs help, but ends up getting 5 trying to get there. And Falcon goes down as well. Sab may have cleaned up one of those kills. Might be good to hold on to their already double-digit lead, but Coliseum getting a bit of an advantage.
Look, what do you need to come back into this game? Step 1's going to be the power weapons, right? Sniper rockets need to start going your way. Step 2 is going to be spawn trapping. You need three downs to simplify the map and to let your snipers get into premium position. Envor might have just done that, but is it Bound again that's just hiding in the corner back here? Oh no, it's Sab this time. Sorry, my bad. Wrong to you. I was like, a lot of plays where there's just a player lurking in the back, not letting themselves be known and getting a kill off of it. It's been a big play each time we've seen it.
We talked about it before. Sometimes that unpredictable play is the play to be made, and Inconceivable may not have the double-digit lead anymore, but quite some. And you know what? Let's go right back to it. Or will Booba Doobu make some plays here with the snipe? Majin Boobu doing his thing, takes down Sab as well, wants to stay alive, sees Cycle on the right side and just curb slides his way out of there, trusting Bound to get the kill. Jeez, really?
Boo-Boo. I mean, Boo-Boo's been playing this really patient, hasn't overextended at all with this sniper. He's just trying to maximize his value with it. And he has 2 bullets left. Big one onto Foul. He tried to line it up, and Falcated punishes him immediately for that. But look, this was a double-digit lead at one point for Inconceivable. Coliseum has been chipping away. It's just one rotation of slays for them to get this back to even. They are within striking distance. The execution's what's going to be big here, and Bound's looking for number 14.
What are the wise words of yourself here? Are they running out of runway to play with? As Inconceivable slowly starts to claw their way closer and closer to the 50 kill mark here. Coliseum, you can keep trying to make it close, but Inconceivable are right there. And Sab, although not many kills, he has plenty of damage and assist, and his teammates are loving him for it.
Yeah, I think right now the thing that's punishing Coliseum the most are kills in position, right? Like, or kills that were in position that are lost, right? So in baseball, you have the idea of runs in scoring position. When a batter gets to second and third base, can you get those runners in? What we've seen so often is the one shots being ready for a cleanup and no one there to clean up those one shots. Inconceivable time and time again are getting away with their lives, and that has been a huge difference maker in this game. It's last chance, last opportunity now. Envor has sniper, they're down 3. It's time to execute.
Down by 3 kills, Inconceivable only needing 2. Envor wants to make some plays with the sniper with his teammate going down here. That might be real dangerous waters to try to tread through, and eventually Inconceivable are able to get that 50th kill before Envor is even able to get into position with that sniper. Highly unfortunate. Maybe a comeback was on the horizon.
I think the big thing that I talked a little bit about it is those runners in scoring position, right? Those kills left on the table. When you have one shots and players surrounding, are you able to make contact on the bat and get that ball out of the ballpark, right? And that just did not happen in some of those critical moments. So often we're seeing players get away with their lives, and that comes through on the assist call. I mean, look at the stark difference in the assists from Coliseum and the assist from Inconceivable. That tells you the story of those one shots getting away, whereas on the other side, those one shots weren't getting away. In fact, I'd say if we go look at Coliseum's damage stats, I wouldn't be surprised if they had more damage dealt than they had taken. It at least would be close. I think Boo Boo Doo, the only player that was struggling on that damage dealt. Every other player in the lobby, I mean, look at Druck's damage dealt to damage taken there. That's a huge surplus in damage, but those kills just not getting cleaned up.
Yeah, that is, it's very rare do you see a team win the damage differential battle like that and then ultimately not win the game, especially in a Slayers. I think it's a great call out by yourself there, and it just tells me that ultimately I don't think Coliseum was playing bad, especially over towards the mid game and toward the late game, but a lot of kills, a lot of opportunity left on the table that they can't afford to make those same mistakes going into capture the flag on Aquarius here, which honestly, I think both of these teams know the game obviously very, very well, and both of them I think probably have this as one of their favorites as far as map and game mode combos.
Inconceivable Coliseum, everyone getting over to that midline, but it's been tough to get the first kill. It's going to be Bound that gets the first blood. And look at that, everyone on the Inconceivable playing really heavy on the perimeters. They just let Boo Boo Doo Boo get away with camouflage. I'm shocked that Boo Boo didn't have more of a contest here to grab this. And I mean, how dangerous is it to let Boo Boo Doo Boo of all players to get away with the camouflage?
Yeah, definitely one of the players, one of the better camouflage players in the league for quite some time. Dean's going down. Envor down to one shot, but luckily Boo Boo Doo Boo is covering your back, and now has to find the exit route. Looks like Envor, neither him nor Druck will survive, and Boo Boo Doo Boo has to try to make yet another play with Inconceivable trying to sniff him out.
Yeah, he's trying to force those players out of the base now. That's the idea of pulling this flag here, even though they aren't ready to run it. Inconceivable have really just turtled up in this back base. I mean, look, all four of those players were sitting back there, and essentially, if you're going to keep doing that, Bound it doesn't have patience for that sort of play, right? I mean, like, knowing Bound, he's going to say, look, if you're going to sit in the back base, I'm going to punish you immediately, and yeah, that might be the easiest flag cap he'll get all day. That's one of the big things about certain players in the HCS. I think Bound leading the charge on those hyper aggressive players, that, and just because it's hyper aggressive doesn't mean it's all slays, right? If he sees an opportunity to pull a flag, Bound's gonna take it.
Yeah, that was a really weird situation. Like you said, Boo Boo Doo Boo starting that flag, drawing in what should have been Inconceivable out of the base. Inconceivable saying, no, we're staying here. And Bound saying thank you. Falcated, saying thank you for the double kill and trying to get the triple over toward the low card side. That was a weird situation, but it ends up being a 1-0 in favor of Coliseum. How do Sab and Inconceivable respond?
Yeah, I like this pull by Sab. There's just no one in that util side to punish. In fact, Sab, I think maybe focusing a little too heavy on the slays here. There is no one playing that car side. Sab could have gotten this flag all the way back to home. You see a Coliseum, they have sent everyone on the overextend through the P side. In fact, that overextend has finally come all the way to the opposite utility, and that flag was never moved. And we talked about you know, the archetypes of players, right? Because Halo doesn't really have like role players per se when we talk about like IGLs like you would in a game like Valorant and CS. But there are certain archetypes of players where you have slayers, right? Players that like to play a little bit more for damage and for kills. You have players that are a little bit more objective focused, like Boo Boo Doo Boo. You have players that like to play for speed, like Bound and Legend. Where does everyone fit in? And I think right there, you see that clashing of ideals there of how Sab likes to play, which is a very slay focused, damage first, numbers then pull, where he has an opportunity to pull that flag, but he's looking for slays that never came, and that flag gets returned.
Lead here for Coliseum and Suppressed. Well, his archetype of player is one that will fly through the mid-map with the flag confidently, and Cycles is just winning fights over and over again. 3 down, go Coliseum, and Druck has to draw the line in the stand and is able to get the trade, but it looks like Inconceivable already spawning. This flag is being relayed.
I don't think anyone's going to get there in time either. Sab's down to one shot, though, trying to get those shields back. He will, and there it is, tied up, one apiece. Great flag pull that time. Everyone just trying to work their fastest to get that back through. A little chain reaction as players were handing it off in the midpoint, and it all works out for Inconceivable. In fact, they're winning the slays after that as well, so they might have an opportunity for a second flag pull here soon.
fresh off of a flag cap, already inconceivable, dominating the mid-map and forcing their way through the util side. Sav using the map as a playground right now, as it feels like he's everywhere at once, but that includes in front of the reticle of Boo and Druk following it up. Inconceivable were there, and now they're on respawn.
Yeah, and look, I mean, Coliseum not wasting any time to get to the punishment here. They are already in the back base. Envor, knowing he doesn't have numbers yet to pull, is just trying to find something to give himself an opening. He's not going to take that fight, but I mean, in the same vein of like, if you're going to be in this base really overextended, Falcate's getting the signal that, hey, look, there's a guy in our base fighting. You shouldn't have to deal with much in your own, in their own base. Just pull the flag, and they're going to get it to the halfway point. And Envor, the longer he stays alive back here, the more important he is to getting this flag away. He eventually comes out on top, and that flag is now on its way. This has been a very unique game of flag, Tony. I feel like we're seeing so many different situations that you just don't see a rise in many flag games coming up time and time again.
We saw some big time communication come out of Inconceivable. We saw some big time plays come out of Envor, but like you said, the longer he was back there, the more kills he had to get, it feels like. And as he goes down, so maybe their chances, though. Coliseum, they'll eventually get the flag over toward their side. Can they get the return here? Falcate not able to get the touch. Druk slides on in, and the return does go down. So do 3 members of Inconceivable. Is that flag moving? Yes, it is.
See, look at that. A flag comes in. I mean, this has been a very interesting game thus far. Coliseum, though, going to take advantage of a 2-1 lead right now, and Bound, he's eyeing that flag as maybe another flag pull. He knows the car side spawns are in, and he's catching Cycle and Sav without not looking at all at this flank. He's going to get those kills. That's 5 in a row, and now they've done all the setup to now have an opportunity to pull this flag. They have them on a bad spawn rotation, but a big slay before that flag can get out is going to make this much more difficult for Coliseum.
It has been such a scrappy game. When I think of a flag game, literally getting this scrappy, you think of the likes of like a Druk and a Soulstipe really loving that, and obviously Soulstipe getting subbed out for Bound, but Bound kind of fits that same type of like you said, archetype as you mentioned earlier, to a T, and it must be the larger reason why they're able to get a 2-1 advantage, and another curb slide flag right through the mid-map courtesy of Bound.
He's already back, right? I mean, like, we started that whole engagement with Bound being in the base trying to get that flagpole. He pulls it, it doesn't get out the window. Okay, we see the gunfights continue on. Eventually Bound's back and pulling the next flag within 30 seconds, Tony. Talk about absurdity of just playing that fast on the map, playing that forward, and it's forward with the purpose of pulling the flag. That's what Bound's focus is right now, right? He's saying, look, we're playing flag. The way to win the game is by getting your flag into my base. And he is playing his life every single time with that explicit purpose. He doesn't care about the slays. He doesn't care about anything other than getting a position to pull the flag back home successfully.
3-1 advantage here still for Coliseum. Plenty of time on the board, though. A little less than 5 minutes for Inconceivable to try to make something happen in an oh-so-important swing game number 3. The cycle putting down some damage over toward the mid-map. Can't exactly keep Sav alive over toward the util, so immediately goes down to the low ground. Might be looking to get into a bit of a tussle with Envor, who's over toward the back fridge. As information is gathered and given, Psycho and Envor go at it, and of course Boo Dooble makes it an unfair fight, and Bound is already in the base of Inconceivable. Did he spawn here?
No, so this is what Bound's doing. He's advancing his timing on the map, right? So what he's saying is, like, if you're not going to have a player in every lane, I'm going to find the open lane, and I'm just going to overextend into your base. And once I get to the flag, what he's looking for is a sign to let him know that it's okay to pull. And that sign can come in multiple ways, whether it's the kill feed letting you know that you got a couple positive kills your way. It could be a call out saying, hey, there's a player on our side of the map. It could be, it's just, he's looking for any sort of variable that's letting him know that, hey, I have an opportunity to pull the flag. And I mean, he's on a mission to just get into the opposing base, to pull out flags, and to win games. That is the 3rd time we've seen Bound accomplish that goal this time. Inconceivable, they need to start filling in each lane. They cannot leave these open spots for Bound to exploit.
3 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock, just about here, and Inconceivable continue to get further and further behind the 8-ball here. And man, the Coliseum look extremely good here on Aquarius Envor. Just over toward the back base, gets the ping that Falcon is one shot over toward the P side, wants to take advantage of that, but while he does that, Flag is actually moving, and actually it's Sab that makes it over toward the midpoint. Envor, another fight over toward the P1 side, doing as much damage as he can, but there's not enough damage in the world to stop this Flag.
You see the difference there between Envor and Bound. I mean, they're playing on the same team. They're trying to accomplish the same goal, but they go about it two very different ways, right? Envor never looking quite as comfortable in that spot to pull the Flag, and he's instead out of the play for too long. And that's the downside of making these styles of play, right? If you're not able to capitalize at the moment, you find yourself out of the fight and putting your team at a disadvantage. And there we go. And Inconceivable take advantage. It's 3-4. They just need one more flag capture to tie this one up.
Crazy bounce back coming out of Inconceivable, back-to-back caps to really put him right back in the game. And another flag being started. This time it's Boo Boo Doo, but look at how Envor body blocks for him perfectly. Boo Boo Doo was down to just about absolute, but he was not stopped. He is not out, and they get their 5th flag.
I mean, look, almost every flag captured by Coliseum was the same way. I mean, they just said, look, shooters shoot. They're not all going to connect, but sometimes they do, and boy, did they execute that time. 3 flag caps by Bound, I think, were some of the most impressive that we've seen. Of him just getting into the base, saying, hey, look, if I'm here at the flag, I have a bigger timing window to take advantage of what my teammates are doing on the map, and he gets plenty of captures that way. The last one with Boo Boo Doo is just some absurdity. He's pulling that flag at essentially even numbers, but he said, hey, look, we have so much pressure up on the map. If I can get around the corner, if I can cheese this flag's captured, and that's exactly what happens. On the other end, Inconceivable, I mean, they played a well enough game, but it took them a little bit too long to get their flag setups. They're playing too much for the ideal. Remember what happened when Sab pulled out the flag towards the utility? They sit there waiting for slays to come to them, but Coliseum was never quite in the zone that they were looking at, right? They were going to play their lane, their way, whenever they could.
You can try to consistently play for the perfect scenario, but we just don't live in a perfect world here at Coliseum. 5-3 over Inconceivable, and some of the more creative, or one of the most creative capture the flag Aquarius games that I've seen in quite some time. Now Recharge on Recharge Strongholds is actually coming up next year, and this is going to be an interesting one as well. You can have some teams that play it a whole lot slower and want to play for that A-B setup or even an AC setup, but you have both of these teams who probably be looking for the trip cap as much as humanly possible.
Yeah, trip caps really become the name of the game on Recharge. When you're able to get that setup right, when you're forcing those long haul spawns, it can be brutal. Going back to year 2, year 3, it was that Ascend squad out of Europe, what eventually became Quadrant, that were just so good at this map.
So you can see starting off with an early double cap, but end up going 3 down almost just as early, so immediately taking back control to Coliseum, and who would have guessed it? Going for the trip cap.
Now look at Envor's decision here, right? He has that grapple, he can get back to C before any of that pressure can come in. He's trying to split out these spawners. I mean, look how aggressive this is. And, if it's successful, they're going to keep this trip cap for a very long time. The number one way to keep a trip cap into place is by just having a numbers advantage and being able to overwhelm the opposing side. And even though they're not going to sustain the trip cap here, the Inconceivable's position is really fragile at the moment. If they don't win the opening slays, they're going to be back into a trip cap right away.
Right now, back-to-back kills go to favor of Coliseum. Inconceivable end up 3 down because of it, and Falcon by himself ends up getting taken down by his best friend. Coliseum continue to score.
Envor just getting into the face. Envor has been very aggressive into spawners this entire series, and I don't think Inconceivable has necessarily found the answer to that play yet, of him just being in their face off spawn. It's so important for them to figure out how to deal with Envor and Bound this series. It feels like the combination of those two had just created such a frantic game state.
Psycho over to the high ground. Both players down to 1 shot. Druck gonna win the SWAT battle over to the tower side.
Boo Boo Ninja
somehow hits a ninja. My gosh. Okay, trip cap for Coliseum.
He's sunning his son. You know, gotta love it. Boo Boo Doo one of the key players of helping Suppress along his pro journey, giving him a lot of opportunities, teaching him how to play the game. Said, hey, look, I might have taught you how to play. I'm going to teach you once again what it's like to play this game. Getting the ninja up into the feed, but look, a 137-3. That's what the early trip cap affords. Finally, Inconceivable get the break, but again, it's not necessarily a sturdy break. It's one that Coliseum's essentially allowing them to have because they're going to focus their resources into letting Boo Boo Doo Boo, probably the greatest camo player in the history of Halo, getting the camouflage once again.
Bravo changes hands here. Falcon on the challenge. Suppress is there to clean up the kill. And with multiple going down for Coliseum, Falcon loving his positioning and wants to get over to the gold side as quickly as possible. Envor with a quick strafe. I couldn't even keep up with that one. Falcon wants no part of it. He got out of dodge.
With this, they should be able to get B, but I'm nervous about if there's anyone around. And that's there is a player around. They did find him in time though. Druk was trying to bide his time to maybe find an opening when they committed to that fight at bottom mid, but I think he didn't know if Falcade was lurking into the back there. Falcade trying to use that pad. Chain Reaction did get the kill. Oh, Envor. Oh no, Druk goes down as well. Falcade, big brain. He used an entire clip, all the bullets to get that kill, but it's worth it.
Falcade making the plays that really matter there, defending Alpha from across the map and not missing onto Bound as well, as Druk ends up trying to rotate over toward the long haul side. And you saw Falcon, his thought process. He was trying to grapple Adam. Falcon is confident on his way to a killing spree.
And then look, just big brain as well to back up, baits the nade out, wins a clean gunfight against a very tough strafe there. Falcade went from 2-7 to 6-8 on that life. Just a big swing for his team. And look, they're starting to score now, right? That's the big thing. If they're able to spread this advantage just a little bit further and they're able to find a trip cap of their own, this game's going to look very different.
Falcon entering what we like to call flow state at the moment here. Like you said, was 2-7, but has simply found his rhythm. And anybody in his path is gonna feel his pain. Bound, that includes you. 3 down, go Coliseum, and Falcon cannot make a wrong play, but Boo Boo Doo Boo can make a right one.
Yeah, I think you perfectly called it. Like, he hit flow there. Every single time he's making a decision, it was basically the right decision for that an individual gunfight, making it as tough as possible for them. But game's not over yet, right? This is just the start of their comeback, and one of the big things that's been plaguing them is not getting those camouflages. Inconceivable. They're scoring for now, but you have to feel that if you're going to finish this fight, you're going to need some of those power-ups to go your way. That next camouflage in a few minutes is, I think, going to be a critical piece of this equation.
So what Tools is saying is, they need a weapon. 153 to 100. I'm sorry, never again. I apologize. 153 points for Coliseum. Inconceivable continue to score via Bravo and Charlie here. Off screen, Envor takes down Sab, and on screen, Boo Boo Doo Boo goes right at them. Boo Boo Doo Boo continuing where he left off with a nade that there's no way he could have predicted the grapple in that placement, but he did.
Enemy team.
I mean, honestly, I think he did. It's just Boo Boo Doo Boo has been the only counter to Falcade these last couple of lives, and both times it's been by well-placed prediction nades as to his push. So maybe the fact that Boo Boo Doo Boo's played with Falcade for years, they've often found themselves on the same team, maybe reading some of those individual plays and coming out on top because of it.
Enemy team scored.
Inconceivable scoring once again here. Envor and Boo Boo Doo Boo waiting for each other and just walking through the A side, checking every single corner and wanting to strike first. There's one player that sneaks up behind them that ends up getting a trade out. Boo Boo Doo Boo lines up cycle from across the map, barely misses, but gains alpha.
Yeah, some weird hitboxes going on there with the Suppress is alive? Suppress is alive? Donnie's alive? How did he pull that one off? I thought he was for sure going to trade out there, but no, Suppress stays alive, and with that, they're going to be able to get the trip cap back into effect for a short period of time.
Suppress the Don, making some plays there, but now the only player alive here for Inconceivable. Apparently, Exactly where he thrives. Goes after the one player, and Truck ends up taking a whole lot more damage than expected, and now has teammates spawning with them at the moment. Suppressed lives. Large reason why they may be able to get Bravos because of him. That's until Coliseum start getting the kills that matter.
I mean, Suppress making big plays. It's him versus Boo Boo once again. Last time it was Boo Boo that got the ninja in this same spot. Suppress gonna close the space, and he wins the gunfight outright. Not before the hill got captured, but here we go. Camouflage for the first time goes into Inconceivable's hands. They have a big difference to make up here, but it seems as if they have the equipment to do the job. Oh, but he spotted him from C-Plat, Tony. From C-Plat, Boo Boo Doo Boo had the eyes.
Not only is the master with the camouflage, but apparently the master at finding the camouflage as well. Falcon and Sab able to guarantee their kills, and Falcon gets his shields back, and 2 more players in front of him. That sticky doesn't exactly connect there, so it looks like Alpha will change at least momentarily. Cycle is in a 1v1 by himself, and Inconceivable staggered at the moment where it could cost them the most. At this point, they need to get in the hill, and dying just isn't an option.
Falcon wins another big fight though, and Suppress is there to double up into B. So quick answer onto this B hill, and the big thing now is you have to play towards your win condition. That's a trip cap. Get yourself into these, I think, into riskier plays. Oh, that's a tough one, Suppress. I think that nade did what he wanted it to do, but hey, look, the B hill is still theirs. It's going to come down to this gunfight here. Who wins this game? If Coliseum wins these gunfights, the road is no longer going to be traveled. There's just no way for them to get in.
Falcon is trying to give up his life in order to save Bravo. It's not going to work in their favor. And Vor is going to close it out here, blocking that player from getting through from the Whirlpool into Bravo. And man, that was an exciting recharge, Strongholds.
Yeah, I mean, look, we had a lot, but the big difference, I mean, Inconceivable never really got a prolonged trip cap throughout that game. Coliseum, they came out the gate and they made contact. They basically opened up with a 3-run homer and were able to find relief throughout the game. No comeback to be found. And I mean, honestly, huge plays. I think Druck was just a demon to deal with. We saw Boo Boo Doo Boo making clean plays. Envor was always up into those spawns, and Bound was 1 step ahead on rotations. It's just this is a deadly team. I mean, they're fast, they're dangerous.
And also moving forward here in the lower bracket over to your lower bracket finals are Coliseum, who have picked up a huge head of steam since that elimination quarters where they took down Clutch Academy. You thought maybe Inconceivable could stop them, but apparently they cannot. Noobs now in elimination bracket finals to go up against this red hot Coliseum. And when we come back from a short break, we're gonna find out who's making it to the grand finals. Don't go anywhere. the moment you've all been waiting for, your elimination bracket finals of your DSA Open Series number 1, $1,400 on the line, and we need to find out who is making it into that grand finals. Will it be your Red Hot Coliseum or the Noobs that have been playing against Usu Benny here in your grand finals, again to play against that lion's share of that 1,400? King of the Hill live fire is where we land, and might as well start off with Coliseum. They have been going through the lower bracket and make it look easy at times.
Last time we saw Noobs, obviously they lost in the the winners finals, but they made it a very competitive match, despite it being a 3-0. Then we saw them win again game 5 last time against this Coliseum squad, but you know that time they were playing with Soul Snipe. This time Bound joining the equation, so we'll see if maybe history changes a little bit as Bound immediately finding his impact on the map. He gets Sniper, and I don't think he knows there's a player behind. Oh, okay.
Bound knows all, apparently, as he quick scopes one, then turns attention over towards Strike over toward the back green side. Eventually, Booba Dooba awarded the kill with that camouflage, and has to dodge some of these nades here, but a lot of time coming in from Coliseum with Noob spawning on the opposite side.
And just Strikey and Leor left on the map, and Leor's gonna get spotted before he can really do much. Boo Doobu giving that info to his team is gonna make this literally really hard for Leor to stay alive for much longer, and luckily for Noobs, Noble was able to hit a critical shot onto Boo Doobu, but I don't think it's gonna be enough. The stick will get the kill, and that's another 3 down. Noobs spawning at A will have quick access towards this hill, but they just are not winning in the resource battle. They just need more players alive on the map at once. They keep going first down.
As Lord goes down, looks like Noble was able to take down Bound, but it looks like the Slay's advantage still start to favor Coliseum. At this point, you have to question, will it be worth punting and going towards the next hill? Because Coliseum just seems to be dominating the green side of the map. As seconds go down, Coliseum up 1-0. Noobs, where you at?
Envor went into their spawn, and it was like, hey, how annoying can I be? He pulled 2 players back towards him. Noble was on an early rotation towards tower, but because of Envor's play, the help never came back towards the spawn rotation. So it seems as if Coliseum's gonna win the opening time here. And I think that was largely due to Envor's really aggressive play into A. He went in there without even the purpose of winning those gunfights, more just to keep them from rotating.
Envor distracting enemy team. Boo Doobu minding the gap and sending them off the map here, and Coliseum just thriving as Noobs. I don't think I've even gotten a single shot onto the hill player up until just now. 2-0 for Coliseum, speed blitzing live fire.
Strikey.
Enemy team took the hill.
Just being patient, trying to get info about what's to come, but I think Druk has an idea that he's around here. Boo Doobu certainly coming back alongside Bound. They did not waste any time tracking down that camo player, not letting him have an impact at all. And Noobs, I mean, I don't think they've gotten more than 10 seconds in either of these hills yet.
Back-to-back kills for Noobs, though, end up putting Coliseum 3 down, so we should see some great time here over towards this hill. As Lord with the sniper has 5 bullets to work with. Denial grenades coming in a little bit early here. Looks like Bound and Envor just catching up over toward the screens. Big kill for Strikey. Sniper still in the hands of Lord. It's not over just yet. A hill grab here can put you right back into contesting for the game.
Leor. Plenty of snipe ammo, right? It's up to him to hit the big shots to stop them coming in, but the first kill, first blood, going to Coliseum once again, and that's going to make life so much more difficult for Leor. Nowhere for him to go. He goes down and the breaks in.
Big shots going to Strikey. Grenade shreds his shields, even better grenade. Gets him a cluster luck and a little extra damage on top. As Boo Doobu and Bound try to find their way over toward the key door side. It looks like Lord the first one to go down. Boo Doobu gets aggro, and the movement too smooth. They have no idea where he's at. See?
Oh, Boo Doobu, the punch never full. You got him out of the window. He's able to use his directional input to get himself back in without ever hitting the ground. Very walking on air there, and keeps him alive. The spawn's coming close, and they know green is the next location. Endboard on a great flank, and you know, better awareness from Noobs there, just to basically aimbot where that flank was coming in from, but not before Coliseum's going to take advantage. A 3-0 lead, and just really no wasted time from Coliseum on getting in these hills.
A man so smooth he could probably moonwalk on water with steel toe boots on, loving the way that Booba Dooba and Coliseum are playing this game. And for being an absolute nuisance, forget jiggle peeking. My man is just sliding and dodging, playing the environment perfectly. 3-0 lead for Coliseum.
He just never had a doubt that what he was trying to do there. He said, it's all speed, it's all slides. Try to make myself a difficult kill, and did just that. Boo-boo doo-boo. Instead, lurking into the back, he finds good timing onto the first, pushes another player back, and they're playing a lot of the time this time around, as they're focusing more on letting their camo go free, getting more slays. So we saw hyper efficient Coliseum in the first 3 hills, but now that you're up 3-0, right, you have you can afford to play a lot more slay heavy and to focus on getting some of that neutral time off the clock.
Finally starting to see Noobs catch a couple kills their way until Bound. It's a hot 5, and when talking about players and archetypes earlier, I feel like one that really has kind of evolved his game to really play with his new team would have to be Envor. I feel like Envor really has just sped up his game so much. Always had a nasty shot, but now he's just flying and 5-ing, this time flying into 2 members of Noobs that end up putting him down, but all of this time being drained that Noobs desperately need.
That boo-boo-doo-boo. Up top, basically the power position on this hill with the tower. Okay, a sniper basically gonna shut down the entire left side unless they hit some big shots or Boo Boo misses. Ooh. More players. Boo Boo Doo Boo still has some snipe ammo to work with. Not able to hit those shots, but Strikey and Noble haven't been able to get near this hill yet. And by the time they start working towards it, you see a lot of that damage is translating into eventual kills for Coliseum. And more importantly, Boo Boo Doo Boo's just never gone down. This tower side has been the pivot foot for this Coliseum squad. And as long as they have control of it, Noobs isn't going to be able to get into that hill and to stop the time.
1 minute 22 seconds on the clock. Clearly Coliseum are not playing for the scoreboard at the moment. They are simply playing the shot clock right now. A whole lot of Slayer being played. It's looking even worse. Even if Noobs manage to somehow take this hill, which doesn't look likely right now, the hill moves to top mid. And if Coliseum continue to control tower, how do Noobs get back in this game?
Bound just being a nuisance, able to find the first. Like, there's a minute of neutral time. When we came into this hill rotation, there was 3 minutes and about 40 seconds of neutral time. So they've wasted now 3 minutes off that clock. And at this point, it's just a few more slays for Coliseum to get the job done. And you see the stark difference in this in the KD columns for both these teams. I mean, Coliseum are just having a breeze at this, just finding these slays, and Bound's been leading the charge. He has the most slays, most assists for the team, and you can see that patented fast flying gameplay has been coming through, right? He has the most engagements in the lobby by far.
Yeah, Philly Bound's been absolutely incredible for this team and whatnot. I mean, 2 of my favorite POVs to watch would have to be Bound and Breaking Shot. As I say that, Bound does get shredded by Noble. Great shots by Noble, who finally finds the hill, but with 13 seconds left of neutral time and having to cap 3 hills at this point, we might just want to move on to hill game number 2, excuse me.
See Bound controlling the bag, find another couple kills. And at this point, it's just desperation for Noobs. I mean, even if they get this hill, what has to come next might even be close to impossible. You have 8 seconds of time of not being in that hill to capture 3 consecutive hills. I just don't see that happening.
It would be quite an amazing comeback if they were able to do that, but that just might just be asking for way too much. You do find yourself in the hill and no neutral time taken down, but that's still Envor. Goes in for a bit of a flank here. Big shots on Salor. 4 down go Noobs, and Drux somehow grabs that sniper without even stepping foot in the hill. Now that's
Surprised he
that's
didn't tell
talent
his
right there.
team. He's like, yo, step in. Let me see if I can get these guys off spawn real fast.
Nah, little PM.
Get the stat sheet up a little bit, but dominant game, and that was not even as close as it looks on paper. 3-1. I don't think it's doing the justice to how dominant that was from Coliseum as we go into Recharge Slayer.
It was Noobs that took down Coliseum in a Game 5 earlier in the winner's side. Coliseum, though, ones who strike blood first with that game number 1, and you gotta give some love to Bound and Druk. 21 and 22 kills apiece. I love that you talked about the 10 assists that Bound was able to put down. On the other side of things, Druk just playing his life and only dying 11 times, which was good enough for a 12.0 KDA. The combination of these two is quite deadly on the map, and Noobs clearly felt it.
Yeah, Bound likes to play with speed, right? And what that means is he's not necessarily going to have the greatest KD numbers, but where he does thrive is his engagement numbers. He's just involved in way more on the map than the average player is. He's getting more kills, he's getting more assists, he's getting more deaths. And just because you're getting more deaths doesn't necessarily mean that's a bad thing, as long as those deaths are to an endpoint goal, right? If they're accelerating your win condition, you're okay with it having a teammate that's going out and dying way more often than the others. It is something, though, where it can get you in trouble. If things aren't going your way, those deaths aren't necessarily going to stop, accelerating like your kills and assists are.
Yeah, from his Bound point of view, is probably the only player in the league that's has button clicks per second that maybe can rival a fighting game player. The man's moving 100 miles per hour and has mastered that movement and uses it to get fully aggro. As Rorsch might want to do with his camouflage, finds the one-shot Druk, was not able to get away with shock rifle. 2 more players in front of him. Love the sticky grenade attempt, but it looks like it's going to go a bit wide left, and so is Boo Boo Doo on his way to the respawn screen, making a double, and Druk, it may not have died before, but Noble is going to take care of that.
Rorsch was one of the most impressive players that I think we saw throughout the winners bracket when I was just watching the games before we got on the cast. He's been really consistent today, especially in the Slayers. I gotta give some big love to him because he's been grinding out for a long time, and he's finding himself on one of the better squads now, and it's really been a big journey for him.
12-4 lead here for the News. Quite the start, and what must need to bounce back in this game number 2. Coliseum really punched him in the face that game 1, and News are recovering and doing it well. As Rorsch, your man at the winner's side, able to take down Envor. Now 15-6, not done just yet. Perfectly placed grenade gives Rorsch the double kill. Not quite done. Snapping onto the call out from across the map, but somehow not able to find the angle that was needed.
Yeah, but they still are going positive in these engagements right now. Coliseum seems as if the strategy from before hasn't been working the same way, but that might change. As you saw Bound come in, he gets the first blood. Boo Boo Doo got away with his life. It looks like Rorsch maybe got a blood shot there, and with it, that's a 4-down swing for Coliseum, and more importantly, now they're gonna have them trapped on spawns. You're gonna see Noobs have a lack of space. Oh, actually, they did get split spawns in the pipe, so they're pretty well positioned. My bad. I thought they had some players with pipe side presence, so this is basically a neutral fight.
Trade goes down over toward the goal side of the map.
Oh.
Druk. Oh, did he just?
Yeah.
The drunken fist right there. Big stick onto his own teammate in Boo Boo Doo, but he does have the grapple, which is awesome for grabbing that camouflage.
Rorsch knows where he's at. Yeah, they might have got away with the camo, but that's just gonna be a burn with the way that one played out.
If you're drunk in that situation, is that a my bad moment? You just not say anything,
I
pretend
think he just thought he had a
notice?
frag grenade, to be honest.
Yeah, but what do you say afterwards? Is it a quick my bad, or you gotta pretend doesn't happen? Keep calling out.
Say I stuck you.
I'm not even
all
admitting
been there.
to it.
We've all
If
thrown a
anything, I'm
bad
screaming
nade.
at you for running into my grenade. like you ran into my nade.
Sometimes you're the donut. You throw a bad grenade and you just have to accept the fate that comes with it. And never in my life, I say when I played with Tony, never in my life have I seen a worse thrown nade than the nades that Tony throws. You wouldn't believe it. They land at your feet consistently.
Get out of my way. 33-15 lead in favor of the Noobs. Things just going their way simply on the map. And again, a bounce back of this magnitude is what was needed. Noobs are the ones who knocked Coliseum down to the lower bracket to begin with earlier here in this tournament, and they're playing like it in this game number 2, where honestly, I didn't even recognize them in that game number 1. 15 kills is what's needed, and Coliseum just find themselves way too far behind.
Yeah, look, they're basically at the end of their runway here. You don't have much left to give up. Untraded kills are to your detriment, and even traded kills at this point are to your detriment. This is what you need, 2.3 kills per death at this point to win the game. I don't think that's happening.
At this point, the question now becomes really like who's going to win this game, but will there be some steak served on the menu here as Coliseum 7 kills away from avoid the State-tacular. Strikey taking a whole lot of damage, but his teammate is there to be that shield. Cover his body, Strikey right back in, little bait and switch action. Love the damage going down, target prioritization looking good, but eventually they go 3 down, and Rorsch, he's running away from one fight. It might end up into a whole nother one here from the tower towards blue.
Well, they were able to pick up that damage though. Left behind, Noble swinging in. So much, just too much on the map for Coliseum to deal with, and with that, just a couple more kills needed. Question is it steak or not steak? That is the question, and it is steak on the menu. Noobs looking like what we saw in the winner's side. I mean, they looked really dominant in the winner's side. They're coming out on top of those Slayers, and they get another one done, and this time in a steak fashion.
Some favored the ever flavorful ribeye, some favored the ever tender filet mignon. Well, Noobs, they prefer Coliseum as their steak in that game number 2, and nice bounce back, nice recovery out of them. Strikey, 18 and 9, 11.3 KDA. That's what you want to see out of the young man.
We should do like a tournament where like if you do the steak, like if you do get a steak dinner, like the other team is required to send you steaks or something. That'd be fun.
That'd be awesome. I love that idea.
And it'd make you really think about participating in the tournament, right? You'd be like, do I want to send a team a steak dinner?
Hey, steak can get expensive, brother. I
really
promise
right
you go to the right spots too, man. Oh man, this is a nice spot that serves a table.
Yeah, how many steaks would you have? How many steaks would you have bought today? Because you played in the tournament today, so how many would you be on the hook for?
We didn't get staked.
You didn't get staked?
No, not really.
Someone link Tony's data hive in the chat real fast.
Even the game in the upper bracket where we got slaughtered, actually, I don't think we got staked, actually.
Anyone have Google Translate? What'd they say in chat?
I didn't see it.
It was in Spanish. We got 1 hour Spanish. All right, someone. I gotta see. Equip.
Verde. That's green. That's green. Yeah.
Green.
Victoria means victory.
Yeah.
Queso cheese. Queso.
That's not queso.
I'm sorry. I'm really hungry. I'm sorry. I'm really hungry.
Like Laz is gonna guess. Green displays. Display. This. I wonder how you say that.
I need my meta glasses on, bro.
Oh, is he saying you like? I wonder if he's saying like you went observer right after we win. Like, are you milking us? I wonder if that's what it is. Because green, like your observer turns green. The green team. Let's go! I got it. I got it. It's been translated. The translation is the green team after 1 victory. LL, you're better than that. You see, that's funny. That's funny. I like it.
He gets in their head. He's just trying to get
it in their head. Green team meaning observer mode.
Get it mental. Yeah,
that's funny. That's really funny.
Oh man, capture the flag.
I can't believe I got there, Tony. I'm not gonna lie.
Hey, you know what? Process of elimination. You know, a little bit of what do they call it? Deduction kind of thing, and we can figure stuff out.
Put me in the streets of Mexico City right now.
Okay, here, no.
You ever watch I think like Ludwig right now he's like traveling through China without knowing the language, and he can't speak English to anyone. I was like, that's fire. Let's do it. Yeah,
I'm down. I'm down.
All right, bound. Overshield on body. Early start, seeming to favor that. He just found rockets on the ground. He's like, yeah, I'll take these. Boom. Into the kill, and this might be an early flag grab for Coliseum. It looks like game 2 well behind them at this point. They're not paying that any mind as 4 go down for Noobs. They have a powerful position to start.
Goes a little sprint strafe in there over toward the green side. Boobadooboo. Snipe in hands. Looks like he was looking for the spawners. Now knows going to be overextending towards training, so immediately relocates and dares them to cross. In order to do so, you have to go through his sniper reticle and trust in his teammate to get that cap. It looks like he's going to play the opposite side and now double back.
But I mean, they're coming pulling at their flag, right? The 2 remaining players are too far forward. Drug is going to be able to get that at least to the green. And Boobadooboo, if he gets good timing, catches a player. No, okay. I like the idea from Boobadooboo, though. He's waiting for someone to hop on the flag, right? So he's looking at the icon, and then once the icon started going down faster, he's like, okay, someone's there. I can maybe hit the no-scope. I don't think it was a collat. I see what you're thinking. I don't think the geometry works out there.
I have a quick idea for Lucid and the Evo tournaments. Like, put like a little lip so that the green box jump is possible, like it was back in Halo 3, and go plat to green.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, Lucid. Let's make it happen.
Yeah,
Brother,
let's do
one
the
OD.
Tony Evo tournaments, bro. Talking about tournaments, start making your own maps.
I don't know how to use Forge. One of lead in favor of Coliseum at the moment here. Noble in a fight for his life over toward flag and bound. Barely able to stay alive there, and now snapping onto targets as the callouts are going down, and Drunk and Envor getting their kills, leaving Bush by himself at a momentary 4 down for the Noobs.
They already have a player over on the snipe side, Envor early on the presence, so the spawners are where the Coliseum want to run the flag, but the idea is you get a couple kills and you leave the snipe side open, and as you push into the base, they'll spawn behind you, and they gotta kill Envor here. If they don't, it's gonna be disastrous.
Rockets in the hands of Drunk. He wants to find a way to find that angle without doing max damage to himself, and is able to do literally just...
I think he's even greedier than that, Tony. I think he just didn't want to shoot the rocket. I think he was hoping his teammates would get the kill in time.
Trades out the rockets for the sidekick then for the BR, and some good shots out of him. I had to see him in the Lucid Evo tournaments as well. The sniper finds the hands of Rorsch, and he's gonna be going mano a mano with, I believe, with Bound, who was able to get the sniper for Coliseum.
I mean, if you had a time in enemy territory, right? You just Coliseum at like 99% versus 1% for Noobs. It's just the half line's been dominated by Coliseum, and you're seeing why. Just power weapons going their way, just constant aggression, winning every gunfight it seems. 2 snipers into play now as Bound's hitting shots. Nothing's going right for them, and look, they're even reading the overextension here. Strikey's been called out. I don't think there's anywhere for him to go.
Oh man, usually when a team is able to get 2 snipers on the map, it is not looking good for Noobs. They found a way to slow them down quite a bit. In fact, maybe stabilize, have the Noobs Rush able to get their sniper back, and now bring it up over toward the tower side, and the return does go down, so Noobs simply not giving up, and now defense could quickly convert into some offense.
Getting that sniper was hugely important for Noobs. It's just getting that chip damage, slowing down Coliseum's play, not allowing them to get that touch. Lets them live for a second chance, but what can you make of your second chance is the question, because it looks like we're just getting back into the more of the same. Envor is not wasting any time on the overextend, players getting up to the 50-yard line. This is where the fights are important. Can you win on the 50-yard line? Can you push Coliseum into their back base?
We're cap meeting here for Coliseum. I mean, over 7 minutes on the clock, so I mean, if you're a fan of the news, you know that anything can happen. 3 down for Coliseum allows you to break out of your base and finally infiltrate the side of Coliseum when Overshield and rockets are coming up.
I gotta say, like, calling your team the Noobs makes me feel like it's like a Halo boy band that's led by Ryan Noob. You know, it's like it's Ryan Noob and the Noobs. Ryan and the Noobs. So they gotta have Ryan like play with them 1 week. You know what I'm saying? It's like Ryan and the Noobs. Next time they have a player that can't show up to the tournament, call up Ryan Noob. we get the players out. But I mean, so far, look, the game site changed, at least in the sense that they're not on their back foot as much. They still need to win more of these fights in the mid line, but that might have just changed with those 2 kills. Envor gonna be stuck in isolation, but that sidekick enough for him to get the kill.
Yeah, that was a nasty double kill coming out of Envor at the moment there, and whew, eventually multiple go down for Noobs, and it just tells you that throughout this entire game, nothing has gone their way, even when you have the advantage. You have Envor dropping a double kill that he has no business getting whatsoever. Meanwhile, Druck well positioned, and that little lip on the floor must make him mad there. That could have been a perfectly placed grenade. Instead, your team is now 3 down, and Noobs are on the attack.
Yeah, Druck's probably a little frustrated. Like, I should have at least a kill here. Instead, I'm having to fight for my life. He wants that repulse back in time to throw him off, but will not get it. And see, the map has become a lot harder for Coliseum, but I mean, all that early work has put them in such an advantage state that as long as they don't completely collapse, you can give up a flag here and there. It's just make sure you don't give up the entire map to the other side, and keeping sniper in your possession is key to that. And as Boo Boo Doo heads to the left perimeter, and right now you can see how safe Coliseum's playing it. They're not like taking any big risks.
Have a little bit of a sniper battle. Boo Boo Doo Boo on one side of things, meanwhile Warsh having 1 bullet left only in this sniper, which just barely misses the target. As Coliseum looks to be on full defensive mode at the moment, knowing Noobs to strike at any point in time, and where 1 grenade didn't work his way before, Druck's 2nd grenade finds his home perfectly, and time continues to wind down. And ultimately, time is just a commodity, a resource that Noobs don't have.
Yeah, you see it's really just become more scarce than scarce as time goes on. Maybe this is their chance for a flag pull. Leor got through, but he doesn't have necessarily like help immediately. We'll have to look for a couple slays before he can pull this flag, as he's surrounded and boxed in. He'll eventually go down, but he did buy time for rockets and potentially overshield to go to his team. Rorsch gets away with the overshield. Noble has rockets. Oh no. How do you get overshield and rockets, and they went down 2-1 in the slays? Getting overshield and rockets done, that's shocking to me.
Again, nothing going away with Noobs at the moment here. Even Bounce, incredible movement, dodging that rocket and all the damage possible over toward the sword side. It's unpredictable timing. They're just not able to predict. However, finally you find your target. Some of these kills starting to chain together just a bit. Lord, right over the cut side, and just like that, all the energy just sucked right out of the room. It just takes 1 play to flip momentum.
Yeah, Bound just knowing the right route to take is insane. He has perfect timing to get behind that player, to get the back smack. Like I said, the more we've seen Bound play, the more impressive it is to watch him. He's really, really good. You can see why he's a world champion.
The bully of Halo, 22-12 at the moment here. A few assists to his name. Lord Warsh doing everything they can to try to clear out this flag side. Finally, you've done enough damage at the right timing to at least get a pull. But as we know with Empyrean, you usually need another round of slays as flag starts to move. So does the attention of every player on Coliseum. Lord, with the cross-map shots, but Dubu down to 1 shot. Bound is over toward the low side, guarding him with sniper as well. You got to be aware of him, as he's going to try to find an entirely new angle. Being down go Coliseum, and sadly so is your flag runner's head.
Yeah, the other players, but he knows where he's at as well. Leor tried to give up, tried to basically pressure Bound, but Rorsch went before they got the clear that Bound wasn't looking, and Bound was last alive in a 1v2, still got enough damage down to prevent the flag run, right? And even after this 4 down, Noobs, they still have to get the flag back, and that's going to be a problem. It's going to take a lot more. It's going to be even harder when Noble nades his teammate out there. They're running out of time, Tony. 2 minutes essentially on the clock here.
Yeah, running out of time quickly, but 3 down to Coliseum. Beautiful double out of Noble, and still has some extra snipe ammo to work with. Flag is already there, and all the pieces are finally starting to be put together. Could we finally see a flag cap for Coliseum as Noble hesitates just a bit in order to secure these kills? And now 1v1 turns into a 1v2. Lore is at another one over toward the tower side, and again, things just don't go the way of Noobs. You have rockets, but you don't have bodies.
You can see, I mean, every time Noobs has gone into the base, into this flag pulling position, what we've seen from them is they do have a coordinated attack in the sense that they're setting multiple players at the same time, but they're not looking towards the same things, right? You have a player in cuts, you have a player at first BR. They have no help to each other. They can't coordinate in their specific gunfights. Whereas Coliseum, it's like there's always 2 players that they're having to deal with at a time. And it seems like those defensive stands are going to be strong enough. I mean, with 60 seconds on the clock here, 2 flags that need to be captured, it's basically kind of come down to this next fight. They need a clean 4 down and a fast flag pull.
We'll stay alive and have a couple repulses to work with as well, but knowledge is power, and Noted Bound is feeding that information to the rest of his team. Druk is the next challenger up to go after Lord. He's going to win that one, as Druk somehow ends up getting a double kill too, I believe. On the other side of things, we actually do have some pressure in the base of Noobs, and a great swap by Callus to show us Boo Boo Doo is being a nuisance in the Noob side.
Yeah, this is premium positioning because Noobs has no option but to hold forward, right? So when you get into those back ranks, it's going to make it so that you have this freedom to get through, right? No one can just afford to look back at Boo Boo Doo. They have to go forward to try to pull a flag of their own. Boo Boo benefits from it, and looks like they'll put the 3rd flag in just before it expires.
Wow. Love that route by Boo Boo Doo, able to hit the flag plat to green jump, had to clamber with it, but absolutely incredible run and a 3-0 for Coliseum. Imperial obviously belongs to them, and now the question is, will the series, because 1 game away from ultimately knocking Noobs out and getting their revenge.
See, the ending stats, and I mean, it really was the story of the overslays from Coliseum. The assists, I think, playing a big factor there. When we saw Noobs get attacking vectors, they weren't necessarily these connected attacks like we saw Coliseum have great success with in the beginning of the game. And Druk dropping 8k damage in the live. I mean, wow, head and shoulders above everyone else.
That is serious damage and barely taking any in return. 57.14% accuracy, and quite the game out of Druk RN. And mind you though, only their 2nd win, so the series not done just yet as we go to the vegan-friendly lattice, or some call it lettuce. Oddball is going to be our next matchup here. Coliseum have an opportunity to put an end to the series right here, right now. Or Noobs can send us into a game 5 just like they did in the winner's side, where they were able to come up with a big win.
Lattice Oddball, I mean, hey, look, if you need a battle of attrition to get yourself to game 5, this is the way to do it. You're going to have plenty of time to figure it out. What are the weaknesses? Where can we take advantage? I think Lattice Oddball might be one of the better maps to be your game 4 here, to give you a second chance.
Starting off with Druk right off the rip, and almost immediately Coliseum end up going 3 down. Big kills coming out of the Noobs, leaving Boo Boo Doo by himself. But with Sniper over toward the mid-map being fought over, Vorsh thought it was free, but no, it was bait.
Yeah, really heads up play by Boo Boo Doo there, understanding what he needs to do by being last player alive, right? Baiting that Sniper and taking advantage of it, really limiting what the damage could have been. I mean, imagine they get away with Sniper and Ball there. This could be a huge swing for Noobs. Instead, it's becoming a lot more hard fought than I think they anticipated. Okay, it's just what?
Actual craziness being put down here each time Coliseum go 3 down. Boo Boo Doo was able to clutch out a kill, and Envoy's clutching no scopes as well. The problem is, it had to keep going 3 down. At what point do you end up keeping bodies on the map and start winning these slaves battle? Maybe it's right here, right now with Envoy and that Sniper, which just barely misses out on Vorsh, and even the thrust, not enough to get him out.
I think News was maybe a little preemptive on that play there. They didn't have anyone with immediate pressure inside of blue. And when they played that early, Coliseum wasted no time just to grab ball and chunk away 11 seconds. But early cleanups allow them to break that red setup early. They have a sniper bullet to try to take down the initial push.
Enemy has the
And no
ball.
one giving their head yet, but Rorsch clearly knowing that there's a player just lurking in cargo.
Body shot connects onto bound, even gets a little bit of extra damage with the bandit for Drunk, and now a 1v1. I don't think Rorsch really wanted, maybe bit off a little bit more than he could chew, as Drunk continues to hold forward. Strikey was next. Boo Doo survives.
When the ball's in this position, right, you're just trying to win the spawn battle, and that's what Coliseum focuses on. They swarm all the points that you need to hold to keep spawning at red, so they send players high and low at the same time, eventually overwhelming one side and being able to break those spawns open.
Dubu not having any of that height advantage that he wants, so he wants to take it. Almost does enough damage with the side kick in order to get the melee.
I've seen Boo Boo Doo at land. He's not short.
Enemy has the ball.
I'm sorry, high ground is like probably what I should have said.
I see. I think he's like relatively tall.
Decent. Hey man, his brother's tall too. My gosh.
I gotta say, bro, Boo Boo Doo, he's like, you can tell he's an athlete when you get to it on land, man. Yeah, he's been running those like half marathons and all that. He's crazy.
He's as jacked as he is cracked, and apparently so is Drunk. Instant transmission all over the place. Dubu just playing his role right now, waiting for them to cross and maybe get an easy kill here. But looks like he is spotted. Callout's going down. Knows that Rorsch could be pushing and some great grenades, but somehow Rorsch will survive.
Strikey did get sniper here, so
Ball dropped.
the ball's gonna get thrown out into the ice, and they're gonna be forced to slay. But Strikey, using that snipe, he hits 2 critical shots for his team. That'll break the setup. Can he get the third? Yes, he will.
kill.
Strikey, when you need him the most, he comes to life. What a shot from him.
Not done just yet. 5 bullets to work with. Strikey, who has been absolutely fantastic this here tournament, does end up taking so much damage, but ends up getting a new angle. And I'll be honest with you, that looked like a damn headshot to me. But Strikey bodying everybody, and multiple going down for Coliseum. Noobs continue to score. They could be taking round 1.
Right now, Strikey has completely changed the fabric of this game. These kills have been so monumentally important for this team. There's Noobs would not be getting any time here if Strikey didn't come in and just pop 2 kills the way he did, and then finishing off the third. That's so impressive, and you know those are kills that had direct translation to you winning the game.
Both players, 1 shot left on the Noobs roster. Coliseum somehow ended up surrounding him, and Drunk not able to see that Strikey took a bit of an interesting angle, but Envoy is there, and somehow Strikey still gets the kill.
Yeah, Strikey's playing next level there. I mean, he's gonna get his piece no matter what. Bound trying to take the high ground, noble patient there, but Envor's made his way to the ball, and even though he's 3 down, he'll just throw it back into the open. The big thing he's trying to do here is just trying to win the red spawns, but Rorsch winning that gunfight gonna make it a lot tougher. Noobs early onto that ball grab. Coliseum, they need to sprint off spawn. They have to get here in time.
All 4 members of Noobs are up at the moment here. Can't say the same for Coliseum, who are just dropping left and right. There's only 1 more player that could possibly get hands on the ball player, and it's just too late. Boo does get the kill, but it looks like round 1 belonged to the Noobs.
It all comes from the sniper play of Strikey, right? The big shots, the triple kill. It opened up their path to victory, and they wasted no time. Whoa, that is a 3-man push to top middle. Coliseum knowing exactly what they want to do off start.
Nice little kill coming out of Boo Dubu. 2 members over toward the low ground in front of him, but an entirely new angle and a full sniper for Majin Boo Boo. Lines up Rorsch. And Rorsch, you better be careful. Many of men go down to the sniper of Majin Boo Boo. Ball in the hands of Coliseum. Noobs look to make the cross.
Wishing harm upon him, Boo Boo Doo Boo. Just making himself the hardest kill possible. You could light him up with 20 bullets. I don't think it's going to make the difference. His survivability has been next level this series, and even now Strikey has him into the one-on-one. Do not give the sniper to Strikey. That's all I gotta say, Boo Boo. We saw what he did earlier. Boo Boo hits his shot, Strikey goes down. Coliseum seemingly surviving his opening push from Noobs.
26-0 run. Boo ends up running into 2 members of the Noobs. Warsh now 2 bullets to work with, and watching the ice side perimeter here. Have still 2 members of the Noobs that ultimately Coliseum have to clear out of this side of the map. As Envor gonna try to fight over towards River. Boo catches the angle that he's looking for. Warsh goes down, and Bound wants to rotate this ball.
Bound, I think, thought he had a clear path, and he did. The Noobs won those gunfights as he pulled the ball, and that puts him in a tough situation because he revealed his position, right? And that's the benefit of that fast, aggressive play of Bound, is oftentimes he's finding himself in spots they don't anticipate him being. But when he reveals himself and the opposing team starts to win those gunfights, it makes life a lot easier for Noobs. You see them collapse in, get those kills, move that ball back into red. They have everything in place now. It just comes down to execution on these next fights.
Warsh gets into a bit of battle, but then ends up portaling right out of the situation. But looks like Coliseum knows exactly where he's portaling to. Luckily gets his shields back, but the job not done just yet. Excellent damage onto Bound. Portal's right out to try to stay alive. Gotta watch out for Druk, who seemed to be hunting him down. Warsh stays alive. Druk does the same. Warsh can't be tracked with his QT and ends up finding the back of Boo Boo Doo.
Sometimes you get unfortunate timing. Roar's gonna take advantage of that. He gets not only him, but assist on the other, the kill on the Druk. The only downside for Noobs is the ball reset during all that engagement. They have great control. If that ball hadn't have reset, they would be able to win those spawns. Instead, they'll have to work on a rotation to blue instead. And they got the first step down, but not the slays to keep it moving. Instead, it'll come down to these slays inside this blue base, and it looks like Coliseum's winning those.
Ball rotated once again, this time for Coliseum. What we're doing with some excellent denial grenades. Cluster luck finds the target of 2. Beautifully played, Bound with snipe as well, and everything working for Coliseum now.
Yeah, this is gonna be where you feel the tides change. Bound gonna clean up another bullet onto Rorsch. The kills starting to head their way. Noobs just not having the numbers, but Noble, big play, needs to survive. He got good damage in to potentially stop that ball time, but just not enough help. And Noble's trying to do it all by his lonesome, and honestly, he's doing so much damage here, Tony. I'm surprised at how much he's gotten away with, but Coliseum eventually find that cleanup, but this fight not over yet.
47-28 lead here for Coliseum, but it looks like Noobs with a bit more control at the moment as Boo Boo Doo and Bound up to strike. Boo Boo Doo goes right at Strikey. Noble right back at Boo Boo Doo. Bodies hitting the floor and ends up leading to another 1v1 between Warsh and Bound never misses.
And Strikey, patient, but that turns against him. Druk got the cargo without anyone knowing, and Strikey's play ends up being very detrimental towards what Coliseum was accomplishing. Now they're down numbers. Druk's getting big damage. Ball time's going to Coliseum. That's a big play. And the ball is sent off the map. So even though Noob's winning these gunfights, it's not necessarily free for them to grab right away, but Rorsch making up for it, getting right back onto the ball, getting that into blue, getting more and more time for the team.
A double kill leads to a 3 down, and Coliseum continue to be staggered right now as Noobs easily move into their defensive set here. Lure catches a grenade right to the mouth, courtesy of Boo Boo Doo. Has Boo Boo Doo had the best days in this tournament so far? Because these are the highlights I keep thinking of. Boo Boo Doo's days have been crazy as he tried to get this ball out of the hands of Rorsch.
Rorsch thinking about getting that play off. He does. If you are going to play the blue, if you're going to play ball inside blue, the big thing is, why are you doing that? And the reason why is to play the ball. So it's always important, if you're at blue, first thing to focus on is making sure that you don't get too greedy, that you're playing that ball out, because that's the benefit of playing that side. Otherwise, you should always play red, right? It's a much better spot to hold and gain more time And you're seeing right now Coliseum, I'd imagine they're going to take this ball and try to rotate to red right away, right? Because that's your powerful position. It's so much harder to infiltrate and to get those kills to break the red spawn setup.
Coliseum with a clear numbers advantage and Truck taking a whole lot of space over toward the spawn of Noon. By the time Noons get back on the map, Truck might be right back up and ready to attack and get bound. Also stretched out quite far here and ends up finding the weakened Strikey and numbers advantage, clearly favoring Coliseum, and they know where the rest of the push is coming from. Coliseum watching every angle on the map, and Noobs can't find an entry point.
Just under 60 seconds now of neutral time. Noobs not only need to stop this within the next 15 seconds, but they also need to find time of their own. A really tough task for them in the second round. It seems like Coliseum has done enough, but it's going to come down to these slays. If they're able to find a clean 2-3 down, that's going to be the round for Coliseum.
That's exactly what they will find. Final player alive ends up getting sent right back to the respawn screen, and Roach just spawns up and immediately has Truck in his face. And while that happens, Coliseum continue to score, tie up the rounds, and we go to a swing round number 3 to decide this series.
Yeah, honestly, it feels like we've seen two completely different rounds, right? The first round was so focused on keeping that red setup, a lot of focus on the sniper making big plays. The other time around, we saw a lot more scrappiness, the setup at blue pretty often, and it coming down to a lot of timing pulls. I'm curious how this round 3 sets up. Is it going to be the sniper or Strikey that comes back and makes an impact? Or we're going to see more of those red side holds again?
As of right now, I know we're going to see Envoy and Noble go at it. Big melee out of him, force the sniper to get played off the map. Envoy continues to attack his back blue side. 4 down go Noobs, and Noble ends up getting isolated. The split spawns being forced, and that's just masterful by Envoy Coliseum.
Envoy, great nade. He's going to take down Strikey. 2 players, though, from Noobs able to find their kills at the same time. So, Druck in a hard spot here and not going to be able to survive. Bound trying to pull in a weak player, but Rorsch just doing too much damage. He finds 2, and that's going to break the spawns in favor of Noobs. This is a great setup for them. Look at how far away Coliseum are spawning and how long it's going to take for them to get 4 players on the map. This is a great chunk of time for Noobs.
Who's going to be taking the lead here and also looking to set up Strikey. Runs into Boo Boo Tubu. Great damage onto him, but sadly Druck was there as well. Bit of bait and switch action, forces Force to play that ball and try to get out, but Coliseum quick to break the setup of Noobs.
Envoy finding that quick break. I'm honestly surprised at how fast Coliseum was able to get that break, because Noobs had such a strong setup. But you can see how the situation has completely reversed. And the Coliseum have a great setup of their own now. They have players towards ice, red tower, and middle map. It's going to make it really tough for Noobs to find openings to get through. It's going to be about their force of slays, overwhelming players to get in. But by the time they do, Coliseum's going to rack up 20 points, and they can just throw that ball towards ice, towards their spawners at cargo to play the ball eventually. This is just really well played and greatly rotated by Envor here.
Envor on the rotation here, Noobs right on his tail. It's a 3v2 situation, so Noobs want to continue to get aggressive, but Envor finds the exit route, and Druck ends up going down over toward the top snipe side. Looks like Druck now belongs to Strikey, gets the call-outs, wants to get involved. Envor has been all over the map and just refuses to go down. Meanwhile, Bound and Boo Boo Doobu are gonna pound their way through. 3 down for the Noobs.
And Leor just has to punt that ball away, say, I can't do anything. And, you know, if you're gonna get into blue, it really comes down to getting that ball into play position right away. If you're not able to, it feels so bad when you lose your setup and you just give away ball time for free. Right now, Coliseum being the real beneficiary of that. But man, it has been very quick breaks from both sides now. Very aggressive onto their push throughs as well. This has been a really entertaining round 3, if I'm gonna be honest, man. It's really fun to see how fast these teams are playing.
62-36 lead for Coliseum. Warsh ends up getting taken down here. Lure passing that ball over towards his teammate who doesn't have the sniper, as Lure with his power weapon can make some game-changing plays. Looks like the information's gathered that Envor is attacking at least one perimeter, not able to get the kill, but able to stay alive. On the other side of things, Coliseum are continuing to grind forward.
Not able to hit that shot. That's going to be a clean break. Coliseum bound already on that ball, trying to minimize the downtime. They're going to opt for a blue setup here, but Noble got that kill on the bound before he get that ball into position. So Noobs have a chance here to get a clean break. It's just Boo Boo Doo Boo that's alive, but just Boo Boo Doo Boo so oftentimes is enough. Bound's getting the closer spawn. One more fight to win, Rorsch. Bound wins.
Bound also gets taken down, striking there as quickly as possible. More importantly, now looking to play his life, and Truck not expecting the double back. 3 down with Coliseum.
Strikey, that's a huge play by him, man. He's had monumental plays throughout this game, and he might just need to find another with this QT. He is doing maximum damage to the other side. Coliseum, they have the lead, but it might not be for much longer if Strikey keeps playing like this. I mean, he has so much presence with that QT now. He has the options to stay at red, to push into blue quickly, to try to keep that damage down on the opposing side. I like Strikey right here, get a couple bullets and get out. He's gonna go for the fight instead, and he wins it, killing spree. No cleanup to be found. The big thing, get into action as fast as you can.
That's exactly what he does, right over toward the mid-map. Couple shots onto the rotating players through the cargo side, but Bound finds him over toward the top tower, forces the
that nade
play
kept it
ball.
in.
Oh, no!
That nade kept it in. The nade damage pushed the ball back. That's back-breaking. I mean, they played so well to get to that point, to bridge the difference. But when they need the play ball, the nade pushed the ball back in, and you see Coliseum immediately take a big lead again. They're almost up to 20 seconds once again, and that's what we're talking about in blue, right? You need to play, because if you lose blue control, they're gonna always be able to pick up the ball right away.
Well, somehow they're able to find the 4 down onto Coliseum, so it's not over yet. You put yourself in a non-advantageous position by not guaranteeing that ball off the map, but you have a chance to turn it around. One good round of slays could give you the lead here and allow you to run away with it. Strike you with that ball in hands, dodge the nade that comes courtesy of Bound over toward the high side. All of his teammates, though, over on the low as Coliseum continue to attack from multiple different angles. Don't know how Striker was able to find the backsmack, but he does. But you're in a literally Coliseum sandwich. How do you take on both members? You don't.
You buy enough time, though. I mean, he stayed alive for a lot longer than I think Coliseum anticipated. It might give Noobs a second chance at hitting this ball and having their ability to win the round. Oh, Boo Boo Doo Boo, cheeky angle onto the first, the damage to the second. He finds Rorsch down to 1 shot. Noobs are out of options. Coliseum are taking their victory lap. This is it. What a play by Boo Boo Doo Boo.
Majin Boo Boo comes in, laid down the law, and that's a killing spree to end it, guaranteeing Coliseum the win and for them to advance forward into your grand finals.
It's this position, right? What a monumental play here. The nade keeps the ball in the doorway. Coliseum able to build that 20-point lead back up. And then Boo Boo Doo Boo eventually calls game with the sniper here, getting big shots. But it was even before this play. They had the ball inside blue, and Noobs was anticipating that push from Coliseum, right? And I talked about it a couple times, right? If you're gonna have that ball in blue, to me it's a play ball or lose situation. You can't afford for that ball not to go off the map. And Noobs, anticipating that push from Coliseum, they dropped that ball on the ground. And once they did that, they're committing to not playing the ball, and they have to win the gunfight. It comes down, you can't even delay the gunfight to have it matter. Because those blue spawns are so heavy, the opposing team that comes in and wins those gunfights is gonna win the ball right away. And they gambled on winning in that blue gunfight, and it just didn't happen. Strikey tried his best to stay alive, but at the end of the day, it was too little, too late. Boo Boo Doo Boo having a big game to push them to grand finals. Look at that, a 13.3 KDA.
That's absolutely incredible. When they needed him most, Majin Boo Boo stepped it up. Also want to show some love over towards Druck, who I believe had 26 assists with it, but also saw Boo Boo Doo Boo having 55 seconds worth of ball time as well. So plenty being done on the map in the damage department, the objective department, and just doing everything they can to guarantee the win here. Coliseum again, red hot since that elimination bracket quarters finals, find themselves in the grand finals to go up against an Usu Bendy roster that so far have not matched up in this tournament, but they will after this short break. Don't go anywhere. Grand Finals DSA Halo Open Series number 1 comes down to its dramatic conclusion.
Double kill. Triple kill. Snap. Double kill.
are back, and this has been your DSA Halo Open Series #1 with $1,400 on the line here. And man, has it been an exciting tournament, and it's coming down to the grand finals. However, before we get to the grand finals, we got some business to take care of, and I first want to give a shout out to our sponsors real quick.
Yeah, the 3 sponsors that helped made this a reality. Obviously, we're here, LVT, providing the broadcast for everyone to enjoy, but also 2 big partners in the HCS grassroots program, right? HCS helping put up the prize pool and giving support all around. And then obviously AMD coming in clutch. Hey, look, AMD sponsoring all 3 of these tournaments coming up, and they're giving away a big prize for each one of these tournaments.
That they are. We're talking the AMD graphics card. That's a 9070 XT. And how many times do we talk about if you want to take your game up another level, you got to make sure you have the right equipment. So why don't we give away to 1 lucky winner? Because in addition to shouting out the sponsors, we want to shout you guys as well. You guys that are watching in the chat, you guys that are also playing in every one of these tournaments. Maybe you're like me and can't make it past round 3, round 4. However, we want to make sure that everybody has a chance to win something today. So you know what? Why don't you spin? Why don't you get ready to spin this real quick, guys? In the meantime, while we're waiting for this to spin, go follow DSA right now. Make sure you follow LVT. Go in and show some love to everybody, because this is a major giveaway. I mean, think about it. Somebody's gonna be turning up their setup a whole nother level and about to be shooting like bound on the damn daily.
Well, spin that wheel, DJ.
Spin that
I thought the wheel was gonna be way faster. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Wheel spin. Okay,
wait,
there it is. There it is.
The 9070 kicked in. And
Yo, Facty, yo.
Wow, Tribal, congratulations. Jeez, I think I see my name somewhere over here. I don't see it.
Were you in there, Tony? Did they not take you out? Yo, we got to re-roll.
Wait, did they not put me in? We got to re-roll. What the hell?
Oh, I see. No, Tribal coming away. And for those that want to have their chance at winning the AMD graphics card, this beautiful graphics card that's up for grabs, all you have to do is compete in the tournaments, so it's not about it's nothing harder than just coming in, playing a little bit of Halo with your boys, your gals, come in, get some games in.
Man, that's absolutely amazing. Congratulations, Tribal. Tribal's in the chat right now saying no way. I mean, we probably had like 30, 40 teams, and obviously each and every one of them having 4 players per team. So, you had a 1 in 120 to 140, depending on how many teams we had chance of winning. And congratulations, Tribal. Man. Meanwhile, why don't we get back to our featured matchup? Usu, Benny, and Coliseum, 2 teams that haven't matched up so far in the bracket play so far, will run into each other here in the grand finals. Capture the flag on Aquarius is where we land, and to start off our grand finals.
Here we go. Usu Benny gonna have an advantage in this best of 5. They came from the winner's side, meaning it's gonna be 2 series that needs to be won by Coliseum in order to beat your champions here. And maybe next time when the next DSA Open tournament happens, we'll see Tribal in the grand finals, since he'll have that 9070 XT. He'll be able to just get through it. I mean, the juice in that puppy. He's gonna be getting solid frames for the rest of his days.
Tribal, make sure you send them my information, who we want it to be shipped. Don't worry, bro, I got you. 3 down, go Coliseum right off the rip. Usu Benny starting off hot, and no wonder they made it to the grand finals through the winner's side, as the way they're looking right here, right now. Even Bound ends up hitting the black screen, but momentarily stopped. Usu Benny.
Jackson's been really making it himself a tough kill here, and he might even get away with another kill. He does! The trade doesn't come out. A huge kill by Jackson. That'll keep the flag alive, and the numbers advantage is for Usu Benny. Piggy will kick up that mantle, and look, this is desperation from Bound. He has no good angle, and with that should be the first flag on board within the first couple minutes of play.
Man, we talked about Coliseum looking red hot about the lower side, but they have to win 2 series against Usubeni, and Usubeni have already struck first and are not done just yet. Breaking shot trying to bait outbound, eventually goes down, but here comes Piggy down 4 as well.
Bound spotted by that threat seeker. They're gonna know exactly where he's coming from, but it doesn't matter if you know where he's coming from if you're down before you can even engage in the fight. Bound just focusing on max damage. He has a one-man army coming through. Jackson finally takes him down, but Bound definitely blazing a path forward for Coliseum to take advantage.
Piggy with the cross map shots looking pretty good, forcing players out of that car side, and now wants to attack the util. Multiple members of the Coliseum flooding from one util side to the other. You already dealt with 2, but the spawners continue to come out. Piggy keeps sending them back to spawn, though. From one util over towards the red side, Piggy cannot be stopped.
All right, Piggy. Oh, how is he alive? He might be the big bad wolf in the story right now. Piggy's gonna be looking for players off spawn. Doesn't matter, there's no home for you to go to. He's blown it all down. Piggy just doing max damage. There's nowhere for any of these players to go to. No refuge for them to seek.
What a start coming out of Usubeni. Piggy, Acid, and Jackson, 7+ kills. Jackson able to get away with the camouflage. Somehow able to slow down Coliseum, which is not easy to do. Jackson with that plasma pistol in the back pocket and camouflage in his front.
I mean, Jackson having a chance for a good pull here. He's not going to try to get it all the way by himself. They need more slaves for that, but that flag being out is going to make the equation a lot easier for Usubeni to bait the players of Coliseum, and you see that bait working perfectly. Bound trying to hit the middle of the map. He goes down. Acid with the flag pull, and that might just be the second flag on board. I don't know if there's any way for them to stop this. In fact, Piggy might be thinking about how I get a third one on its way.
Yeah, no overextenders. In fact, no players even towards the 50% portion of the map. So that is a 2-0 start coming out of Usubeni, and Piggy not done putting down the max damn ham over toward the car 3 side. Multiple now end up going down. Jackson decided to duke it out with Boo Boo Doo. Even the jiggle peak isn't enough to keep him alive, and Boo Boo Doo trying to catch up the drug.
Coliseum might be in danger here. Oh no, looks like Acid did go down. It's gonna say Acid was on a deep overextend while Coliseum was trying to make this attack happen. If they didn't clear him out, that might have been another flag on its way. Instead, Coliseum working to regain that control once again, and with that, I mean, they have a lot of presence over on this P side, but it's really going to come down to Envor and his position over at Car to block out some of these spawns and to work on that weak side to help crash in with the rest of these players, and they're doing it beautifully. That is so well executed by Coliseum.
Well-timed collapse coming from multiple sides here. You're coming from 3 ways, and Usubeni get overwhelmed just a bit. On the other side of things, Breaking Shot is able to take the flag off the base, so that'll neutralize things just a little bit here, as no matter what, it feels like Coliseum gonna have to go through Breaking Shot if they want to guarantee this cap. 2 members over toward the util. Boo Boo Doo down to 1 shot. He gets taken out drunk as well. 4 down. Go Coliseum.
No one able to touch that flag though, so they'll have to find another pull. I gotta say, that threat seeker came out huge for Usubeni there. Knowing exactly where those final 2 players made it so much easier to find those kills, to get that quick return, and to keep their advantage. Piggy was able to get right back into that base, pull the flag, and Coliseum has looked largely ineffective against this Usubeni squad so far. These guys are flying and frying at the moment.
Camo still in the hands of Jackson. 3 down once again. Go Coliseum, making all 4 members, and Acid is gonna fly with this flag via the curb slide. Bound gonna try to do everything he can to try to catch up to that flag carrier, but I'm not sure he's there. This could be the 4th flag cap for Usubeni.
And look, yeah, it is. They just have been able to bully their way forward. And even on the overextend, they lost 2 players. That's going to make it an opportunity once again for Breaking Shot or another player to get another flag pull. This has just been all gas, no breaks, offensive style play. Here comes Piggy to try to do it once again. Bound the only player that can defend this. He found the first, but Breaking Shot still knocking on the door. Here is the kill. Jackson trying to open up a path through the middle of the map. 1 round of slays, and that's the 5th flag home.
It is a flag relay race being ran by Usu Benny. They are always ready to get another pull, and man, Coliseum is struggling because of it. However, counter pull over toward the other side of things, and Coliseum looking a lot more healthier than Usu Benny do, at least at this stage of the game. We could see a first flag cap go the way of Coliseum, as it's Usu Benny that go 3 down, and Jackson is by himself.
Jackson goes down. Envor here to pull the flag once again. They need 4 consecutive flags to at least push this to an overtime, and they only have 5 minutes to find those flags. They need to find answers at a blistering pace.
Envor trying to get some damage onto Jackson, but Acid clearly had his back. A little bit of bait and switch action. Was bound. Cross map shots onto everybody on the map, just peppering them up just a bit. Teammates are coming in for the cleanup. Flag still moving. Bound is as well. Right over toward the util side. His Breaking Shot might be his final player that can stop Boo Boo Doo from pushing in the first flag home.
That Breaking Shot, though, did find an answer right after that capture, so they're going to have an opportunity for a flag pull. And Breaking Shot, look, he wasted no time to try to get that over to P1. It's just Bound that's alive. Drukoff respawn. Is that enough? 2 players to stop this flag. It looks like Piggy, knowing they have such a big lead, isn't going to try to force anything here. Instead, wanting to survive with this camouflage, but might be a tough task. With Bound getting so much damage on him, Piggy's going to really have to slow himself down here, but Piggy survives. And with that, another 3 down. 4 minutes on the clock, 3 players down, and 3 flags that need to be captured. Coliseum has such a tough task ahead of them, and Piggy might just shut the door on this play.
Coliseum cannot afford another 3 down here. You have Usu Benny that are marching down to your base, walking it down, and it looks like Envor with a huge kill and making a double, and they really needed that. Otherwise, Usu Benny could have been ending this one.
Boo Boo Doo was quick on his spawn, right? He's gonna try to get up into this base to get a flag pull. Good trade out here, and you start to see Coliseum how they're playing with such speed through the middle of the map. They're no longer trying to play these safe routes onto the outside. They know they just need flag pulls. They need opportunities, and however that comes, how scrappy it needs to be, that is what it is. 4 down. I mean, Bound, this should be clear in a way. I don't think they can stop them. That might be the 2nd flag. They only need 2 more after this.
Great movement out of Bound, moving that flag from the high side util, from their util. It looks like the 2nd flag cap now goes in for Coliseum. But with that flag cap, you sacrifice bodies, and ultimately Usu Benny takes space because of that.
Usu Benny's been doing a really effective job at making sure they clear all their lanes before they continue forward. They haven't let Envor and Bound get to their back ranks consistently like we saw from other teams earlier in this tournament. They've really shut down that effective flanking maneuver, and by playing each lane, not letting players get through, they're keeping that game in front of them, and they're winning these slays to get their own flag opportunities.
Making moonwalk his way over toward the util side. Thought it was the right time to attack, but it looks like Bound had other things to say about that. 3 down go Usu Benny. Bound now going to make his way toward the 50% portion. An active camouflage could be coming up soon, but momentarily, Usu Benny with 3 down. It looks like Coliseum want to continue to press them.
That halfway to this comeback, they need 1 flag per minute to end this game. Bound trying desperately to get away with the camouflage, but Breaking Shot just in a premium position to punish that. Camo's still on the ground, actually, and Piggy might just be the one that's rewarded for it. No player is going to be able to cut him down, and now the calculus has just become that much harder. Another variable to add into the equation, and how do you solve for 2 flags here? It's going to come down to the clean slays and fast pulls, and right now, with where they are on the map, that just doesn't look like a reality.
Envor down to 1 shot. Piggy kind of stalking him here. Bound does end up spawning next to him, so Coliseum willing to try to defend their base, but Piggy waiting to the right moment to strike, and Ashrock goes down to 1 shot. Piggy takes advantage of that. Momentary 3 down. Boo Boo Doo, the first one to come off a spawn, but also the first one to get shot in the back by Piggy. 4 down, and the players that are coming up, They're way out of position. That was just beautiful. That's Usu Benny ending game number 1.
And look, it was dominant, right? We saw some shining moments from Coliseum, but that's all they were, moments, blips in that game. That was largely dominated by Usu Benny, and it came down to Slays first. This team is so effective at finding their Slays and playing together. Obviously, usually you're looking at a player like Breaking Shot to be that slayer for the roster, but Breaking Shot had a pretty slow start to this game. He picked it up towards the end. You see him finishing at 21 and 17, but it was Acid and Piggy that were the two that were really blazing their path forward. And the assists, I mean, that's just telling the story that you need to know. And 3 players having double digits for Usu Benny, 1 player being just a couple assists away from there, not 1 from Coliseum, being able to achieve that double digit assist column.
It really ultimately is that teamwork that makes the dream work, and game number 1 handsomely goes in favor of Usu Benny. But can we say the same for game number 2? Slayer live fire, first to 50 kills takes the win, 12 minutes back on the clock. And we know I love me some snipe action, but also love me that camouflage coming up on a bit of a delay.
I just, with how Usu Benny was playing in that game, it's like we know that Slayers can go to either side. This is going to be a competitive match. But in my heart right now, it's like, how do you even doubt the way Usu Benny with the way they've been playing? It's just they look so dominant, and Breaking Shot on live fire seems to be a cheat code.
Breaking Shot of Halo Infinite seems to be a cheat code at times. Snipe in his hands, 5 bullets to work with. Camouflage obviously not up just yet, so putting himself in a position where he can bait that out and ultimately really make this camouflage a hard grab for Coliseum. Piggy taking a whole lot of damage over on the front line. Yaxi gets obliterated courtesy of that grenade, and there's no way he can get out of that. Triple kill by Envor, 4 down for Usu Benny.
Really smart by Coliseum. They had players ready to fight for that camouflage, but they didn't push early, right? They knew that a sniper was watching it. What they waited for was the developing flank of Envor. He was able to get behind enemy lines and get that opening damage. Once that happened, they swung in and they got the clean 4 down. A pretty disastrous situation when you lose sniper early that way and you lost those opening slays, but Coliseum just made the most of the situation. In fact, find themselves up 6 kills now because of how well they played that break.
10-4 advantage here for Coliseum as Druk takes a whole lot of damage and forced out on the sandbag side while continuing to have nades just rain down on his position. Eventually, Druk ends up getting taken down. Envor continues to absolutely win every single battle, and even the ones that he doesn't get clear wins, it's a trade. Envor has been fantastic on live fire.
Yeah, the combination of Envor and Bound right now, this 1-2 punch has been too much for Usu Benny at the start of this Slayer. But Usu Benny, their strength really relies in their teamwork, right? If they're going to start to chip away at this, expect to see that assist column start to play more of a factor. Right now, a lot of these fights are coming down to one-on-ones, like that one from Bound, right? 2 players there, but he's able to isolate both those gunfights. He doesn't have to worry about the team shot.
6 kill advantage here after Piggy takes down Envor. Acid goes right in, stick, and then portals right out. Druk seemingly ready for them, a double kill for him. 19-12 advantage for Coliseum.
With that, Druk really wants to put pressure on these tower spawners, but he just doesn't have that help right away, and it looks like we will be ending this game a little prematurely. I think a player maybe not fully there, maybe crashing. Well, don't know what the thing is yet. Boo Boo Dubu didn't have a kill in that so far, but he had 8 assists, Tony. he was out there helping everyone. Looked like I don't know who's a good, I was gonna say Chris Paul, but there's probably a better analog than Chris Paul, right?
I mean, I don't know. I kind of like Chris Paul for that. Maybe how about a Steve Nash? How about a Steve Nash?
Yeah, I like Steve Nash more because it's like, yeah, Steve Nash is better. So I wanted to like make some sort of abbreviation, so literally like SNBB, the Steve Nash, Boo Boo Dubu,
Okay.
the BBDB,
Please stop.
the BBDB. Dude, that kind of goes hard. Come on,
You know what? Sure, that goes. That goes extremely
BBDB.
hard. Yep. You keep saying it. It's working. It's working.
Hey, it's gonna catch on. Trust.
But no, I'm right there with you. Like, I feel like a lot of people might be looking at that stat line and be like, "Oh no, Boo was goosing." But dude, if you're able to put out 8 assists, and only dying 2 times, I'm loving that. Like, I'm as a teammate, even if that's my own stat line, I'm absolutely loving that. So, both the way Boo was playing, the entirety of Coliseum was playing well. 19-12 is a pretty damn good advantage to have against an Usu Benny that literally just came off a decisive game 1.
Bound accusing of fake lag outs. It's a classic. Now, do you think they come back with like fake sub? What's the answer back? Who's in the lobby still? If it's Jackson's going to be the one that's going to answer, right? Unless Jackson's the one that crashed. Okay, so I imagine. Okay, so Jackson's forming a response right now. Oh, it's Piggy. He had 2,000 ping and his game crashed. See, so Piggy, this is where you made the mistake. You shouldn't bring up the ping at all. You should just say his game crashed, because then if you bring up the ping, then it opens up the conspiracy theory route of like, oh, well, he like crashed his game because of the ping. You should just say, nah, his game crashed. Keep it nice and simple. Never give more than what you need for an answer, right? 2,000.
20,000.
20,000. That's 20,000. That's a lot of ping, bro. Like, actually 20,000? Maybe just a couple extra zeros. Maybe it was 200.
His power level was over 20,000. I mean, if you're seeing that type of unstable packet loss and you're touching 20,000 ping, and then obviously the game crashing on you, I think
It stopped at 20.
it stopped. Yeah, and I think this is also part of just how Bound gets like in your head. Like I feel like Bound probably believes that it was a crash and whatever, but he wants you to believe that he doesn't. He wants to get in your head.
Bound keeping the conversation going. Ray shot's back, but Boo Boo Doo left.
Yo, wait, what the heck happened to Boo Boo Doo Boo?
Call that. You ever seen 25K ping?
I have not.
Oh, maybe Breaking Shot's not kidding. Yeah, maybe he has it. Screenshot.
I have never seen 25K ping in my life.
I thought the internet in Texas was supposed to be good. I've been lied to.
And now we're waiting for Boo Boo Doo Boo to get back in the lobby here. I guess Boo Boo Doo Boo was like, my game didn't feel like it was running optimal as well. So he decides if Breaking Shot's going to reset, let me get a reset as well to save us one in the long run here. And ultimately get it back into this lobby. But I think no matter what, there's going to be a 7-kill advantage in the way of Coliseum. And I guess, the good thing for Usu Benny, obviously not having 25,000 ping is not a good thing, but that crash does kind of slow down Coliseum's momentum, which was building.
It looks like Breaking Shot ping spiked once again. He's gone. Yo, chat. What can we ask chat, Tony? I wanna like learn more about chat right now.
You want to learn more about them?
Yeah, I want to learn more about chat. Chat, where are you from? I want to know where people are from.
Okay.
Any like fun states, cities, countries, right? We have people from different
countries. What would you define as just like how DSA
state? Group is from Canada, small Canadian company. Bay Area, dude. Really, what I'm looking for is like a roommate. So it's like, okay, like Scotland. I could go to Scotland. Northern Ireland, dude. You got people from Northern Ireland?
Wait,
what's in Northern Ireland?
Scotland?
You think they're lying to you?
I mean, I know Mousie's from Scotland, but he's been in the U.S. for 20 years. Still has the accent, by the way. Hey, he will not let go of that Scottish accent. You've been here for 20 years, Mousy.
New Brunswick. Isn't New Brunswick like the place that's like the furthest east? Like it has its own time zone. It's like even further than the East Coast.
Nah, it's in New Jersey, bro.
Jersey has the furthest time zone.
Like, bro, it's just a random ass city in New Jersey.
They got 30.
I actually know
crazy.
New Brunswick
Wisconsin
very
has
well.
30 inches of snow, Tony. It's 90 degrees outside for me right now. It's so hot.
Yeah, it was hot. It was hot here as well in Atlanta. I'm from New Jersey, but I live in Atlanta now.
Minnesota. Damn. Washington.
New Brunswick, Canada. Okay, never mind. I'm sorry. I thought
Yeah,
you
New
meant
Brunswick,
Jersey.
Canada.
My
Oh,
bad.
no, he said Canada. I guess that's a common misconception because he typed Canada after it. I didn't know New Brunswick was a place. I only know of it from Canada. I didn't know there's a Jersey, New Brunswick.
What part of Jersey? I've been, my whole life, I've been, I lived in like 5 minutes away from Staten Island Bridge, Middlesex County, Monmouth County. I worked up in North Jersey, so freaking
we're in
Elmwood
Edison,
Park.
huh?
I know Edison. Edison's mad close.
Yeah,
I think
let's
Edison
go.
is Middlesex. I think Edison's Middlesex or close to it.
Well, it looks like we're back in the game too. They set it back 19-12, so the score will be where we left off. But some things are going to be a little bit different. Sniper back up for respawn. That Camo should be joining the fray soon, so you can't quite get it to be the same exact game state, but we got it as close as we can.
And Acid getting as far as he can away from the ground with that repulse. Camouflage coming up. It looks like Envor taking down Piggy, and Acid combining the sniper with the camouflage and combining the reticle with Bounce Head.
Boo Doo got there in time before more mayhem could go down. I think, honestly, if Acid still had ammo, it wasn't in that reload animation, I think it might have taken Boo Boo's head as well. That was an absurd shot, and they cut the lead down to 4.
22-18, breaking shot, able to get away with that sniper. He has the repulse. I mean, the way Acid was shooting with, I say give it back to him. But breaking shot gonna show what he can do after bodying Bound over toward the sandbag side. And now the repulse up, and trick shots are about to be dropped here by Usu Betty. Sheesh.
Oh my gosh, breaking shot is like, if he can think of it, he's going for it right now. That sniper playing a little hot potato, going between a couple players' hands, but it seems to settle in Boo Boo Doo Boo's. We'll see if he can remain hot with the weapon. 2 bullets remaining. A 5-kill lead for Coliseum here, and that sniper could just keep solidifying that lead.
This is where things slow down just a bit here. Booba Dooba wanted to control that tower side. Meanwhile, on the other side of Coliseum, you got 3 members of Coliseum just flying together. But eventually, Action Jackson gets behind Booba Dooba on the tower side, and Bound is able to take him down all over the place. Our Coliseum will holding on to a 6-kill advantage.
Some absurd no-scopes early in this game, but seems as if things I just kept settled at this 6-kill differential. Remember, we started this game 19-12, so 7 kills was the lead for Coliseum, and Usubeni only been able to make up 1 of those thus far.
Yeah, despite the crazy no-scopes here, it is still quite the lead by Coliseum. Bound making moves. Acid winning a little 1v1. Jackson now gonna push over towards the sandbag side with camouflage coming up. You know, both teams want to get in position, and Action Jackson the one going in for the flank.
I left him a unicorn there. And with that, it's still just a 6-kill lead, but Usubeni, what they're looking for is some sort of catalyst to get them out of this cycle, and that camouflage might be the path forward. Acid, his second chance. The first time, Boo Boo Doo Boo spotted him pretty early, and he went down. This time, he at least gets 1 kill before potentially the cavalry arrives.
Camouflage for Acid and Envor with the eagle eyes. Over toward the low ground. It seems like there's a player right above them that they're gonna have to deal with, and looks like they're able to do so. Jackson with the kill on one side of things, being chased down or Envor toward the tower, but he has Druck with them. Nice little double bandit coming out of them, but eventually the nades just way too much. Envor gets wiped, but still down by 6 for Usubeni.
Nearing victory.
There was a sniper on the ground. I'm not sure where it went. Balance. Not seeing one there. There it is, into his back pocket. 4 bullets left in this thing.
Just attacking down from both sides with a sniper, and that's perfectly played by Usubeni. Ends up leading to a 3 down for Coliseum. And just when Coliseum were 10 kills away from ultimately taking the win, the first one of the series, it's Usubeni that cut the lead to just 2, now 3.
I mean, this is the big moment. I feel like Acid's been in charge of all these big opportunities. He's gotten the camouflages. Now he has the sniper in his hands, and wow, I can't believe Bound got away with that. Just able to get in, get that kill while 1 shot got away, but Boo Boo Doo Boo's flank not going to be effective here. Just a 3-kill differential, but Benny having a lot of power with that QT. Ooh, that is, I told you, every kill is so close, and Acid has stayed alive for so long. How is he still alive?
Eventually needed out. That's courtesy of Boo towards tower just before Boo gets chased away by Jackson. It's 45-44. Coliseum still have just a 1 kill advantage. Another camouflage comes up. Breaking shot. Ends up getting his shields obliterated. Bound and Coliseum stay alive over toward the back A side, but about to be a 3-man push out of Usubeni.
Oh, Envor, great timing on that flank. Was able to find the 1 shot, gets a couple bullets into breaking shot, but can Druck find the finish? Bound comes in, they just need 1 more. Acid's at target, and Acid goes down. Coliseum tie the series at 1.
Coliseum went into that version 2 of that game to up 7 kills, but eventually Usubeni were able to cut it down to as little as just a 1 kill advantage, and almost looked like they were ready to take back control, but eventually Coliseum just hold on and come out with a huge win on live fire. Vacancy, King of the Hill, comes up next, but before we get there, why don't we talk about these stats?
And see who took on the challenge the best. So Jackson double positive at 12 and 6, but remember they had a 7 kill handicap going into this reset, so not able to overcome that challenge, that gulf. And I think that hyper aggressive play of Bound and Envor did the job once again. You know, their stats aren't flashy. In fact, they're negative when you look at them, but I think towards the end of that game, that flank that Envor makes, like going up the cuts, finding that 1 shot, getting away with his life, and then obviously Boo shooting 70% to his name, gonna make a big difference.
I feel like not every play is gonna really show on the scoreboard its true value, but flanks like that really can make things happen and really can create some openings that you just gotta play through and take advantage of. Vacancy, King of the Hill, gonna be another map in game mode where we're gonna try to find a way to find your opportunities, find your windows, and kick it open, take advantage. Hill spawns over toward the mid map. There is a shock rifle, which I would love to get in the hands of either one of these 8 players in the lobby. This can be a fun matchup, especially when we talk about the spawn trapping opportunity after those kills.
In this grand finals, Vacancy is going to be playing a big part, at least in the first best of 5. We're guaranteed to go to game 4. Game 3 is Vacancy, King of the Hill, and then it looks like we go to recharge for ball. I thought we went to Vacancy ball, my bad. But Vacancy, King of the Hill, then recharge ball. But Vacancy, King of the Hill, I think honestly, I'm not a huge fan of Vacancy completely. I think the only game type that I like playing Vacancy on is King of the Hill. It feels like a map that was made with King of the Hill in mind, and it might be the only map in rotation where I feel like King of the Hill was its focal point in creation.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting. The bottom mid hill definitely gets like super mixy, and I kind of love the idea of kind of just camping corners and just kind of daring teams to go down to the bottom mid side. It's a fun King of the Hill map, like you said. Maybe not my favorite map on the circuit, but I will say when it comes to reading spawns and being able to punish your enemy team for going multiple down, I can't think of one that's easier to do than Vacancy.
Yeah, that bottom mid hill it might as well be a bloodbath. You go down there, there's 3 different entry points, right? So
it's fun.
The big thing is just trying to keep them to one side, and usually that comes down to blocking the side that Boo Doobu's on, so you keep them into that doorway. But top mid is going to be the first hill that we go to, and Usubeni putting all their resources to Red Tower.
Passed it over toward the high side, and with 2 of his teammates going down, that focus really changes towards him, which obviously is ready to answer. Big nade in order to take down 1 toward the double doors, and Jackson now holds onto Blue Tower, which is definitely what Usubeni wants.
Jackson trying to get up into the fight. Envor gonna go down to that nade, and Jackson staying alive. Oh, not long enough. So often, if you're able to win those critical one-on-one, those gunfights where you go down to 1 shot and then stay alive, it's a huge difference in the game. You see Jackson going down, eventually the triple kill comes to fruition, and now it's shock rifle in Bound's hands. And honestly, someone needs to take this hill over for him so he can get free with his weapon. He's gonna be deadly with it in his hands.
Also, that's exactly what happens. A player hops in the hill, and now Bound is free to roam the map, and going to choose to go over towards the Blue Tower side, pulling a sniper over toward the high ground. definitely is a play that I would want. Meanwhile, off a screen, Acid with a double kill. Bound ends up perfect shots onto breaking shot with that shock rifle, and now it's Acid and Piggy that are holding them back.
Trying to take his reapproach. Usu Benny's the one in Hill. Bound is supposed to be the answer here. He's getting lots of damage, but eventually he just has too much to deal with. But I think he might have just been enough to break that setup nonetheless, as his teammates start to come off of spawn. Jackson, the only player alive in his position, being well known, but just because his position's known doesn't mean you're gonna win the fight. Jackson comes out on top, and they're contesting right now. I mean, it's not over for Usu Benny. They can still win this first hill. Jackson got another one, and there's Piggy with the kill on the Boo Boo Doo Boo. Coliseum just need a second or two in this hill, but Usu Benny, they're well set up now, and look at the tech from Acid jumping on the window. Oh, this is going to be close. They have to contest at all points in time, and you know, Coliseum can use that to their advantage.
Was a big 3 down in favor of Usu Benny, but was it enough to get him this hill? But as breaking shot and Jackson gets sent to the respawn screen, Coliseum slide their way in, take back that hill, and Acid hitting perfect shots.
Perfect shots might make you feel a little bit better about losing that first hill. It felt like Usu Benny maybe had found that momentum, but Coliseum will be the first to strike, and I love this collapse coming in from Jackson. Just able to get to the worst possible spot for those players. A double kill for him, and now they're setting themselves up at Blue Tower. Their ideal situation is having a player present at Blue Tower, a player present at Red Tower, and then 2 playing it either through the bottom or the hill, and being able to keep those players as far away as possible. But that can be a really fragile setup when you're trying to put it into place, and you saw the perimeter players that didn't quite have those established help lanes yet go down quickly, and it's a really quick break for Coliseum.
Switch gears over towards Envor. There are some players that are starting to sneak their way over toward the back blue side, and Envor attacking this long haul position. There's Jackson over toward the height. Good damage by Jackson to slow down Envor. It looks like Bound flies on in for the challenge onto Piggy, and Jackson still holding onto that blue tower. Meanwhile, Coliseum are holding onto the hill. They're just about done.
Breaking shot drops down, trying to do something, but Envor just perfectly positioned to cut that off and trying to get this flanking play. Did not see Acid in the back corner there, and Coliseum close to getting this capture, but they're going to need a clean break. And right now, Usu Benny, they have their players into the midline. Breaking shot and Piggy are the 2 most important players for them to deal with right now. If they're able to find their kills and get away with that shock rifle, it'll be a big moment for Usu Benny. Looks like Boo Boo might have just stolen it away.
Yeah, Boo Boo getting attacked from the front side, but also there was a player flanking right behind him in the top mid. Meanwhile, Acid trying to put that commando to work, and we're the final player alive, and ultimately punching that hill. Usu Benny tying things up. Envor lives to see another fight, and looks like fighting is exactly what he'll do, but Usu Benny are here.
Jackson trying to win out these spawns, right? You see how deep they're playing into these perimeters. Their goal, trying to get these red spawns for their team. But Boo Boo Doo Boo is making things difficult. He's in a 1v2 there, or it's technically a 1v3 if you include Jackson. He caught 2 of those kills, and more importantly is making the spawn battle a little bit more lopsided towards Coliseum's favor. Druck gets in, gets those kills before the spawners of Usu Benny come up, and with that, they should be able to get a ton of, at least a good chunk of time in this early hill.
Envor and Coliseum about 10% done with the hill already. Want to get to at least 20% before Usu Benny were able to break in, and man, back-to-back kills almost immediately for Usu Benny. Piggy taking height over toward the red or top red, and it goes right through the hill as Usu Benny now want to start scoring, chasing Coliseum away.
Good flanking play by Jackson to get that kill, and they're able to find Boo Boo Doo Boo before he can make that that influence. That's going to be a great position for Usu Benny now. Look at the spawns of Coliseum and how far away they should spawn. Oh, actually, they get that shroud towards Blue Tower, so it's not too far away, but they don't have any good route, and this is the problem. You usually want to attack from the red side rather than blue, because you just have a couple more opportunities and different angles to take. From red, it's a little bit more open. It's less predictable for those reticles, the pre-aims, and you're seeing a lot how much harder it is for the blue side.
Nades going down to be able to clear out the hill. Coliseum with the numbers advantage, slide right in, not wasting any time whatsoever. Usubeni, literally a second or two away from taking this hill, but it's a long journey that they have to take from their spot over toward the green side or the yellow side of the map. By the time they're here, though, it might just be too little too late. Bao gets his kill, breaking shot, somehow puts the shot to work. They just dive in toward the hill in order to guarantee it. Coliseum now up 2-1.
Bound really the MVP of that last little push there, sitting in that corner, anticipating that push from Red, gets a critical back smack to really reduce the efficiency of that push and the effective firepower that they had from Usubeni. And with it, I mean, Bound's also basically secured that red side spawn by winning those gunfights over there. So they're going to have early time on this hill as well. This is really just well played by Coliseum in these last rotations.
Gotta love the shock rifle shot out of Drug, but eventually does end up being taken down. Acid now on screen. Challenge onto Bound. Bound wins that fight. So does Envoy on the other side of things. Scoring once again on Coliseum. Almost halfway done with getting their third hill. Usubeni needs to get him out.
Bound been just really effective at basically hiding in these corners and waiting for it to be advantageous for himself to reveal. You know, that's not what you're used to hearing about Bound, right? Bound, we're so used to being in the mindset he's going to charge and be in your face and always be in the front lines. This time, he's really taken the opposite approach, has done a great job of baiting players into space and then closing it down rapidly once they enter in that zone. It's basically, once you're within a 2-meter circle of him, it's a kill zone. You don't want to be anywhere closer than that to Bound.
Enemy team took the hill.
Just one more hill needed here for Coliseum. Drunken breaking shot decided to dance over toward the top red side. Both players will end up being taken down at the end of things. Coliseum firmly planted in this hill. Usubeni now wants to attack from two different sides, but the first one to go down, Acid and Jackson, have to pick up their kills. A 2v2 scenario, and Coliseum want to retreat, but Acid, he's on the prowl.
Yeah, I like that aggressive play by Acid. Getting that opening kill is going to make it a lot more difficult for Coliseum to find their entry, but maybe a bit overzealous onto that next challenge on the Envor, especially since the grapple goes into his hands. It's going to give Envor a couple options here on how he can play, how fast he can play. More importantly, he's going to bait. I like this. Players, are they going to check their corners? That's the question.
Enemy team took the hill.
Envor gets one, grapples right over toward the high side. It's gonna eventually attack Usubeni from an entirely new part of the map. There is no way that Usubeni could have predicted that one, but Usubeni scored at the final seconds.
Envor has to feel a little bit tough about that one. He made the right play, right? That grapple allowed him to get to that spot where they weren't looking, but he just couldn't find the head, and it makes the difference in that fight. I mean, if he gets that kill, it seemed as if Coliseum was going to be there to find the rest.
Just one more cap needed here for Usubeni to tie things up. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, Coliseum one cap away from ultimately going up 2-1 in the series. Piggy over to the back blue tower side. Long range shot started to connect. There's a player right in front of him, able to get the melee on him, but two players replace him. Coliseum have controlled the blue side and have forced Usubeni out.
Yeah, you see they're clearly calling players out, and at this point, I mean, the way they're playing, it feels as if they're playing more towards time in this game. So I would expect to not see Coliseum getting into this hill. And, you know, that might feel a bit dangerous with so much time left on the clock and the fact that Usubeni's already halfway to this hill capture. One good 3-4 down could just be all that Usubeni needs.
Right now going for the high side here. Madubu ends up getting his kill, and whoa, Usubeni just gets squad wiped just like that. All of this time that's going to be going down here for Coliseum. You're right, this could be real.
Breaking shot looking for opportunity here. He's gonna find Druck, but that shroud screen making it way more difficult than he probably wants it to be for a kill. And I mean, look at how much effort breaking shots having to put into that kill, but eventually comes out his way. Usubeni set up. They have players at both blue and red towers. Coliseum is gonna take a coordinated effort here to get the break.
Just needed one break from Usu Benny in order to take control. Now scoring Usu Benny, but Piggy wants to stay alive. Thought he was in a 1v1 bound, introduces himself to the fight, but Envoy down to one shot, and it looks like that score goes the way of Usu Benny. One hill to take him all.
Envoy trying to find his opening pick, but man, Usu Benny, they're everywhere on the map, and there's nowhere for them to exploit. Just too much pressure being applied. Envoy trying to get his shields back, but looks like they're hunting him down. I mean, he's been so out of the fight, and during all this time, Usu Benny have flipped out the spawns, right? They're the ones that are controlling the hillside now, and although Envoy stayed alive this entire time, he's been relatively ineffective on the map. Usu Benny have done a great job of just capturing space and not necessarily having to rely on their slays, but just passively pushing players outside the hill.
Graph about to come up here. Usu Benny will have a slight advantage as far as hill progression towards his final hill, but it is Envoy and Bound doing the max damage in order to take them out. Envoy now finds a way toward the back, clears that out. Coliseum is scoring.
Look, they got their break. Shock rifle in hand, that might just be enough, but it's gonna come down to some big opening slays. Boo Boo Doo Boo trades out for the first. Druck catches Yaxin. That's the next. Piggy. Huge win. Acid comes in. They got the 2 break. They're trying to flip out the spawns now.
Took the hill.
3 down go Coliseum. Acid makes it in the hill. Boo Boo Doo Boo from Coliseum needs to be the first one in and wants to try to get damage and take down at least one member, but is not able to do it. Breaking shot not only with the backsmack, but turns it into a 5-shot onto Bound for the double kill. And that might just be it. The nail in the coffin. Usu Benny take back what was rightfully theirs.
And I mean, what a game, right? Just staying in and attacking, not letting it get away from them. A couple clutch hills in a row. I love the way they stacked up at the end. You know what you need to do to win the game. Get everyone there. Just too many targets to shoot. Not enough time to shoot them. They'll take a huge 2-1 advantage as we go into game 4. An oddball that might just determine it.
Man. Despite the 30 bomb and 11.0 KDA out of Bound, and even Envoy with a 23 and 10.7 KDA, it was not enough. The teamwork of Usu Benny, the objective efficiency, it comes in and a well-balanced attack and a well-oiled Usu Benny up 2-1, 1 game away from ending the series. But game 5 could still be right around the corner. And then from there, who knows who has the advantage after that?
I remember this hill. I mean, just talk about big hill after big hill. That's to get them within 1, and then they had to come out clutch to get that hill 3. 3 unanswered hills in a row to win that game. I thought this was probably the biggest play in that last rotation. The fact that Piggy and Acid were able to break that. I think if they fall down there, I think Coliseum just well establishes their hold, and that would be it.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, potentially the final game in this series. We have Usu Benny going up against Coliseum, and it's an oddball here on a recharge. Breaking shot early with the camouflage grab, using every bit of that shroud to guarantee he gets out alive. And now a double push between him and Piggy as they look to claim control over towards gold, and Druck looks to take height.
Great shots getting hunted. I mean, that player from White was immediately trying to take him down after Druck gave him the info, but Breaking Shot will be the last Spartan standing in those pipes. The problem is the rest of his team went down in the process, so he doesn't know where is safe to pull, right? Like, he doesn't know what those spawns are going to be. He has to wait for that information, and by the time it comes up, too many players with Coliseum on the map. Boo Boo Doo Boo able to find the kill.
They were definitely happy with that kill on the camouflage player. The rest, Usu Benny coming in, but they have the knowledge of exactly what Boo Boo Doo Boo is bound. Quick to the ball, and a couple of points go their way, but the nades down, left and right, pulled, end up making it through gold and somehow take down Bound.
I love the way that Piggy committed into that first gunfight. Despite Bound being there and him being one shot, as soon as Bound missed that opportunity, he wasted no time pushing up with his teammate. And although they didn't win the outright control, he basically secures his teammates' life by getting in there, and they're able to throw that ball out. And you know, Coliseum, they might have won the eventual pipe battle, but they're not getting any time off of it.
And for right now, guarding the gold side of that map shots just a bit. And Nades doing a whole lot of damage. That forces him into an entirely new route, a new angle. And Bound trades out his life over to the low batteries, and somehow Envor is able to cross map for the kill. Boo Dubu is here as well. So right now, map position momentarily favoring Coliseum, but a whole lot of damage in return from Usubeni.
Look, 2 minutes are essentially off the neutral clock now, and the score is 4-1. It's giving you an idea of how tough it's been for teams to find an established hold. Coliseum might have just done that for the first time this game. They're going to be able to get into pipes. Whoa, Bound. So aggressive off that spawn, but he's finding spawners, and he's not slowing down once he does find those spawners. Talk about trying to do maximum damage, have maximum influence. Bound was not giving them any room to breathe.
That's exactly why Usubeni threw about 9 grenades in that direction. Too quickly going down for Coliseum. Somehow Breaking Shot ends up getting stuck. And Acid finds his way over toward the back gold side, trying to bring that ball closer to him with those grenades. Here come Coliseum, 3-man push, trying to go through the red door.
I talk that noob combo doing as much damage as it could. Hits him with a full charge for the first and just knows he's gonna die. Acid spams the shots to break out those shields. It doesn't take a lot from the noob combo and peppering those shots to at least get enough damage for it to be a fair fight.
Just 22 seconds with the ball time for Coliseum, so theoretically still a close match, but one that feels like it may just go to time with the way that things have gone down here. Usubeni finally starting to claim control of this gold side of the map, and because of that, Piggy starts scoring. The setup is being built.
Brady Shot's a big player here. He has 2 players to deal with, and he's just getting info onto the first. Can he stay alive is the question. I mean, he is surrounded, but he is having huge influence at the moment and slowing down that push. You see Acid hitting the double sprint strafe there on the ball to try to get that kill onto Boo Boo Dubu. Boo Boo Dubu, for one, not losing to a double tap sprint strafe. That's insane work.
Boo Boo Dubu stays alive, does enough damage for his teammate to come in for that cleanup kill. The 22-17 advantage still for Coliseum. The ball as close as possible to them, and ultimately Coliseum continuing to win the fights that matter. 3 down go Usubeni, and this is going to be a good chunk of time for Coliseum.
Oh, you see Boo Boo Dubu, is he gonna read the pipe spawn? He does get his reticle there in time. A very interesting strategy from Coliseum. There's 2 big spawns open there. They strategized to leave the pipes open and start to rotate that ball towards long haul, but they never finished that rotation. I think they got caught off guard by those pipe spawns being opened there when Boo Boo Dubu went over to the long haul, and Usubeni get a very quick break. That might be the break they needed to get the lead back in this game.
Enemy has the ball.
Breaking Shot with that ball, looking for a possible rotation on the other side of things. But Acid looking for the face of Boo Boo Dubu, and he's gonna get it. And with that, first 2 kills, not to start to favor Usubeni. And Acid really feeling himself, killing spree, getting him right over toward the long haul side where he knows Coliseum can be pushing from. It's only Bound they have to deal with, and the bait and switch works perfectly, but Nades from behind force Acid out. What is happening with this ball?
That was really well played by Acid, and that's a technique called filling, right? When Acid comes up and he's coming in with that grapple, he's telling his player, go forward. I'll fill in your position. That keeps that player more forward for that fight against Bound. They have more map presence to deal with, a more effective team shot down the road. They win those slays, and you know, now they got themselves a decent chunk of a lead here as Breaking Shot goes to the play spot.
Ball out of bounds.
They're in a really great spot. Even though they've lost 4 players, they're going to get off spawn. They're going to be able to look at this ball, and they just need to slay a couple more times, and they'll win this round.
I will say that was quite a fast break out of Envor and Coliseum, like denying at least maximum ball time out of Usubeni, who still currently have a lead, which is 44 seconds left. So Coliseum still on their back foot at the moment, which is hard to say when you have Bound shooting like that. 2 quickly go down for Usubeni. Ball time just a bit here for Drunk. Envor off the screen with the 5 shot might turn that into a double kill. Acid Was that a ninja attempt?
It was a ninja attempt, and it was damn close to securing a kill there. I mean, we got Envor red barred on that play. And even now, Usubeni, I mean, they're winning some of these opening gunfights. They don't need to pick up the ball, right? That's to their big advantage here. That ball being out in batteries is pretty ideal for them. In fact, it's just one more round of slays. Druck not able to get away. Can Acid win the fight in the hall? No. Huge kill by Bound, but they need to get the ball now. There's only 8 seconds of neutral clock. Another kill from Breaking Shot. Bound needs to get to the ball, but he can't. Biggie, the big bad wolf, oinks him down.
Despite the fact that Bound wins a huge fight over toward the bottom gold side, that ball was just bait and a fearless Breaking Shot through the middle, guaranteeing the kill, guaranteeing a one-shot. Piggy there for the cleanup, and that could have been bad, but instead, it's Usubeni taking round 1.
Now they're just one round away to winning the grand finals and taking home $1,000 as the team, thanks to the DSA group. Remember, another $400 was added to the prize pool as well. Second place going to be coming home with that split. Early break for Coliseum. They've been able to get that ball into the long haul, but I don't know if it's necessarily safe there. A couple players trying to break in through the pipes.
So far it's Coliseum that starts scoring first here, but not much on the board either way. Either one of these teams really want a clean wipe, a clean setup, and some good ball time when those seconds start turning to minutes, where things really start to matter. Action, Jackson, perfect kill with the shot. 3 down, go Coliseum, and this, a setup, could be some good time for Usubeni.
I think Jackson probably a little peeved about that shot not connecting there. That looks good. Nonetheless, it's the first line of defense. Bound cuts him down. Perfect shots. I mean, the Bound, I think, shot his bandit from a radically different spot each time in that engagement. He's running, sliding, doing what he can to get into these gunfights, and he is a one-man army. Finally taken down, but I mean, I think Coliseum needs to try to play this ball out. Druck's gonna go for it, but there's just too many players here. It's just Boo Boo Dubu last alive. Can he get there in time? No, Jackson cuts it down. Usubeni, this is a huge benefit to them. The fact that ball's not played means they're gonna get a good chunk of time here, unless, I mean, Coliseum, honestly, you've seen this a couple times, Tony. They've been really fast off their spawns into these breaks.
That they have, and man, they are flying your Coliseum. Another 3 down go Usubeni, and Druck along with Coliseum continue to score at the moment as Usubeni staggered. Good time for Coliseum.
Yeah, look, Usubeni just got the spawn that Coliseum used to find their quick break, so they're right back into these fights. And Breaking Shot focusing on playing that ball rather than getting that kill. I think he had an easy kill there if he kept his reticle up, but yeah, a couple interesting plays there. I mean, when you have that ball set up at blue, you don't necessarily expect those long haul spawns to be so close. You usually anticipate some sort of A spawn and having a little bit more time, or at least like a pipe spawn where they have to run through the middle of the map. But no, just really quick access, and it's making it really tough for these teams to get prolonged ball holds.
Perfect 5-shot from Druck and some killing spree. Panky with the triple kill and some nades. They're gonna force Envor away from there. Ball towards the mid-map. Piggy not wasting any time whatsoever, hopping on it, and with Acid with the camouflage, he finds himself behind Druck, but with a player right behind him, almost turns it into a double. One shot, Boo Boo Dubu can't survive, and Usubeni needs to be scoring now.
Piggy has the option to throw this out for rotation. Jackson's going to continue it on as Piggy tries to cover off his flank, but Coliseum's just winning those gunfights before Jackson can even get involved, so it's all working to their detriment until, well, Jackson got the first, and he's going, oh, he tried to get to the nerd spot. I like the idea. You're down to one shot, try to get to the one angle they can't see you from. He just couldn't hit the jump. That's a really tough one to hit, especially in tournament play.
Getting real creative right now with the movement are Usubeni, specifically Yasin. Coliseum take back the lead, but Usubeni look like they're trying to formulate a bit of a push. Acid, the first one to do damage onto Druck. Druck loses half his shields. Boo Boo Dubu might just end up losing his life here. Jingle Peeking Acid takes him down. Too quickly go down for Coliseum, and the ball being rotated away as Usubeni chased them away.
Look, those players from Coliseum stayed alive, so even as Usubeni finds his break, they still need to find these kills, and they're just not getting them all. Druck, last shot, double kill. And the Usubeni going 4 down. They're going to be in a world of hurt here, especially as Druck's going to be able to position himself to try to catch a spawner. Need to hit every shot perfectly there. Acid does just that.
One more round of slays, and ultimately Coliseum going to be taking their first round here in the Oddball. And man, Envor with the double kill. He wants more, apparently. Almost gets a triple 3 down for Usubeni. And I don't know if Usubeni have enough time to get the ball out of Envor's hands.
Yeah, Envor really made a great play to throw that ball out and just make the push that no one is expecting. Because there's so many players down, he knew the middle of the map wasn't being watched. Got a huge flank there. Now they're just 8 seconds away. Acid in a 1v2. Boo Doo, the first target. Bound's quickly trying to get to the help. First target down, but he needs to survive against Bound. He's down to no shield. How is he alive? Bound comes in for the fight. Bound wins the fight. And now with that, I don't know if Usubeni can get here in time.
Down, able to break down, breaking shot, and there it is, the final seconds they were looking for. It got a bit scrappy at times, but eventually it's Coliseum that come out with the win. One more round and we're looking at a game number 5.
Double kill.
That was the fight that won the round for them there. And that was an early play ball into securing their situation and forcing Usubeni to play into their setup. They just want to do more and more of that as this round continues on, and they're trying to push a game 5.
Dropped. Enemy has the ball.
Somehow the camouflage finding the hands of breaking shot, who's able to get away over toward the A side. Pings are going down, finding out exactly what Coliseum are pushing for. Meanwhile, objective efficient as ever is Druck and Coliseum getting the first 13 seconds on the board. Meanwhile, breaking shot trying to find an entry that's not being guarded by Coliseum.
Breaking Shot's had camo, but he hasn't left this area the entire time he's had it. Just keeping A by himself, and during that time, it's Piggy and the rest of Usubeni getting time into the pipes. He has the A side locked in. I believe only one player, Coliseum, got through. And, well, that one player happened to be Bound, and he is causing all sorts of mayhem inside pipes. I cannot believe Coliseum gets that break the way that they have with how strong the setup for Usubeni was.
Close game here in the round number 3, and oh so important round 3 it is. Usubeni 1 round away from ultimately taking the tournament. Coliseum trying to send us into a game 5 where everybody loves them a game 5. Druck gonna want to make his way over toward Bad Ledge, challenging Jackson. A little bit of jiggle peek action. He needs Envor in order to replace him. Meanwhile, breaking shot wants to introduce himself. Nades are looking good. Envor goes down, so do 3 members of Coliseum.
Breaking Shot taking one with him. Look at Piggy's position all the way out blue. They're trying to force A spawns here. You see how Jackson's blocking out at long haul? The idea is force them at A. They either have to wrap all the way into pipes, so that, you see Onboard doing that right now, or come through white, which is where they're all going to be positioned ready to attack. This is such a strong setup, and you see how much time they're getting because of it. Coliseum, it's going to take a really long and coordinated effort for them to even get in a position to break.
And while they're waiting to get in that position, Usubeni continue to score. Jackson, though, tools it out with Druck. Druck wins it. Envor able to secure the 3 down. They immediately attack the gold side of the map, trying to break that spawn area.
Heads up play by Boo Doo, realizing, hey, I'm not going to be any help in those gunfights. Trust my teammate to win and just get to that ball right away. There was no time with that ball just sitting in the middle of the map on reset. Instead, Coliseum able to get that time right away and trying to maximize what they can here.
Looks like Acid was able to get away with camouflage. Gonna try to take a longer route here through blue, but ultimately a safer one. Looks like Coliseum responding to that by rotating it as far away from the camo player as possible. Jackson early to cut them off. Jackson goes right after Druck. He ends up winning that fight. Now, finally, the camouflage gets activated in the fight, but Bound controlling it. Nades going down left and right. Acid goes in for the 1v1, turns into a 1v2 real quick. That is not the fight that Usubeni wanted.
Bound was really disciplined in that fight. He just he played that corner until Boo Doo was ready to turn with him. And both players not wanting to be the one that break that tension. When Bound does break the tension, he just has numbers, wins that gunfight. And now Coliseum, even after Usubeni had a fantastic hold at blue, they're chipping away. I mean, they're within 10 seconds now of getting the lead.
Snatches up the shot with the grapple. That's a deadly catch as he snatches the lives of Coliseum. Breaking shot. Bust a hole wide open in the Coliseum defense. And Usubeni taking advantage immediately. Run that replay, Louis.
Yeah, I mean, this is absurd behavior from him. He's still winning gunfights throughout the game. I mean, I love the way that he pushes through the challenge, though, right? It's so easy for him to say, hey, we have numbers. Let me just get time when I can. He's going for the overkill, right? He's going for get the 4 players down, have it be ideal to get that ball time. Coliseum, though, in the end, we're able to get a quick rotation over to blue, cutting off Usubeni's attempt to get to this setup. And that's pretty backbreaking for Usubeni here. They did a lot of work to get that ball possession, but Coliseum, with a really effective break, are going to be able to take the lead in this game.
76-65 lead, still favoring Coliseum, who continue to score. Drunk, first one to go down on the map, but breaking shot eventually joins him on the respawn side. Equal footing, ends up going with the ball played off the map. Usubeni want to get first hands on it, but instead it's Bound and Coliseum that almost get this ball to safety.
Look at Bound. He's in the middle of the map just holding off that ball. He was able to get a solid 5-6 seconds there for essentially free. No one was able to stop him, and that was probably time they didn't deserve. Usubeni, though, eventually do find that break. And with camouflage in hand, if they're able to get that ball into safety, Piggy has a chance to close this game out for his team. Oh, that's a big kill. That's 2 down. They're losing numbers when they need to find this break. We got 1, maybe 2 good pushes left here for Coliseum.
Just Piggy's presence alone with his camouflage slows Bound the roll down long enough for him to get picked off. Bound wanted to push, caught a glimpse of the camouflage, double back, and now it's Usubeni that are scoring and looking to close it out. Piggy using the trippy corner. Knows they're pushing through, knocks them down like dominoes. One more player. This should be the triple. Boo Boo Doo eventually does go down, and Usubeni, forget taking the round, forget taking the game. They take your tournament.
Love the plays by Piggy with camouflage. Game winning in the end. Using the game state against the other team, able to find those kills and come away your champion. No threat in their way, was able to take them down. They get it done in the first best of 5, and they played this so well. And I think this camo play from Piggy is game winning. You get to this point, play the corners, there's nothing these guys can do. Able to find 2, could have been 3, but I think Boo Boo Doo Boo understanding, hey, I'm not gonna get to this ball at time. Let me just stop the clip.
Wow. What a tournament, and man, what a show both of these teams have put on literally all day long. Coliseum, we talked about it. I mean, they were absolutely on fire through the lower bracket in order to make their way through the losers bracket finals, making it into the grand finals, fresh off of subbing in Bound, who really just brought a new energy to that roster. But when it mattered most, it got to the grand finals. Usubeni made it that way through the winner's side for a reason, and literally showed why just then. 3-1 is your series scoreline. Usubeni are your champions. No wonder they're one of the top seeds heading into Birmingham very soon here.
I want to give a big shout out to everyone that made this a reality once again. Primarily the DSA group putting on this tournament. They're going to be, Usubeni can call themselves the DSA Open champions. Big shout out to HCS and their support, and importantly, AMD giving away graphics cards here. I mean, dude, Tribal won a graphics card by just playing in the tournament. That means you get a chance to win a graphics card. You play in the next 2.
Man, your final score line, or your final top 3, I should say, Usubeni at number 1, Coliseum number 2, and Noobs. Don't forget, Noobs were damn good throughout the winner side and the lower side. Noobs the one who actually sent Coliseum down to the lower bracket to begin with at a game 5 early, and then Noobs ultimately getting knocked out in that top 3. Man, Tools, do you have any final words for the people at home before we end it? It's a little sad, but we got to go home.
I just want to give a big shout out to the DSA group once again. I mean, I think they are largely the unspoken heroes behind the scene whenever there's tournaments going on. throughout the last few years. They've been the ones kind of leading the charge on that admin front. They're at the LANs. They're doing all these online tournaments. They're basically the backbone of what competitive Halo is. So I want to give them a big shout out and thank them once again for throwing on a tournament. It's fun to be able to get here and cast some great Halo, and that's possible thanks to our partners and DSA group today. And you know, hey, LBT, we love Halo. DSA loves Halo. It just makes sense for us to keep working with each other for a long time to come.
Definitely does. Like I said, really are the unsung heroes. We're actually co-streaming with them right now, so very easy to just go and highlight them, drop a follow here, and show some love. Because you're talking about, you know, a passionate group who love Halo, and I'm a simple dude. If you support Halo, I support you. And yeah, DSA group, thank you for everything that you've done, guys. Everybody should be following them right here, right now. Also, shout out to the rest of our sponsors. I think we saw the HCS Grassroots program as well. And of course, we saw AMD. I mean, come on now. The giveaways are real. We still got 2 more to go. In the meantime, guys, that was your DSA Halo Open Series #1. Be coming back real soon. But for now, peace.